Yo, what's going on, guys? Alright, quick mic test. Can we hear me? Comedian, QMH, MRX, Chan, Gaming. What's going on, guys? What's going on, Ant? Sater. So take, why are you live? I ask myself that every day. Okay, today is the Ignite stream, I'm pretty sure. I'm not mistaken. Go on, M. Skin came out. Nice. Come on, France. We all cracking xotaic? I might just be you, bro. Can't lie to you. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Esports, FlyQuest versus FlyQuest versus Cafe Rose. It's 5 p.m. EST? Is that EST or what the fuck is UTC for? 5 p.m. EST to 5 p.m. UCT to EST. They already happened? Am I tripping? You play Minecraft? I could. Nah. Alright. Doors D tier? Nah. Cloak also we could look at that after. Cap with crop top. Okay, oh, is it live? It is live. Well, I could look at it from the game? It's kind of crazy, no? Okay, let's go to Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Okay, real quick. Schedule.
Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back
So
up
our
under their
first
noses.
match is gonna be
Us against the world.
in a couple minutes at 5 p.m. It should be happening right now. FlyQuest versus Cafe Rose.
My time to shine.
I'll be honest, I only know the rosters of two teams. That's Nightmare and Yeah We Lost because they both have Hulk players. You have Deadpool skin? I don't know how to get that, to be honest. Like, how do I? It's like already out. Have you seen the VTuber clip where she has a viewer tank fail for her and she asked her husband if she could make him her boyfriend? You know, I saw something like that, but I thought it was like fake. Is that like a real thing? If so, I feel sorry for the husband. You know, the #1 Hulk. I'm the top 1 trillion Hulk. Yeah. Let's do ignite drops.
Behold, Dark Child!
Select color. Let's make this white, right? Well, can I make it bold? Mini Hulk, any tips? We'll find out tomorrow. It's gonna be Hulk versus Hulk. Tomorrow at Ignite.
Danger never walks alone.
Oh, here we go.
The trouble with Cloak and Dagger's daring duo costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Infinity comic. You can rock this awesome.
Okay, so the goal is I'm just gonna play in between games.
Go here, the daring duo available in game for all you strategists. Mains, look out as New York descends into chaos. A powerful artifact emerges at the center of it all.
And guys, do not forget, because we have the new flight mode coming up. Make sure.
What's the countdown for? So there's gonna be some pro matches happening.
Coming up.
You're playing tournament? Nah, this is me just like watching it because I'm like,
I'm
like, I want to get better at the game, so I think that a good way to do that is just watch the pro players play.
Check out Flight Mode World Tour. It's live right now, so you can actually earn name or seat.
In the meantime, I'm gonna eat some Mexican food.
Daily missions, or go premium to grab some really groovy looks for Star-Lord and Magic. So much great content. Amongst it, also, we're going to celebrate a legend, Captain America's Brett Hendry costume, inspired by, you know, his ESU Sports Day, is also dropping tonight at 7 p.m. PT. It's all about bringing that A game to the server, which is exactly what our players and teams are about to do today and every day to follow.
What you're eating? It's like it's a burrito bowl.
It's a yes,
but it's not like it's not Chipotle burrito. It's like a from an actual Mexican authentic place.
We're ready to get this thing rolling.
Looks pretty good.
As we look at our awesome promos of this incredible roster lineup. The flight mode, as Vicky pointed out. Look at that Namor. Reed Richards, come on now. He's matching the
What's the Hulk recolor? I'm actually not too sure, but I'm guessing it'll be like a red Hulk recolor.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, the Namor and Invis, I mean, what happened to Mr. Fantastic? He's not going to be happy about that one, but you know, he'll definitely be feeling the groove because you guys could complete all the daily missions to earn the Namor C Samba costume for free, and you can pick your own rewards from the roster of the available costumes.
YouTube chat? Yeah, I do.
Easy cup for me. I mean, look at that.
When's it come? I'm actually not too sure.
You're going to rock up in style.
No, 9 UTC? It'll probably be after.
In the middle there. I mean, I'm not even a big Magic player, but I've got to grab it, got to see. There's plenty of great costumes in the game, and you know what? These are a bit more.
Wait, should I take a picture and send it to the Discord?
Sometimes you might.
You want to see what I'm eating?
A Black Widow skin that you won't have all the time, but this time you'll be able to rock it just like the Captain America. So, Zoe, what do you think of this great Captain America skin?
I mean, listen, that's my favorite timeline, right? Captain America, Civil War times. He's in, what is it, college? I'm not from the US. I don't understand your school system, but he's somewhere there sporting it up. I'm a big sports ball fan, so that's an easy cup for me. One of my favorite aliases, like, they just didn't even know it's him.
He's bringing up the A game though, and you get to see him pop off, right? I mean, like, he's popping off. He's always got to have the camera on him, and it's already available starting from yesterday, actually. Zoe, and I know that you felt like the
Zoe from Overwatch. Yeah, I think it is.
Frame one. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, so you can see, like, there's so much content. Of course, there is also You know,
Kunai
season
Prime with the
battle
prime
pass has
sub.
arrived
Yo, I
as of
appreciate that.
March
W sub.
20th. So that's all.
Thank you so much, I
there
appreciate
is
that.
in the store. But now, hello and welcome everyone. Marvel Rivals Ignite is officially back. And as we enter year 2, the stakes have never been higher. The road to the grand finals.
I had a crush on
right here
Zoe when I
in
was
Preseason,
playing Overwatch.
Where new rosters will find their rhythm. Veterans will defend their turf.
Low-key.
We got 3 domestic stages and 2 international lands ahead of us. The action begins right here today in Americas. Now, the off-season theory crowd.
Keep us both looking good.
Right now.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'll do my best.
Slate of matches are 2 of the absolute best.
How old are you? 25.
Vicky Kitty, guys, I'm so
I'm
happy
uncaged,
to
bro.
be on the show with you two. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm so pumped. I mean, it's a great day to be a Marvel Rivals player. If year 1
Magic Scan, is it out yet?
that lit the fire, then year 2 we're full in blaze, Zoe, and just Ignite, you know, returning with this ecosystem just for the growth.
What do you think of Cap?
New rosters, as you said, new rivalries.
I'm not too sure. It's like when like his combos feel good, but everything outside of that feels kind of bad.
Dude, we have a whole new outlook on an esports tab in the in-game client. Some of you guys are watching in the in-game client. It is going to be an amazing year 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite, including the fact that we got some roster change. There's been some roster madness going on behind the scenes. So today, day number 1 of our preseason in Ignite, this is where we get to see where a lot of these teams are situated.
Absolutely. Let's dig into all the new things for season in 2026, right? The circuit looks very different from last year. We got a new partner program, Unified Pacific region. We, of course, also have those really
New partner program? How's that work?
Matches at the end. Now, Vicky, which of these new pillars are you most excited to see in action?
Honestly, just being able to have not only like the change up of these teams, but I feel like specifically you got to take a look at the pick and ban system, how that's going to influence things. You got to look at the prize pool. You got to look at the fact that this is the preseason, right? You're looking at the teams to see how they've been able to build things up going into this specific season during that off time where they're also trying to prove themselves in a new meta.
Yeah, let's talk about that new meta, Cozy. I know you've been, you know, like dishing out that content. Format has shifted, but we're dropping these teams straight into the Season 7 patch. That's a lot to adjust to.
Yeah, listen, if you
I think the biggest change to the season is the 20% ult nerf. I feel like that just changes the game dynamic so much. Like it changes how people like fight plan, use ult, stuff like that.
It's going to evolve over time. That's something I'm excited for, especially as we have not only the new rosters, but just this kind of new meta, ladies, to settle into. And right now, early trends are kind of pointing heavy to some dive compositions, you know, led by anchors of Venom, you know, Jeff being important, Daredevil. We're going to see a lot of that today to kind of control the tempo and collapsing. But really, what I'm interested in is we've got these new players on these new teams. We know the talent is there.
xotaic, can you marry me? Smiley face emoji.
You need to have that coordination, right? So you need the team. You need the team and teamwork, right? No I in team, as the old saying goes. But also, obviously, we've got the favorites. We got the Gambits. We've got the Elsa, Gru, all those that are going to continue to dominate as well.
Now, if we're looking at the preseason schedule, though, guys, like the teams don't have an awful lot of time to really figure it out.
There's a question. What's up, man?
Because we're looking at just 2 weeks of round-robin group stage play, at the end of which the top 8 will find themselves in a double elimination playoff bracket.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at round robin, Vicky, and what that does.
They're not married. Oh, okay, my fault.
Elimination can change everything. Allows teams to really get adjusted to all the teams, the foes that they will go.
I would have said yes to marry, but I can't carry you now.
So high at this point.
Yeah, right, because when we get to look at with the preseason and getting to see the different 2 groups that are isolated from, you know, each other, we've done this before, Cozy, back in the champs, where we considered one specific group, like the group of death, quote unquote.
When was the last time you farted?
At the very end. So now being able to see what the season is kind of setting up for, getting started.
I'm saying this morning
stages before going off into playoffs is going to be exciting to watch over the course of the month.
Absolutely. Now, another thing I do want to shout out is our Spanish watch party. That's right. Alongside our main broadcast, we have an official Spanish language watch party live right now, bringing the hype to our Spanish-speaking fans around the world. So, bienvenidos a la transmisión oficial. I don't know. Duolingo has not taught me yet how to say broadcast, but we're getting there. But they're here for the Spanish language, so make sure to tune in to their stream. Show some.
Did you play Overwatch? My most played was Cass.
Pancake Pow.
But it kind of changed a lot, like in Overwatch 2. Because I started playing. I started playing a lot of Cass, a lot of Ramatra.
That's crazy.
Single? Yeah, right now, yeah.
Goodness.
You know what else is crazy? Is this prize pool, right? So
Yeah, that's a preseason prize pool.
Haven't farted since morning? Well, I don't really keep track of the farts.
But 50k spread amongst those teams, that's a lot of pocket money, Vicky.
I mean, usually after I eat, like an hour after I eat.
$50,000 alone, where the winner gets to walk away with 16k, Zoe, and then you get to at least see not only where you are amongst the rest of the pack within Americas, but you look at the very bottom pack, right? 1,250. You have to split that between your team, your coaches, etc.
Winston, nah, I was a DPS player.
Not only do you want the bragging rights, so you want to be able to have that title on top of the $16,000.
Absolutely.
sure,
Also, preseason determines
1,600 for the whole team, right?
yeah, I mean that's huge. And
1,600 divided by
is going to be massive for the preseason that we have.
divided by
with all these new partner
6.
teams, right? New rosters.
Oh, that's pretty good.
These players have kind of something to prove a little bit, and you're playing for much bigger orgs.
Wait, hold on.
I always love. Listen, you know, total price is great. That's a lot of costumes.
The Bossum Tourney winners got more money from than this.
It's more about but also what you can bring to your.
Well, that's actually so sad.
And wow, I mean, we've got a map pool to set up today for some success.
I'm excited. Do you see it too? I spy with my.
Including okay, so it's even less.
Back in
Wow.
the mix. It's an OG convergence map. Actually, the first convergence map ever added to the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shichibuya coming slotted in at the same time, Cozy. Like, you have to consider, like, I've been playing a bunch of ranked, and seeing Shin Shibuya has made me question, oh man, these chokes, they be brutal sometimes. But then you add into the mix, like, these insane players and specific teams that may find that success better on Convergence. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, there's definitely defense-heavy maps. That's kind of why at first it was out of rotation. Shin Shibuya, what's really exciting about it is we talk about different points. You know, you can have much more of a chance to hold.
Oh, the whole point is just gray Hulk skin? So it's just a different skin? That's not pay to lose.
First, I want to walk you guys through the pick.
Because if you didn't know, every Hulk skin is pay to lose.
This is not your MRC, not your rank pick and bans. This is going to be for the team only. They're one-sided. So if you ban Psylocke on your side, doesn't mean she's banned for
this ban system. I feel like it's just another dynamic to the game. It could open up a lot.
Much quicker, Zoe. I love this format. It's probably my favorite amongst the three.
Yeah, I absolutely love that because it just adds so many layers to the strategic depth of this game that's already hard enough, you know, to figure out with all those different heroes and all those different approaches you have on those different maps and different points in the map. So yeah, the theory crafting is going to go wild.
The fact that you could go back and forth, I mean, it's very different too, right? When you compare it to what we've seen within the MRC, where it's like universal bans.
And that's a comp. It might be too much.
Actually, be nitpicky on what you don't want to deal with in terms of the compositions that you see on the other side. But Zoe,
people are downplaying
teams from the
yeah, we lost, but I think they'll
invited teams out here.
I think they'll do better than people expect.
So we have 9 invited teams. Some of them are partner teams. Some of them are, you know, esteemed guest teams that are joining the top 3 of the MRC that came through season 6 Nightmare.
Yeah, W Monster, bro. I'm rooting for Monster. You know, I have his jersey, by the way.
Fight it out with big dogs.
I'm gonna wear it tomorrow during his game.
Yeah, we lost. I mean, they're definitely proving that they can be in there with the big dogs, as you like to say there, Zoe. But Lunex, Cafe Rose, I gotta see what they can bring together here, because the invited teams, we know what they have, especially amongst the rosters of players. You know, it's fun. We're doing a little bit of a player swap with some of the EMEA. We have some of them over here now, some of our best players, and Tara went over there, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust as well.
Nice.
You know, yeah, we lost
like in real life
from the old Ignite Stage 1 and 2 last year, so it's plenty of great talent across the board. Mix them all together. We're about to find out what we get.
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone cares or like remembers.
Fans as well, right? Because we have to.
In like 2018 NYXL, I'm at their official team roster.
And see how they will do in their respective groups. 12 teams being put into 2 groups each with 8 teams. Group A is looking scary, Vicky.
Yeah, it is. That's why I was talking about, like, you know, we've considered some groups in the past to be the quote-unquote group of death, but then it's proven.
That one. It's this one.
It's you know what, though? I 100% agree, because this was actually, like, so hard when it came to doing our predictions, guys, where I was staring at least that middle part of the pack of where I thought Group A would situate themselves to be the hardest. I think I was pondering on that for at least, like, 2 hours. And then you get to see, like, the different looks of the rosters. And then you look at Group B. I think the subject on everyone's mind, Cozy, has been Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, for me, Group A, obviously, I think, you know, with both these groups, you can say the top.
What do you think will win? To be honest, I only know the rosters of 2 of the teams.
The middle of the
So it's kind of hard to say.
It's kind of the prove-it group. I mean, obviously, we have big favorites in what I think is Team Liquid, but you've got a lot of.
I know, like, the balance hasn't changed that much, but I think the 20%.
The orgs have signed them now.
20% is a lot for the ult charge. It'll change like the game dynamic a lot.
These players we know, they've fallen short before, but
Nightmare.
they're ready to prove they have what it takes to an organized play. And
I feel like Hulk Daredevil would be insane.
Yeah, I saw that you actually.
So yeah, I'd agree.
High, whereas Vicky and I, in our
Predictions.
we
Oh
didn't
wow.
have that much faith in them. Now, speaking of faith in those teams, we did, of course, take a look, get the pulse of the community to see who you think will claw their way to the top of the respective groups. So this is.
Look, color. I mean, red would be obvious, but I wouldn't put it past them to like
here. I think there
use
is
some random ass like color.
Sentinels, 100 Thieves. You can make good arguments for either.
Yeah, I kind of think it's funny because it's from a game, right? So you have the people that are in tune with the esports side, which, hey, welcome in. We're excited to be in the new ecosystem in the game. I'm hoping more and more watch. These predictions might get more accurate as we move on. And then some's like, hey, you know what? I like the logo with the horse. That's what I'm going to pick. And this is where we kind of see it all come together. But yeah, I do think that this is pretty accurate, at least to what we expect as well. And you can see across the
I'm low-key rooting for Nightmare just because they have one of my favorite players.
What tells me that the most is EMEA Virtus.pro. Only 33% is going to be picking them as the top team over there, and they're obviously coming as the reigning champs.
We'll see.
Yeah, can we talk about the focus, by the way, in EMEA as well? Like, the amount of people that were able to be solid on their votes, very close in that top 2 teams.
Do they really?
Group A and Group B. And then you look across
I think he
the
has
board,
signed as like a content
even
creator.
over to the Oceania side with Fury being at that 48.96%. It's all thanks to you guys at home who locked in your predictions. If you guys want your in-game rewards, well, this is how you get it done here. You got to see how right you were, though, by the end of the series and the tournament.
Yeah, I think today we get a really good first look at how the strength of those teams match up against one another. This is the match schedule for the day. Which of those matches gets you the most excited and hyped? And all of them is the correct answer, Cozy.
No, for sure. I think the 2, if I was going to pick 2 that I'm like really excited for and make sure you get your popcorn ready, is match 3 and match 5. Those 2 to me have probably the most, it's going to tell us what we need to know, some unanswered questions. Obviously, 100 Thieves.
Wait, is it too late to
the grand finals, not
make predictions for the thing?
Here in stage 2, and then when they went to LAN, they had 4th place, right? FlyQuest coming out in 3rd place at the LAN grand finals. So for me, I think those are the 2 teams that is in the middle of the pack in the group of death that has me finally getting the answer to the test questions that I've been wondering.
I have to follow up on that here, so I have to say
go
right
ahead.
here, because honestly, thinking about 100 Thieves and energy, that's gonna be crazy, because I feel like if you got all the talent and all of our predictions up on the screen right now, then we get to be like, oh, okay, like what is gonna be, that middle of the pack that you're wondering, should I put this team in 4th? Should I put this team in 3rd with all the roster changes? Where are we gonna be playing from? Is everybody grouped up together in the same team house? Are they not? Are they playing on ping? These are all like real serious questions, but I have to follow up, Cozy, because I agree. I think the Game 3 Sentinels versus
no problem.
is definitely going to be like the highlight for everybody to see where these 2 teams are, if they are going to be in that top 3 spot, especially with Sentinels having a lot of that core roster.
Wait, I think I get my credits from the partnership.
Group A, seeing where 100 Thieves and energy stay.
About to get 8,000 credits right now.
Players and a lot of teams, such as Sentinels, who really come into this season and want to redeem themselves. Maybe they didn't get to end 2025 on a high note, and they're coming back, hopefully stronger than ever. But listen, this is just our predictions. That's either a vibe we're getting. Maybe some of you have scrim intel that I do not have. I don't know what we're basing our predictions off, but after today, I think we're gonna have a better idea on how those teams will match up. But let's dig into our first
8,000 is a lot. I feel like I'll just yoink that for myself, no?
Cafe Rose. Now, listen, Cafe Rose
Bundle
is definitely going to be
code.
considered the underdog heading into this series. They do have to punch up, but both
hold on, let me flex real
teams
quick.
had to
Hold
add
on.
some new pieces into their
8,000,
roster.
boom, that's mine.
FlyQuest have made some quite big changes, right? With Cooper-tastic, Energy, and Spark Chief joining Liquid Citadel now. They only have 2 returning core roster members.
80?
Absolutely.
Damn.
Going off of what was the 3rd place finish at the grand finals to now a pretty much a brand new team.
Is it really that much?
You've got Zealous and Vest.
I mean, they give it to me because my partner, but
great, people to hold on to. And then this is where we kind of have some of our EMEA coming over here into the Americas scene with Melio and Kin. Excited to see what they do, coming from Citadel Gaming as well, right? And so seeing how you can blend all these, I think 2Z came from Chopped. Very great team over there.
Yeah, you gotta be a partner.
Jolly is what I want to look at on this team because this is a big Vanguard, spot to fill. How does Jolly fit into the shoes of such a prestigious org here in America in FlyQuest?
I definitely agree with you there, Cozy. It's going to be a lot to prove. I don't really take Scrimbucks to heart as well.
Well, I should specify you got to be a partner with like
I've heard through the grapevine,
hella aura and shit. You need like reach.
I think this is also a team that if
you gotta
they
get
are
views and
playing
shit
on ping, like we were mentioning before, it could get a little dicey, right? Because then you're going to be dealing with teams who have maybe been able to stay grouped up together, and then you look on the other side.
But good guy, are you a partner?
Cafe Rose, a team that has come out of the MRC.
I don't know how it works for 3D modelers or animations.
But just the other week, Pro Builder, Lyric, Zhangji, No Binds, Pixel, Respected, Shocker, and Akurakai, who are all together, but the core of Cafe Rose wasn't the same as the Cafe Rose who made it out of the MRC.
Not official. Have you tried playing?
Listen, Zoe. I mean, I think the Cafe Rose that got here did so with
Red has his own player program for Rebels. I see.
These insane duelists, and now it's like, all right. That was because sometimes when you lose players and whatnot, it's not as big of a deal. But when you lose kind of what I think is like the core identity that got you where you were in the MRC, that's where I need to see what happens. So FlyQuest, a sleeper team versus Cafe Rose. That man, if they were to win this first opening, Zoe, I would lose my mind.
You need minimum 10K on one
I
platform.
hope that's happening.
Oh, right. You do,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said having to implement new players into your roster on. Quite frankly,
although I've seen people with less than that get it, so maybe they're combining platforms.
You also have meta to figure out. So every team is kind of trying to find their identity and trying to figure out where this meta is leaning and how they can utilize their pieces to the best of their abilities. Now, one thing to be said for Cafe Rose, though, they have two players who played with each other before, right? And
there's a lot of
there's pre-existing synergy. So at least they are
non-pros.
And the rest of that core squad has been grinding MRC since, I don't know, season 2. So they've been around. They have been playing together, so hopefully that works in their favor. The teams are getting ready for this, and so are we. So guys, are going to hand it over to you.
Yeah, listen, I mean, what's exciting for me is, and that was a great point, is playing in the MRC, Vicky allowed them to play with Gambit, which this is a very they go with Gambit, they go with Rogue. Pixel's going to be playing the Gambit, No Binds plays the Rogue. And so when you've been doing more scrims officially, Gambit's getting banned out there way more, right? Especially like FlyQuest, maybe official fans. So I think
are they streaming? Are they allowed to stream this?
Them a big advantage there to be able to at least have those that synergy alive. Now, will Gambit make it through the pick and bans? That's a whole nother question. But either way, I think it's going to be interesting to see what they put together.
Yeah, so bring Zoe back, by the way.
That. Yeah, by the way, because I have more questions. I need more answers. I need you guys to really set the stage for me. As we did talk about that new meta, but we didn't actually really talk about it. So, what is the priority ban here? Did you feel like from what you heard on the street, from maybe scrims that you've seen, are there like very specific priority bans?
Yes. Yeah, I would honestly say Elsa's a problem. We saw it before. Elsa's been a problem. This isn't like the MRC that we saw Cafe Rose play through, which we talked about the pick and bans being universal. Well, that's going to be off the table here. So now you got to talk about what you can protect first, depending on what side you start on here, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, a lot of stuff is led through Gambit because it changes the way it's played. If Gambit makes it through, then you have Star-Lord you have to worry about. Loki, you can't have the double thing going on there. And like with some of these ult changes in general, again, the stage is set for FlyQuest versus Cafe Rose. Will we see a big upset or the return of a staple org? We're about to find out right now.
I think we're also busted, I agree.
And ban phase. And Vicky,
especially in like pro play.
We always see it right away in this Ignite pick and ban.
I feel like the nerf was like, nerf was good, but it wasn't like nowhere near enough, I think.
Shut down the triple strategist early, but others can be a whole new tactic, and we'll see what they put together here.
I'm excited here, Cozy. Let's get this going. Our first.
I was looking at my my video, see how I was doing.
I just have to call out Cozy, everybody. He did state that if Cafe Rose ends up popping off, he will eat one of Zoe's headphones. So we're gonna have to see if that's gonna stay true here as we get started. Because again, like you guys already highlighted here, this isn't the base core of the Cafe Rose that did qualify. They had to go through some changes, and then you're looking at FlyQuest. I mean, essentially, maybe they had a lot more time, but they also went through that overhaul. And you already talked about it before, Cozy. These are some big shoes to follow.
No, for sure. I mean, listen, what they can put together,
Gamma Day King,
ready to go. We're seeing just pure. what I love about this is I like to call them like rank ladder demons, right? Like the pure grinders out there in the scene, and one team a bit more pro focused, the other a lot of talent, but when you stack those up against the pro, that's where I want to see it all together. Again, group stage is set. We're ready to go to that pick and ban here and see what they have got to offer. But yeah, with the 20% ult reduction, I said this before, I don't think this is going to be figured out in just 1 week. We're going to see a lot of this have to come to light over the course of our week here, Vicky.
Yeah, and as we get started here with the pick and ban system, again, it's nice to let you guys know, watching from home, this isn't like what you usually see in rank where it's universal for both teams. It's a pick and ban where you could get targeted. And remember, we were talking about the Elsa being maybe server admin.
When's it starting? I thought it started already, but I guess not.
Cozy, that's going to be the first ban we see these two teams prioritize.
You wear glasses? I have glasses. I'm wearing them right now, but
common name we see
kind of recent.
With Daredevil taking a couple nerfs back to back now, you're still going to see plenty of him in dive.
Like my vision's pretty good, but I have astigmatism, so it helps.
Obviously, what's going to be favored. Vanguard, Deadpool.
They said on my doctor said on paper I have 15-20 vision, which means I can see. I can see.
So you can expect a lot of teams to either have.
I can see at 20 feet what most people see at 15.
Or trying to ban that right off the bat.
It was better than average, but the astigmatism makes it like worse.
Yeah, as we get a little quick reset there to make sure everybody is loaded into the game. I definitely agree.
Like Hulk right now,
because,
W.
You know, when I was getting set up here and I was doing.
Hopefully we see some Hulk in pro play.
Cozy. I was thinking about what
it's like a mixed bag. It's people are either putting him at S tier or A tier, which is like
less than like 2 hours later,
which means we'll probably see him in games.
Now, once again,
and if that's the case, that's like a lot of like footage to look at, you know.
Elsa also
like a good way to like to be better.
For a little different change on Deadpool side of things, but that will be proceeded to be played on next weekend. So while everybody's getting set up, it's not going to be on the same patch that we just saw go live just yesterday. It's going to be the patch right before that as we get set up. That means Elsa still has that extra HP. White Fox may not do the AoE healing that you can expect, where she gets to heal herself as well whenever she teleports to you. So all these little changes.
Yeah, but it's not included in drops yet. I'm not too sure. What does it say when you click on my stream? Does it say drops enabled?
All these little things start being the building blocks you have to consider as the teams have to make those adjustments going into the tournament patch in next weekend.
And no, guys, listen, we just want you to really take in these team logos and just really get ready for the anticipation. That's why we're here, setting up the stage. There's nothing like teeing this thing off before we go into a day full of excitement. But yeah, we continue to talk about that meta. And listen, for those
that's working WW.
Play rank at a high level, you're going to see a lot of some of the same things you see there, but just more defined, more focused. And with dive, especially, you have these kind of ready-go comms, but where everybody jumps in at the same time, they're ready to roll, and that's the big difference. Even at high rank play, you could have maybe 3 players, 4 at the same track. But when you have all 6 doing exactly their part, right? Do your job on your team, and you'll find success. Now, again, want to see how much triple strategist comes out of this. I know that was addressed there in the dev vision, but we still have plenty of that with Gambit, with Mantis, Loki kind of leading the helm. So I do expect a lot of that. But Vicky, can we talk about the Gamma?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this.
His way into more matches.
I used to work at a gym.
Goodness, can we not?
Which I got fired from a couple months ago.
Has been on another.
Which is like low key a blessing because it allowed me to do like full time like content.
That goes hand in hand with the triple.
But recently, today I went to a couple gyms for a membership. Check it out.
Especially with so many of these different duelist players that excel so well on Wolverine to try to break through that triple Vanguard lineup. Now, as we get started, though, guys, I know you guys have really
it's time.
Get
ready. Ooh, Hulk.
Icon.
That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. We're getting Hulk.
Even with the reset, we still see the Elsa booted out, stuck in jail.
There it is. We are here, and look at all these beautiful animated.
No binds on Hulk.
I mean, already having the White Fox animated is absolutely insanity. The double Black Panther. I mean, I think that really speaks to obviously what the King of Wakanda is coming to. But with that, we have Elsa being banned both out front. That Vanguard tank pool.
So he is meta, it looks like.
On the side of FlyQuest, both teams now going to make that a priority.
Wait, she has
such a staple anchor Vanguard.
Animated Lord White Fox already. Wow.
On the ban side over to FlyQuest. And Daredevil's going to be their response. So with these new pick and bans, remember, these are one-sided towards the other team. And Vicky, this already makes things so interesting.
Okay, it looks like
Yeah,
immediate.
almost trying to reflect the issues that we were talking
immediate
about
Elsa
before.
ban.
Because I'm not. I mean, if they get away with having the Gambit, as you can see right there,
Like,
on the other
FlyQuest
side,
is
FlyQuest now
saving
banning
tank
next,
pool,
wondering what that's
banning
going to be, because
Daredevil.
then they'll be able to try to prioritize what that final safety pick is going to be too. But you talk about the state of the meta and how these teams specifically have been able to lean into their own.
So they banned Jeff and saved us.
All
Okay,
eyes
so
right
it
now
looks like
are on FlyQuest to see where they stand.
they're both running some sort of
amongst some
dive.
the greats in the terms of titles of a lot of these teams. They protect the Jeff though, and that kind of already leads you to believe what the strat lineup is going to look like for FlyQuest.
Yeah, you already seen it right there, where you have the ban on Gambit and the save on Gambit.
that was more banned from both
this
sides
is what
here.
we expected. We just talked about that with Zoe.
Oh, they
right?
just swapped
I
that
think
Hulk. Okay,
Pixel
GG.
and their
We lost.
team, they got to play Gambit in the MRC, and they're probably going to.
I mean, they did switch once they banned their Jeff. So maybe Jeff is like the key to make Hulk work in pro play.
Not having Loki is one way around it. They've got the availability to play Star-Lord, which
Okay,
I think
just
is,
champion for
you know,
Spectres
kind of
only. That'd be pretty
no-brainer.
cool.
A lot of the time, we'll see if they end up going that route. Pro Builder hovering on that Moon Knight, and down below, our first look at FlyQuest and what this.
What'd you put? No, this is pro play. I'm not expecting.
The Jeff is exactly what you want. Jolly, we've seen what he did on Venom back then, back in the day. We continue to see it here. Vest showing a brand new look in the Deadpool, Vic.
I
Was that
like
a
this,
Gambit?
man. I mean, I was really excited to see how Vest was
Okay,
gonna go
I've
into
heard
this
from some
specific
people
season of
that they've been saying that
very
Gambit's like
passionate
not
player
even that great right now.
that he is a main
gotta see.
of FlyQuest.
Going to sleep. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Roster, but also it's the inclusion of our two European players that you were talking about that has made their way over into the Americas. And all eyes to see how he's going to be able to do.
Melio is a player that I want to highlight because, you know, going back to stage one on that winning team of Navi, he has what it takes. He has that championship DNA. Obviously wanted a bit better of a grand finals there in Atlanta, but the guy has a lot of talent.
I mean,
Adam plays great duelist as well.
their team
We
comp
got
is
to
pretty
see
close.
Him in a new team
The
with
front
new
line,
dream, and we kick off now.
exact same front
Ready to
line, but
roll.
they're
FlyQuest going straight
like it's
to
running 2-2-2, and Cappy Rose is running triple.
Guys are already moving forward. And
We'll see.
another
Let's look at that Cappy Rose is looking to bunker here.
MRC Cozy has been. Where is Ken right now? As we move all the way back, Ken being another one of those additions within the team, but kind of a no other choice, right?
FlyQuest has an advantage where they can just walk, they can speed on to the team.
No
We'll see.
Loki, no Jeff, you won't be able to get that double, but you try to get away here from the other side of Cafe Rose. They're just
Cafe Rose looking like they want to play slower. They're not even going in for a dive. Like it's already in.
Can't get this point up, so try to do everything you can because again, it's
3, 2, 1, backline, ready?
Chance to win the whole thing if you just capture it the way that rotation happens.
Already with the ult.
Reduction in general that might change things. Melio gets the first
Nice.
of victory here as
Huh?
Dolly and Juicy follow, and that's the opening FlyQuest was looking for in their quest to make a
Wow, they
brand new
built
game for
Deadpool ult immediately, press Q on their backline and walked in immediately. Wow.
Great sense of Daredevil's kind of underrated part of his kit where he can tell everybody exactly where the
See, FlyQuest just has the advantage of like pressing W.
Now looking at what this Venom's doing.
Now you're figuring out why you're going to see a lot of people prioritize their.
I mean, but with the nerfs, Deadpool can't do that for another minute, so we'll see.
Get to see it here within the MRI. QC does have a reset available with that ultimate as well at the end song Inferno before backing away. Jolly taking a good amount of damage. While Vest is taking a nap though from Pixel, who's Vest put him to sleep before diving in. Look at this damage output, trying to follow up together off of Juicy, but I like the way they were able to back away. The only thing is they've lost out on Pixel and they only have respect. The Pro Builder was as respect does get that individual boundary. They're still down that one player. Oh no.
Yeah, we saw respect plenty of times from MRC use this aggressively, so they might look to do that, but Melio does find himself an escape here as the lawyer. Gonna go ahead and grapple up here, continue to look at what they have. Nice little steal up here. Gonna go towards Lyric, see if he can get something rolling. Gets him down to half and continues to roll. Jolly now.
Got canceled, wow.
Gonna see if he can continue to just get those key cooldowns down. As Venom sometimes, you don't always need the elimination. Just try to force the big cooldowns like the Cloak and Dagger bubble or whatever you might be targeting. Right now, there's 60%. FlyQuest looking dominant. Cappy Rose has to make something happen here.
6 ults from Cappy Rose. We gotta do something with that.
Now here though, they've lost out on the Jets. It's gonna be the opportunity for Cafe Rose to finally take the point. They have a number of advantages at the very moment, but Ken can make some plays coming right back forward. And they're gonna allow Cafe Rose now to try to take the point as little by little. FlyQuest trying to stop for as long as possible. Already nearing that 80% mark. But Cafe
I mean,
Rose,
FlyQuest has like a huge advantage
to
here.
flip the point.
Alrighty, so again,
They have that support ult, but they can just press W onto them. Best was gonna be able to build that tank pull ult really quickly.
Is definitely gonna help them. You know, obviously, I always like to say it's either, you know, Born Again lose again or Born Again.
No Venom skin out of tank.
With Marvel Zombies, anything can happen here. Respect opening aggressively.
Cappy Rose sustain, yeah, I agree.
Watch out, this guy's
We'll see if they're able to like press W on them.
And with this wide open Warrior Falls, We've seen it in the movies in Wakanda. It's given him the perfect
Are they going in already?
off here as we're gonna have this devil let out by Melio. He's gonna get things started as the whale comes down as well.
Oh!
Vicky. We find
Wait, how did that happen?
with a quick trade, but
But losing out on
Ooh,
both of
maybe
these
not.
is more beneficial for FlyQuest because unfortunately Cafe Rose won't have that invisible boundary, but you do have the passive available.
Yeah, they have Born
and
Again?
Melio's already locked into him. He's gonna make sure he can't get that off, so that way you won't hear the Born Again ring out
Born
through your
Again?
ears, Cozy.
Oh, they stopped that. Wow.
Ken getting exactly what I thought was gonna happen. The quick, taste of jaws, as we like to say, throwing them both off the map. Not even a chance to try to answer the call. They have two strategies ult to respond here. 85% though. This is kind of where it's tough, Vicky, because you have to try to tell yourself, all right, we full commit, what you should, or do we
Oh,
try
what was
to
that?
save something
Okay.
to the next point because this one's too far gone. They still have plenty up their tanks though. And Jolly's going to go ahead and open up with the piece of the abyss. Try to put these health, and with that follow open dive, that's exactly what we're talking about. But a good trade on bet.
That was a good trade. That was a really good trade from them. They took out the heal and their tank too.
Next, as overtime is ticking away in favor for FlyQuest right now. Currently, Cafe Rose are desperately trying to portal back in to at least stall and try to get a reset because Pro Builder still has that rest. He unleashes it and respecting no points. They're now coming back.
Whoa.
Within the vicinity, but they are able to get it.
Wait,
through the
they got
portal.
risen spawn.
That's actually so big because through the window they can actually come into recontest and come right back.
Yeah, just a
That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty cool.
Still was able to maintain their point presence, and just like that, they capped it back with that res we just talked about. One of those 20% ult reduction ultimates, Vicky, that get so much more value because it's so much tougher to wipe right after. But Melio does not care. Again, this guy has pro championship DNA. Finds now 3 to get rid of more.
Wait, they're winning.
Team. And FlyQuest adjusts
Oh my god, they just won it back.
now with the stomp and the finish, this is going to be all they need for this first point. Warrior Fall's going to go to the hands of FlyQuest as time ticks down. And no
Yeah, I'm
one
telling
has
you,
a chance to contest.
that 20% reduction in ult charges is huge. Like,
Like
Cafe Rose would've won that, I think, last match.
You try to throw everything in the basket and you walk away.
The fact that FlyQuest can just press W into their team is insane.
Cafe Rose, I like the recontentions that we saw there. Remember, this
So
is
take Be Quiet, alright, my fault.
adjustments kind of last minute.
I just want to say this, guys. Cafe Rose. Okay,
They also have a huge ult advantage. This is
on their team. On top
as long as they just keep pressing W on their backline, I think they win.
FRC towards the end of it, right? And so you're seeing this team that, if you look at how these teams rank up, had what I would say probably one of the toughest ways in pass. Not only that, they open up against someone like FlyQuest, and for them to even put the fight up they just did, I would definitely give them, a quick tip of the cap. But either way, that is not going to get you a W. You got to bring it all together here. FlyQuest.
What do you upgrade? Okay, never mind.
And on top of that, they've got Kin. They have Zelos to open up this first fight. Looking on the other side, no strategist ult to the name. Yes,
Cafe Rose has
they've
nothing.
got the
Wow.
Song Inferno. Not going to be enough though to make the difference between those two strategists.
Are they gonna do the 100-meter
Ready to take
ult? No, they're not.
right back.
It looks like they've been trying to force out so many staggers onto the triple strategists that we're seeing from Cafe Rose. It's pretty difficult if
I
you're
saw Vesper playing Hulk
effective
earlier. I guess it
to
didn't stick.
burn asleep onto a lingering Jolly Venom, and it's not available.
The Venom at all? Not well, no.
A problem. Melee with the communication you're talking about, that Daredevil.
They're about to
passive.
3-2
No
on their
takes
backline.
out
Ready.
first
3,
position
2.
before they try to
Hold on,
dive
hold on.
down from the top.
3,
Can't be so
2,
sneaky with
1.
the
Okay, we're
Daredevil.
going. Yeah.
And he opens
There's W,
up,
backline.
letting the
Hold him.
devil out here. He dives right on top of Cafe Rose, and respect gets
See, I'm
up.
telling you, that's a
There
team
goes
wipe.
the triple strategist, and you do not have Born Again, so you won't.
You just 3-2 on their backline. They're all dead.
Letting the devil unleashing hell all by himself, and that's just great ult tracking. They knew that they had nothing to respond to that, Vicky, right? And man, all these selfie cams just gonna always get me here with Deadpool continuing to break that fourth wall. But yeah, Melio, this is already someone that I had, again, I kind of bold and underlined, got to see him so much in EMEA, meet him at, LAN. What a great kid, but excited to see what he has here in America. Having a great opening.
Speak Arabic? I don't.
for preseason, y'all.
I took it in college, but I don't really speak it.
He was ready for FlyQuest. Cafe Rose does have the response to respect here momentarily, Vicky. You can see taking right off that momentum, but with the aggression right away.
Immediately, right? But is there to be a follow-up is the question. Respect, I like it. He's going to be able to hold on to that invisible boundary, not going to get baited, so Jolly just end up just holding them back for now. FlyQuest just trying to stay grounded before diving right in. Pixel's going to be able to answer right back, though, with that Mantis ultimate, the Soul Resurgence before the Jeff waited for it. Gets the Mantis together. They're trying to focus out on the Jeff together, too, but then they get stolen on, and it's both supports that are getting caught out by Cafe Rose. But with a double jump, Respect comes right back around with the invisible boundaries.
These new EMEA player additions are standing out in Melio. Now Kin saying, hey, I can play in the American scene quite easily as they throw 2 stretches right off. Melio and Jolly get the exclamation point with a little bit of a
The triple support with the ult reduction is kind of like throwing, I think.
As they were maybe playing, Kin was playing with his food a little bit too long.
FlyQuest just always has ults and Cafe doesn't.
Install is going to be Cafe Rose. He's got the Seize the Abyss to continue on that everlasting health pool. The Born Again and Pro Builder. Now this allows him to get a little bit of a chance.
Right here, though, at least Cafe Rose's side, not even going to try to run out with the Gambit, right? They're just still sticking to this Adam, Invis, and Mantis here instead. Before backing away, at least being able to put the point back in their favor. FlyQuest looking to re-engage, but talking about Ken, he's the one that's closest to that Predator's ultimate instead, while Jolly could try to follow up together with Melio once they get those ultimates too.
It's kind of crazy. He had such good value on it last time, but able to capitalize on top of it. It doesn't matter because Melio is just going to continue.
No question on the bottom picture. What do you mean?
As big as you might think, Daredevil mains because he is back and ready for the action. He takes down one, followed by now no binds. That's the big kick on the sustain. Into that Venom, able to keep things their way so long.
I think that Jeff pick and ban was huge for FlyQuest.
A little quicker, so now they're matched up to him a little tighter.
Oh, they're on the big green.
Not as much ultimate.
They're on big green.
They might be able to snag this point.
Literally, they are just playing that neutral.
Let's see if it'll be enough.
Force their way in without having to expend anything that they didn't have.
Show me Hulk, bro. Show me Hulk.
Beforehand, and now they're already nearing that 75% mark. As they let the Devil out, they can dive right back around. Jolly can go in for the follow-up with a piece of the Abyss. As Melio finds respect first. Pixel's literally one-shot, manages to stay alive for now. Tenji doing his best with the Namor Squid to try to back them away. Nobody swaps over to the Hulk, but even that's going to be able to back away. Jolly
They got a touch play here.
Right there too before
I don't know if they can.
not trying to expect too much.
No, they can't. It's over.
Yeah, I would have liked the rotation out there from Melio. Can punish you against other teams, but either way, they're going to have to find some answer to the Devil. Whether that's going to be banning him in general, but they don't have an answer to the
got portal off,
out
maybe.
from it. There's going to be the strange portal, though, from Pro Builder as they're going to try to body block. Do find their way in there a little bit, and they have the whale. So look out, the Horn of Brodies is going to be summoned. Seeing if he can land.
Oh, might be over.
Of their first starting career.
No, they got it back.
King going down, so they get one. Vicky, this is the start of the snowball.
And they knew exactly that the Jeff was going to ult on top of the Mantis. I love the skill that came out from afterwards, but is it going to be enough if you...
And they're back on triple support, bruh. Oh my god, I hope they lose.
But he doesn't have the current resurrection here. So now you have
Some bhop song, love it.
number advantage. Pro Builder already used up that portal before, but they still were able to at least...
Surprise, Pro Builder's on Daredevil.
I like this. This is actually huge for them. I mean, not great there.
I mean, they had their Jeff ban now. I'm assuming that's like their main like enabler.
MGB, that replacement of the duelist that we talked about, is really stepping into the shoes. Kin goes down here, Lyric finds a big kick, and that's going to go in.
Ooh, bad death.
Pro Builder finds another. Hold on, folks. We might have.
Hold on. Might be close.
Cafe Rose can hold on. They continue to dump a good amount of ult. Pro Builder having the Agamotto ready, Vicky. No binds, getting close. If no binds can survive this next fight and give him that resurrection, it very well might tie up this map.
And this is the reason why
they're walking, wow.
And Gambit specifically against FlyQuest. Ken being stuck on the Jeff and being the first one isolated as Cafe Rose are nearing 95. FlyQuest looking to see if they can recontest with Jolly being on the Venom, but they have to touch right now as they force it with Jolly in that back. Andy just call him out. Great, getting some great follows with these Namor squids too.
Wait, Cafe Rose has an advantage now. What the hell?
That's one out. I have a Agamotto for Pro Builder. Is there going to be a follow-up here?
Oh, wow. They took it. They just took it.
And it looks like Cafe Rose with that number advantage as we see FlyQuest.
Wow, they brought that back.
That's another thing. They can recontest with this portal, but
that's
with
crazy.
overtime ticking down and nobody on the points, Cafe Rose dealt too much, and they take that second round, Cozy.
What? I mean, Vicky, my gosh, let's just all take a
quick
breath of fresh air and say, welcome to the America scene. 1-1. I don't think anyone had that on this first map written down on their board. I certainly didn't, but we just said it going in. If they could win that point back with a little bit of neutral, or
I mean, FlyQuest has the ult advantage here.
They can maybe take the map.
They can 3-2-1 their backline.
For me, I just felt like
only thing they really have is just Namor ult.
A little bit there towards the end. Try to have to tighten things.
I think if FlyQuest don't take this first point, that's my prediction. If they don't take this first point, immediately they lose this match.
What they have though, Vic.
What tourney is this? Ignite Preseason.
I don't know. I did not like the res there at the end from Pro Builder. Don't think they needed it. Would have been great to have it this first fight here. So now they're gonna have to go up against what is a bit tougher of an old economy going in FlyQuest's way, with Melio certain to open up with the Devil.
And I'm also curious too, Cody, because it's important. If Vez ended up
not
out of the spawn room gates and had committed to a portal, because if he did after swapping out, they won't really have that for 3 minutes. They probably won't until the very end there, but we do see some teams sometimes try to make plays like that so they can get an advantageous point over on the high ground of this specific round. And as you mentioned too, not really ultimates online for them to work with, while FlyQuest do have some, but I feel like those ultimates were very staggered in that second to last fight especially.
Not a team? No, I'm
I've
not.
not seen them either.
I'm not a pro.
An answer to Melio's ult, so we'll see where he takes this rotation. Jolly might rotate in. He's going to go into it right away. Again, there has not been a stop to it.
Person Q in the back line.
Great rotate back. You're going to have the soul. Ball.
Oh, they're down. They're down. Keep going. Keep going.
There goes Vespa. Vest. We know what he can do for that.
FlyQuest get point first.
Staples coming back to be the anchor for the team.
They just have the backup here. Oh, where are we down early?
But Zelos getting the best of that multiversal clash.
Oh no, he wanted. They should have staggered him. I
A
think.
reset here for Cafe Rose, right? Respect knowing that, just toss themselves
Again with a
out there
huge
on
ult
the
advantage.
stalling, considering that FlyQuest already had.
Wait, who did they ult?
Jolly. Using a piece of the
Hello?
abyss on Ghost, it looks like here, and Cafe Rose are just able to.
I think he misclicked. That's actually terrible.
Yeah, for sure. Lyric, hey, listen, they were able to get this point back pretty quickly last time, and that really helped them.
You want to be? I want to be better. I don't think.
That kind of gift, that was
I don't think I'll ever be good enough to be a pro, but
fly up there with that new hover that
I do want to scrim just to get better.
Gonna get the pick on Jolly. Oh, that's one for the Golden God. Maybe not in the new
Or farm, or farm? No, he missed. He missed, bro.
With the invis boundary coming up, Zanzi playing Zelos, and this is exactly the trade you want. They have everyone they need. Best gonna go in and get the even odds a bit on the Deadpool. But just like that, Captain,
Nah, if I was Jolly, I'd actually be so pissed.
He last hits out. But here we go, Jolly committing already.
Did he portal? No, he's the portal right now.
Can we talk about Shanji, by the way, being a huge highlight player for me, at least from Cafe Rose. The S'more is popping off. They found their grounding. They made sure that Melio is not the same threat that we saw.
This is a really good TP, though.
Zelos commit to the invisible boundary, though. Cafe Rose, respect still staying alive. Pro Builder is very close to having that karmic revival. All eyes on Pro Builder. If he's got that passive, he has it online now. Shanji's out of this
Born
fight.
again?
Pixel going out. You hear the Born Again rise again. He brings them both back together. Lyric will come right back around too. And it's gonna
That's a really good ult.
another
Wow.
tension here with no bites getting close to the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, with FlyQuest.
But they still have point, though.
Keep on this point and stay the stall. This is going to be very tough now for Cafe Rose. They really need to have that take on the last hit there. That could be the swan song for the first map. Either way.
Ooh, what an ult.
It's going to pay the ultimate price. Jolly going to go in and get
But he
the
lived because that's actually a really good ult from Vespa.
Quick with the melee. Here comes Respect. Forced out a backup pin on the other side. Just pressuring from both angles. Jolly gets Respect out of here. One by one they fall. Cafe Rose, 99% overtime ticking. FlyQuest ready to go ahead and start this new era in year 2 where they left off year 1 dominant in America.
Bang,
Here
bang.
we go, Vicky. It's looking like it.
You bong on Pro Builder's forehead there with the end song Inferno. I'm here wondering, I mean, the backline of FlyQuest, they're in some trouble, but the split attention and the communication can still stay alive. He's got his ultimate available here, and with everybody stuck inside the invisible boundary, he activates the trigger. The It's Jeff Lyric going wild, by the way, here too. Clicking even more heads onto FlyQuest.
Yo, Cole with the sub. Congrats on partner. Appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much.
On getting an
W Cole, W Cole.
He spears the Jeff and makes some sushi as FlyQuest now are down a player.
Not the sharp.
I mean, I think they do the same thing. Just 3-2-1 backline and
Again,
press
this
Q.
They're in a worse position, but they're in kind of the same field as they were last time. If they don't commit too much,
Big 3 months,
Zanzi,
hell yeah.
Keep your eyes on him with the whale. What can they get pick-wise? Can they get a strategist out early, or will Melio just go completely on respect like last time and really shut down the dream for the first map win? Melio going to go ahead and rotate.
Hold
to
for
the right.
intimidation, yeah, exactly.
They're behind on the balcony, it looks like. Going to find good rotation, though, from the team. Staying close together. Pro Builder at 80%. Vicky, that's how they got it last time. Can he
That's it, this is it.
get that resurrection? Once again, Vicky.
This might be the last fight. Yeah, nah, they got it, they got it, they got it. Oh, wait, they killed him.
Dropping the wheel.
Whoa, it's not over, it's not over.
For Cozy, and a problem splitting the attention of FlyQuest. That shuts down the win condition, right? Melio needed Jolly's help to go in after
Like that, we'll see.
Devil out. And as they fall and their plan falls apart.
I'm watch partying the games right now.
Another team fight. And look at the ultimates that will be online for that next fight.
Just going to say exactly what they needed, right? Because Pro Builder now has the res, and it doesn't matter what happens, the passive on board as well. Respect should be
This is legitimately the last fight. FlyQuest has an ult advantage here.
Legit how they just just won map number 2 of this second point.
But they can Cafe Roads if they build out long enough. Oh, that's an ult on the back line. Can we confirm? It's one on the back line. They get the resolve.
Down that ult charge, but the Born again ready again. Pro builder brings her right back to the fight. Pixel getting a
Oh wow, they're all back.
here, 87%.
Oh my god, they're all back.
Portals are going to be right 8% close to the cooldown.
Oh my god, they got one.
But Pro Builder did what he had to do. He used the Karmic Revival. He stayed alive just long enough. And by the way,
Oh, and they got one. Oh my god, it might be over.
Right before he gets a beautiful snipe on Cazello's overtime.
No way, they won
away.
this.
Cafe Rose, they've tied this up. Lyric isolating Ken. This position has FlyQuest scattered. Very messy from the back line. You come in with the Eye of Agamotto.
No way they take this.
They're down 3 members. It's just a
No
matter of time
way,
before
bro.
Cafe Rose, they clear the points. They're looking to clear
No
the round.
way,
And
that's
the
actually
Tigers,
insane.
They have done it with a celebration on the Horn of Proteus. They call it in with the dub.
Welcome to Ignite Year 2.
Holy
I'm telling you,
shit,
group of
what
death,
the fuck?
favorite team, underdog, does not matter. That's exactly what we're looking for from the fight. All you need is someone to point to the side and say, I believe.
How the fuck did they win that?
Not only just that, the MVP, Zanji coming in.
Zanji is the truth. This guy is fucking Thanos.
Rise right now above FlyQuest in this first match.
This guy is Thanos, bro.
He
What
did
the fuck?
Everything he had to do.
Yeah, we lost? No, we
Final
lost.
hits, Cozy. Zanji, yes, it was a little bit of a rough start. They were expecting.
We played with that dude? Did we throw? I feel like we threw that game.
Opened up with the Namor, but these follow-ups that we had from Zanji were just a lot better than what we had originally witnessed between the Daredevil from FlyQuest and then the follow-up with Jolly.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, you can tell. I mean, look at the stats. Talent.
Bro, they were losing badly. What the fuck did they change?
I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, they were always on triple support, but what?
doesn't matter.
It might have been the Namor. I don't know if they were always on Namor.
Talk about the dive comp.
Actually, that's not true. They were on Namor.
Play as one unit, and I mean, sometimes it's a game of inches. You know, you can say that in sports all the time. This truly was.
That's crazy. I could have swore FlyQuest was gonna win that.
To decide some of this, and it came down to that last push of Melio trying to go.
Like they were losing convincingly, and then just out of nowhere won that.
With the whale landing down the horn. That's how
Triple support out, yeah, but like they were losing on triple support, and then all of a sudden they started winning.
Right for that backline to allow them to really pop off, because we did see that even with the triple strategist backline that we had from Cafe Rose, that they were getting harassed, they were getting picked apart. It was forcing out a lot of staggers that we mentioned in that second round. But Cozy, Pro Builder did what he had to do. You see an Adam, what do you expect? You have to lean into the
Well, yeah, he had some
position of the
fat
top
born
five.
agains, bro.
In that first round, they just did not let him, and Melio prevented him from trying to get a lot of those resets.
I mean, for me, what's crazy is you have Tree and Sticky, I believe, that got, ultimately replaced on this team to things out of their control. And to have that Zoe, I mean, wow, what an opening. These players stepping in, stepping into the spotlight, but also into the shoes of these other players.
Like defensive holds from Fly and good Adam, yeah.
There's not much pressure if you're the
I thought the Jeff would have been enough to just press W in the backline.
People expect FlyQuest to
There's
make
not.
a very dominant statement.
Why don't pull a Hulk
in
going
this
dry?
match against Cafe Rose. They are the heavy favorites heading into this one. The new pieces for Cafe
Hey,
Rose
hey,
worked out so well. Also,
Hulk was picked for one play, just to touch point. And that was enough.
Done their homework there. They managed to move some pieces here and there to kind of force the hand. Seeing Ken stuck on that jet, for example, I think that really worked in their favor. Overall, I'm extremely impressed with what we've seen from Cafe Rose, and I have to pose the question: is this just FlyQuest trying to shake off the, I don't know, the off-season rust? Where did it go wrong? Because it felt a little stucky at times.
Vicky, if I may, I mean, for me, a couple of things to point out. I mean, first of all, this is the team coming in third, right? So they were in third in the MRC. They're playing against FlyQuest. I, for one, had FlyQuest, a team that I said could easily be the sleeper of this whole thing, but also I had them ranked, I believe, 5th in my predictions, because I need to see them play together. I need to see this team of all these
Varsity caster, yeah.
play as one, and that is
Been a
what I
minute.
felt like slipped out of their hands, that they felt.
Bro, I'm excited for tomorrow.
You're right. I mean, this team.
Nightmare versus YWL. That's gonna be cinema.
Coming from, playing a good amount.
That's gonna be a game of all time. That's gonna be insane.
And they answered it for me too, because when I get to see that they had protected the gamut, it's like we don't see that rolling out, and now I understand why. Right?
0 to 100, yeah, bro. They did a full 180. I don't know. I don't even know how.
They had reset opportunities with the Adam Warlock I think if you look at FlyQuest and you're wondering what's going on here, aside from, again, the unfortunate circumstance of this is what happens when you don't get to play out of LAN, right? But, you know, having some players on ping, bringing in these new players too, and trying to find that synergy, there could be a little bit of miscommunication going on here. And I think it also trickles down as a main bold factor to the staggering of these ultimates and not being able to get these follow-ups that they're looking for to allow them to have that win condition. And it's Melio Go will enable him, and unfortunately we just didn't see that happen.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Melio.
Gotta make this land. I think they're doing it from the finals.
Player, and we know what he can do with that Daredevil. What do you expect to see in our second map?
Yeah, for me,
Adam and Nimrod,
first
both of them, yeah.
When you have Adam Warlock involved and it's not on one team, the other has it in their strategy.
Adam had some fat reses, and then Namor just like killed everything.
Get the pick, and it didn't matter. So
He had some clutch kills at the end there too.
That was not just pick and ban phase where a lot of this is said and done, but also just the strategy going in. Melio is going to be a problem for them. I think Daredevil probably will be addressed.
Is this single? These single games are best of 3?
Now all tied together in one
Namor
team
overpowered. Yeah, nah, I know. I'm broken.
Teams that play individually well, but there's so
Solo Namor, no team up, no nothing.
Domination. But where teams get favored
He legit
out of that
Thanos that
game,
shit. This is insane.
So much of a skirmish, and there's more of that organized play.
Given the players on that FlyQuest,
Best of 3, okay. Awesome.
Obviously losing the first map means
I'm gonna get some water real quick. We'll be right back.
Which mode do you think they're going to take us to? Which map do you feel like actually would favor their style?
Well, now you have Convoy and Convergence up, though, Cozy. I mean, I wanted to see your opinion here, but I'm thinking maybe FlyQuest want to try to lean into, like, a Convoy map.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, since it's a whole new team, it's going to be a lot different, right? But I bet if I were to guess, a lot of teams like to reset in Yggdrasil. We like to go there a lot. Sometimes they'll end up going to Midtown as well. Those are the two I would expect. I don't think we're going to go, right back to anything too out of their comfort zone. With Citadel back, I do remember them being a big Yggdrasil team as well, so that's where I would expect this to go most likely. But again, these teams have full different strategies, and the coaching is just so important, Zoe, at this level, right? Like, what is Cafe Rose's weakness when it comes to some of their map choices? They have the homework they can do from just a couple weeks ago, so whoever's helping FlyQuest out here, they can look at that MRC to identify some weakness.
Well, let's hear it. Coach Cozy, Coach Vicky, what do you think? Have you actually been able to look at Cafe Rose or at FlyQuest and really see some very obvious things that need to be cleaned up in map 2?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the number one issue there is figuring out, like Cozy stated, domination's a very crazy
Alright,
toss-up.
we're back.
Who manages to get that point first, which is why it's so important, which is also a highlight towards their reset opportunities. I think for a team like Cafe Rose, who had to make adjustments within the last, week and a half,
150 subs are only 700.
Found their grounding, and they've
Only my whole week's pay, bro.
Around the pick and ban phase that is very unique to the MRI.
Do not do that.
Compared to what you experienced back at home from your own ranked games and in the MRC when we had broadcasted that just the other week. So I think being able, if you're FlyQuest, looking at that pick and ban phase, if you're gonna protect and use a protect.
Think of it like this: you're working a whole week.
You take a look at the pick and ban phase, and you see
for
that you want to enable your
5 minutes of
well, then you gotta go follow up with your
of my happiness, not even yours, bro.
That was a problem, obviously, for the last 2 rounds for Cafe Rose, so they may stay just not banning it, especially since we are going over to Convoy.
Yeah, for me, listen, let's go and look at what I said. I think Jolly early on, I need to see.
Didn't read anything, yeah. I love you.
Melio more on this next bit of map, and it's really just down.
Crosshair Frog, if you come over to my purple app,
I need to see more.
I have a command for it.
Involved. It kind of felt like 6 very talented players going out there and having a good time. It's like we got
drop a paycheck off bills. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Behind the scenes,
we're all finding our own paths right now, me included.
Ken is a phenomenal strategist. We saw him with some big plays, but then the follow-up didn't happen after those big plays. So for me, it's just the teamwork. I don't expect them to lose this next one, but again, after that first one, it can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is best of 3, right? So the first 2 wins the series. It will be quite rough for FlyQuest to start the group stage off going down against, and that might be playing in their heads right now, the perceived bottom team of their group.
Yeah, I mean, listen, because that's what we were
after the charity stream, you got me.
It was a underdog fight, right? We have those all the time in sports. It was a truly, I mean, if you were in sports sense, it's like a college team going against NFL.
Are we in?
That's what I can say, right? The pro football team. So when you have this up against the wall with only a best of 3, there's not.
Paying $30 for Sedan. Okay, for me, it's kind of weird because I'm
we find ourselves 0-1.
I don't have a car or nothing, but the transportation is also kind of expensive.
Ooh, let's get this.
But that being said, okay, I love how the first ban immediately, without hesitation, is Elsa.
Because can you imagine?
I've been saying she's broken for so long. It's insane.
FlyQuest, again, may not have been on top of most of everyone's like rankings.
Realistic Cafe Rose? No, I think he got kicked.
We were expecting of
He's too young to play.
Just what they have. Again, just so quick already with Elsa being off the table.
Vic, remember going back to stage 1, FlyQuest lost to, I believe, Ego Death. And then they were called Side Quest. And it kind of like kicked off a little bit of an era of this like revenge tour that they had. So like
I saw No Binds hovering Hulk. Gotta see that, bro.
We
We need to see it.
Right? But also, this is such a new era for them. And so
Was it good Spider-Man? Nah, it would've been really different if he was in.
That I thought they would pick, but here we find it. And to address any changes in the pick and ban, there's really not that many, right? I mean,
Oh, they saved the Atom. Alright, alright.
We're gonna go with the lock now on the Atom Warlock. And the ban on the other side.
Are they banning Gambit or no?
Because they saved it last time, but they didn't even use it.
Yeah, because now this is also tricky for FlyQuest because, sure, Cafe Rose may have saved the Gambit, but the fact that they didn't use it, FlyQuest know, okay, well, they had a Gambit available. If they're not going to use a Gambit, let's get the Jet out of here instead, because we know that they're going to want to run triple strategists as well. So now over Protect on one of the dive characters I'm expecting here from FlyQuest, it's going to be the side lock to try to get the Wombo combo going. But Cafe Rose are going to
Gambit's available again. I don't know if they'll play it this time.
Lineup. They said it worked before, we're going to do it again.
Absolutely here, as they're going to be locking in the
Daredevil Jav, Daredevil Jav.
I think this is Daredevil. I think this is the wise move. That was kind of the one Achilles heel that they did have, and it did come to Melio. Melio's
okay.
Absolutely massive, though, so would not be surprised if they can adjust to this pretty quickly here. Psylocke on the save, though, does tell the tale that Tuzi is a phenomenal
Gambit is available
player.
for Cafe Rose, I think.
Sometimes you have your best players saying, all right, I'm locking in, I'm going Psylocke. If you don't know what the changes to Psylocke, tremendous buffs in the neutral. Having your cooldowns activate those abilities that much quicker. For burst potential, that much more. Not feeding off the Vanguards just for the ultimate now.
I mean, I guess they know they don't play Gambit.
They want to design for, especially on a Rocco, Vicky. Where
New ban system? No, this is just for Ignite. The bans only apply for one side.
I'm mostly worried too, like, what is going to be this backline looking like?
So one team can ban Gambit and save theirs?
If you're Pixel as well, onto No Binds and Chanji, you want to enable
which is like, it adds another dynamic to the game.
For Cafe Rose to refine that foundation that they needed to build back that momentum.
Warlock time, no, the Warlock carried last game.
Round number 2 of our first map, but a different look now. Cozy as we get started. FlyQuest starting things off on the attack. It seems like we can't ever escape Clintar in the.
What the hell is that Hulk Invis photo? It's one of my YouTube thumbnails if you want to check it out.
That we have seen with this match.
Pretty fun video.
A Rocco. I mean, we don't get a lot of a Rocco, right? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, first of all, obviously we have the great music leading into it, but yeah, having to go in an escort for Koa is not something we see too much here at the high level, and teams tend to try to avoid it, but no, FlyQuest choosing to embrace.
FlyQuest still on 2-2-2. Nice. Cafe Rose with the triple support. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? Zanji with the pick off rip. I mean, with a perma damage boosted Namor, it might not be needed. Like, he's enough damage himself, bro.
More follow-ups were that maybe FlyQuest, they were learning over that Jeff ban. Could it have been the Namor instead to try to stop enabling Sanji here? And now you get the follow-up together with Jolly, who's already forced to pop the armor, by the way, but look how quickly.
Okay, it looks like these teams are running Venom. I'm wondering if they'll run Hulk at some point. I know they will tomorrow, but we'll see about Venom tomorrow.
It's just able to try to farm out more of that pressure onto No Binds.
Yeah, let's see what Tuzi is going to play here. Showing a good example.
To kill Nightbot.
A lot of people like to go pure dive, but definitely could just go ahead and help out on that quick execution combos with the.
I think Hulk to kill was pretty cool. Appreciate that.
He's such a threat.
Okay, is that a kill? Is that a kill? It has to be, right? Oh, it's not. Wow. Oh, big kill from Emilio.
Explosion to Pro Builder. That's going to be a nice hit. Saw Pro Builder not get my favorite reses out from his passive. He's going to use it now, though, to go and back up at the team. This one makes a bit more sense with everyone alive.
Yeah, right, because you usually see them use it before, and then they're able to ult, but he's been holding on to it for quite some time already. He had to use that up this time around. And again, Melio being here on this Phoenix, when you don't see Elsa on the table, and a map like this, a lot more longer pipeline before diving into the top, holding on to that invisible boundary, stopping
good kill, but they did use the soul bomb there, so I don't know.
Pro Builder with a hit. Well, that was absolutely clutch here now as Respect going to be hidden.
Oh, hold up.
Go ahead and see what
Wait a
they
minute.
find out.
No,
And
no,
this
no.
is exactly what we wanted to see. Kin getting those huge environmental eliminations on the shards. We know what he can do in the strategist position, and this is going to help their aid push in.
Interesting. Wow.
Choke point here.
They got another res off too here.
The team, this is exactly what happened. We highlighted this, Vicky. We would get the pick from Kin. And
Oh, they killed him in all.
It's just finding the right target at the right time.
No,
And he did it in such a great
no,
way,
this
right?
is
So
not
FlyQuest
good,
is
bro.
able that way he can bring back his team. Tusi comes in with the KO, finding Pro Builder. No passive there as well, but at least Pixel will hold on to the ultimate, waiting for it. The anti comes up from Jolly. Is there going to be a follow-up?
That
No.
Mantis
They get to be
only outfielder with a good defensive ult. Yeah.
Has that soul resurgence. Lyric follows up right after.
I think she enables triples work pretty well.
Happening right now. Cafe Rose. They have just been forcing FlyQuest to play so split up. It's basically stopping any sort of dive follow-up that they want to go for.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to find what they can do on this defensive approach, only 1 minute and 7 seconds is not a lot of time to make up the difference. They committed so much on that last push. Tusi can be closer to the dance of the butterflies.
Wait, he didn't eat?
There's the neutral pick on No Bind. He's going to come back for another push, but at least gives them a little space to push it forward. Oh boy, Tusi's going to be in a tough position. Does get killed up right away. Going to try to go for the execution here. Does find himself a low Lyric. Can he get the exclamation? Yes, Melio finds the ending of that. And here comes No Bind right back into it as a Venom. They're going to have to win this fight perfectly, and it's not going to start out well with 2 going down, Vicky.
Wow, they're holding this like crazy.
With the dance of the butterflies here, FlyQuest have lost out on 2, and Cafe Rose are trying to at least recontest here as Lyric coming into the spawn room gates finds a quick little heady onto Tusi. The Jeff is gonna be able to just float away from.
What is FlyQuest doing,
Well,
man?
the It's Jeff soon because you're down to less than 20 seconds on the clock for FlyQuest to try to recontest.
You know, I'm kind of upset they're losing. The triple support, like, they just can't slide, bro.
They've got to follow up on this perfect. Find Respect or Zanji. Pro Building's still pretty far away from the res, so this is your opening. 5-6 seconds left. They're about to go and dive and touch. We're gonna go ahead and have Jolly probably lead that first hit in. There it goes, and everybody's collapsing.
Yeah, I think it's over.
That's gonna be a big opening for them. My God, Cap and Rose showing why they deserve to be on the biggest stage of Marvel Rivals. 1, 2 down. It's overtime ticking.
That is just disgusting, bro. That is disgusting.
What is happening?
I hope you're hungry, Cozy, because Cafe Rose just stops FlyQuest from getting to that first checkpoint. Stop them entirely from being able to get anything done with what?
Yo, that just got me mad. What the fuck?
I mean, unfortunately for Tuesday, I'm sorry, we gotta talk about it.
Oh my God, bro.
That Psylocke
Belt
was
at,
not
yeah,
Maybe we'll get, like,
belt
one or two
at.
picks here, but the strategist line from Cafe Rose were getting protected so well, not only from Shanti. Pixel was very accurate with putting him to sleep as well as Lyric. He said, "What are you waving at?" He was waving at nothing until he came back from the spawn room gates, and then you see 2 members of FlyQuest just coming around the back end in front of him, and then he could get another 4 stagger.
Venom anime is so cold, hell yeah.
Over here as we find ourselves at the brink of a 2-0, but not in the team.
My
you
picture
might think
ruined?
would be.
No, I mean,
I'm
like,
watching what I could only call like Doom match right now.
I would have thought they'd be winning by now, but I guess
They're all
not.
doing their own thing, but not as one cohesive unit, and especially in.
Like us look like they have zero chemistry? No, after that first,
playing calm.
like first map was like cinema. Like they were 320 backline every time, but they can't do anything now.
Single match here in or fight as they continue.
They're playing like me and Protected and Ranked.
FlyQuest would have to have
Shit's
a
bad.
Legendary Helm's Deep worth of a defense, where this is gonna end quick.
They look like how Protect is flaming our backline for no heal. That's what the games are looking like.
Now, being on the defense, see if anything changes, because a big focus has got to be on Sanji. You got to prevent Pro Builder from being able to get set up here, especially when you're calling out when he's using these passives. He's been mixing it up here. Pick's already taking a good chunk of that damage, but so is Delos.
No binds with a. Alright, this game is over. This game is over, bro.
Too late. Tusi had made that swap over to Namor to try to at least match that with Sanji. They get the trade up, and that's what they needed from Vest.
Wait, did someone curse? I heard, oh fuck.
Even though Vest has been on this FlyQuest roster, he is the anchor, in my opinion, of this team. He does at least slow down a little bit. No bind.
Am I tripping? Did anyone else hear that?
They just highlighted one player, No bind, getting these huge picks early. And again, we saw this from Cafe Rose in the MRT, but obviously a much different scene against this competition. Lyric, though, and Zanji find both strategists. Good night.
What about Spark Chief? I'm not too sure about Spark Chief.
Making them the side quest. They continue up Main Street, Vicky.
There's no way. Oh, there's side quests and
Yeah,
all the way back to the
Zenji-
spawn room. Games
Zenji,
here.
no binds.
FlyQuest, nobody in sight.
Gold
And then
builder,
that swap, he has the
the
ultimate.
truth.
So, I mean, somebody needs to try to recontest if they want to burn a portal, but they're looking to see if they can get out of this choke right now. Cafe Rose are looking to get set up.
Nah. GG no heal every time. GG no heal.
Oh, no.
Jolly, and that is it, folks. My goodness, can you believe your eyes?
Cafe Rose just shit on FlyQuest.
The team that would have the most
Are we
ahead of
kidding
them,
me?
The biggest challenge to climb.
You got a
Not
settings
only
video?
just the mountain,
No,
but
but I can show you my settings real quick.
Easily conquer that mountain, taking down FlyQuest 2-0.
No, that was bad, bro. That was bad.
Cozy, get ready, because they did it, and Shenji is your MVP. This Namor was popping off.
That-
He'll definitely be able to do
this
it.
Namor was Thanos. There's no way.
Get to take a look at 13.
He needs to be
did
target
not
banned or some shit, I don't
go
know.
Down a single time with 6 final hits. I mean, it comes to show you, like, you look on the other side. What's the problem here for FlyQuest? Well, they couldn't get these raw picks, right? Like, they were constantly getting.
Yo,
down.
Purple with the 5-month sub. I appreciate that,
They
bro.
burned
W
off
sub,
the
W
test
sub.
on the side lock for them to not being able to even use it.
For me, this is the biggest opening. I think this is the storyline here. With Tree,
600
Elsa,
DPI,
Sticky,
1.13
two
cents.
players that play Spider-Man, Elsa,
Raw
and
input,
they're
high
playing
polling rate.
different comps all together. Where the heck
If you want my
has Zenji
crosshairs
been?
and my
They found
my
this pickup, and I think
purple
a
app
lot of us
commands.
assumed that when they picked up 2 new players,
Jump is also scroll wheel down, the Sentinels also all-
You've been playing with this team for so long, and you have to quickly fill. And that's why we
Mouse,
all had them.
my melee is on mouse
Where they
4,
were.
my
Not
E is
only
on
that,
E
let me
and
paint
mouse
the picture
5.
To all of you that are watching,
That's about
again,
it.
the Marvel Rival Championship Season 6 just happened. Cafe Rose lost to Lunex 3-1. Lunex lost to Yeah We Lost 4-0 in the quickest sweep we've ever seen. And so it would
Yeah We Lost play yet? I think they play tomorrow.
Cafe Rose was going to have
Okay, who's next, though? I gotta see.
ahead of them. And they did it just like that. Shocking, I would say, the Rivals world, especially esports world, on opening day.
This is what I would
So,
not have
next
expected,
is
though, Cozy. Welcome everybody
TSM
to the Americas region within the Marvel
versus
Rivals
SpaceStation
Ignite
Gaming.
Day #1 preseason, because that is how you open up a stream, Zoe.
It sure is.
I'm actually not
Yeah,
too
opening
familiar with these
shambles.
players, except
Like,
TSM.
Match 1, everything's up in flames. I am so here for this. Especially, like, just piggyback off what you just said, Cozy. You're adding 2 new pieces. You expect them to come out on the other side worse, or at least have an adjustment period where, like, they're trying to figure it out. It really just felt like FlyQuest is the team which is trying to mesh their pieces together. It felt disconnected. Like, the coordination was just not really there, whereas Cafe Rose...
Me and Quackly Mog the Rivals committed? Nah, on God.
They have closed out this last map. That was dominant. No one would have seen that coming.
I've never been more pumped for what is going to be a winner's interview coming up, because this is what Rivals is all about. This is why the MRC.
I was imagining Protect looks like Lucazeel. Nah, I look like
You say, hey,
Lucazeel.
I think I can play this game pretty well. You put the
Actually
team
worse,
together,
to be honest.
And now building up to millions of dollars in prize pools, up to what we have even today in the preseason. You put it to the test, and yes, it's just one match. They've got round robin, but this
Same
is
person
the
I brain. Nah,
confidence.
nah.
This is
In real life,
the spark
Protect is
right
such a
here.
sweetheart. Like, he'd never,
This
like,
team can continue to do.
he'd never say anything bad to anyone.
I had FlyQuest.
But in the game, he's a demon.
You know, this is what I was afraid I might see, but apparently I had him somehow too high, at least in this opening play.
I mean, you and I are on the same wavelength, I think, because I also have him in number 5. So, you know what? Now you get to toss that in the bin. So he's got to start taking out her headphones as well. And I want to, honestly,
Oh,
I'll be
no,
super
that's true.
real.
Am I getting replacement
Yeah.
headphones? Because you're supposed
Yeah.
to eat these.
Yep, yeah, I know. I think
Sorry,
I said I was
Cozy.
gonna eat like
Friends
shit
are all
my
sometimes.
four headphones. I got a lot of eating to do because I am. And listen, happily, because I'm just blown away. And what's crazy about it too is Zenji.
Yo, Purple the 6 bits, appreciate that.
Pro builder, you know,
Okay, and the 7 bits, 6-7 bits. Appreciate the
We're
6-7.
Also in the MRC for Extinction, right? So they did have some competition they played against. And they obviously identified those players as someone they wanted to add to their team. They're the perfect fit. I think what shocks me about it more is that they had Spider-Man players with Elsa, and we saw nothing like it. Not only that, Pro Builder picked up the Adam Warlock that Sticky used to play for that team. FlyQuest, they got to go back quickly to the drawing board and find out what happened.
Cafe Rose really just had a very clear idea.
Ever hold mod? I'm not allowed to have mods,
They stuck to
'cause I'm a
that
partner.
triple strategist, and also, like, again, the picky band.
SpaceStation Gaming invited? Yeah, they play next with against TSM.
Melio's Daredevil was taken out of the mix. Like, they just felt so prepared. Like, I'm actually really baffled.
Cole with
Yeah,
another
I mean,
6-7 bits.
I think
Appreciate
a lot
that.
of what the staple was for that team is that you had the opening pick typically.
I didn't do any
had
predictions,
the
which,
best
you know, my
we
mistake,
shouted
but
them
oh
out
well.
Even in the mid-match, Vicky, that no binds kind of shocked me there. Jolly was the weak point that I kind of pointed out in FlyQuest, and no binds did a lot, a ton of what I was expecting on the opposition side. Again, it just felt like everybody was doing something, but not all together as one.
Yeah, because honestly, this okay.
Rooting for TSM, yeah. I have I know more of their players.
That was able to dictate and made sure that the Daredevil wasn't a problem when they saw.
But their
that
team
they were
kind of got
gonna
shat on by why we lost. Yeah, we lost.
Roll out with Namor. But my question is, FlyQuest banning Jeff.
31,000 gamma energy. Is that a lot? Actually, I have no clue how that works.
We see it from
that looks like it's a lot.
Like to do the Jeff. But from the other side, we saw Cafe Rose. They were really leaning into that Mantis, Invisiwoman, Adam Warlock, and like you mentioned too, Pro Builder really stepping up.
Imagine if we had something to use it on. Okay, I'm just saying, like,
just be summed up to teamwork. I mean, I think.
What if there's randomly like a high like reward that requires like 100,000 points,
yeah, we played well,
and you don't have it? Like, what then?
Of what we did in the pick ban phase, let's just do what we do great over here. And these players are going to be around for a while. We're going to see a lot of FlyQuest. But at least in this opening matchup, they were the last roster to be announced, right? I mean, like a lot of these things.
150,000 for VIP? That's not bad.
To come into,
I can do that.
Limelight here. So Cafe Rose, got to give props out, especially to whoever is putting this team together more and more to find the additions.
Wait, is it possible for me to check who it is?
And I mean, in a round
like how much
scenario
people,
where the
like how many
teams
like
are
points
not
people have?
cut into the playoffs. A victory against a team that is finding themselves somewhere in the middle, like that's the wins you need to get. You're not expected to win against the top dogs, but if you can like edge out those little victories over the span of these 2 weeks of play, you will find yourself in the playoffs.
Yeah, without question. I mean, listen, with what they have coming ahead of them, I think that they stuck to a very solid game plan. They didn't try to do anything too fancy. Obviously, now
How
the
to
homework
check
down a little
point
bit. I do think Pro Builder is gonna be a big,
leaderboards,
focus point
which-
for them. Maybe ban that. The Venom is banned. I mean, the Venom is a big focus too, because I kind of said that's the anchor of that dive, right? You open up the Jeff symbiotic shenanigans, but also just what he can offer in this new meta. That's going to be your ticket.
Oh, there's a command.
against
Okay.
Cafe Rose. We'll see if other teams pick up on it. But
It
I
doesn't
can
work?
tell you what, coaches
Ah.
may have taken a light day when they were like, "Oh, we're up against them." Not anymore. They're going to be doing their homework, ladies.
Oh man, I can't believe what we're already saying, guys. Like the fact that you already open up like this. I want to hear more thoughts from the players of Cafe Rose too, because imagine being a player from Cafe Rose and looking at the predictions, right? Like I would be that type of player to be like, all right, like remember, I note that, bookmark that. I'll use this in the future to see where we stand in the seedings. But now you look at the way you open up the show already, and that's also, it's difficult if you're looking at FlyQuest with the foundation crumbling with, you know, again, we were talking about ping earlier, we're talking about a new build of this entire roster. But now
Who's the next match? TSM versus SpaceStation Gaming, I believe.
The MRC. They saw what happened in the finals of the MRC. That said, how long was that? That was 24 minutes for 4 games?
When the fuck? Oh, I remember. It's like when we were on alt accounts,
and they wanted to be able
and
to
Hani was on the other team, and we lost.
2-0 fashion too, by the way.
By the way, we shouldn't have lost. I think we're just bad.
It really was. I mean, honestly though, if all predictions.
I mean, my Daredevil's bad.
I personally,
I never make any
like
mistakes.
that kind of scenario, right? Like I love coming in as the.
Hello,
underdog.
Notorious.
I love
How you doing?
When people are betting against me, I think a lot of people are rather players, not like they're not people, but a lot of players, they're thriving in that kind of position.
Any given day, any team can win. That's what makes it so great, and especially in the America region. I mean, even if you go back to the last.
Found a way to watch stream it in game. I saw that tab too.
We had Techie XD. Remember that they kind of did their run that no one thought was going to come from them. There's always
Star-Lord, Tank, Deadpool. Okay, well to be fair, I don't play any Star-Lord or Deadpool. Okay, well that's not true either. Like I tried making Deadpool work and it didn't work.
We talked about this as the group of death for a reason, right? And they're kind of they've got their one check mark on. Man, if Cafe Rose was in Group B, I'd give him even a bigger chance to continue to thrive through this whole thing, right? So we'll continue to see what they put together as a team, as a unit. Again,
Did he ban every game?
As well. This is a team that has so much for them. And
Watch the stream in game. Yeah, I saw that too.
Find them. I mean, heck, we saw what they did in a
Don't win Hawkeye one of my games.
After they lost.
Did I win? Because I have no clue. Like I feel like I lost every game against everyone.
As we saw, they were the favorites going into that when they lost it back in stage 1. So we continue to see kind of this org and this team adjust.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually here, Zoe. We're
You
talking
won?
about like Jolly specifically.
We
being
lost?
kind of
What?
like that player that may need to like make those adjustments.
Oh no, we lost to
Like,
France
we
once,
get
and
in
then we
general,
won the
like,
other
we talk
time.
About like just not being able to get these follow-ups if you want to go in with Melio and not having that success. They have another opportunity.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, the first time I didn't say anything. Like you didn't know it was me.
Yeah, I mean, for them, like, tomorrow already they have to face up against Sentinels.
Zoe can boost
There's another
you Asian
roster
baby
that
girl
we have a
support,
lot
by
of
the way.
questions for, right? So, I don't think it's gonna get any
You did know?
easier for
Okay.
them, so those adjustments have to be made really, really quickly. And I do really feel like
Tech, let me know, bro.
the game plan was just
You got your eyes on the prize already, bro.
I don't know.
Like, stick to one.
Like, I don't know really where it fell apart. They will be the only ones really knowing that. But yeah, like I don't know. This could be a really rough start.
What is expect, bro? They started 30 minutes late last time.
Of play, and they're coming in with a lot to prove. They had a great finish to their run in 2025. So
I'm guessing it'll.
they
Nah,
ended
you know
on
what?
the high note. They had that third place finisher.
Hold on, I'm
in
just gonna do this.
in the grand final.
Get some juggles in.
The Orc has a lot to prove. This is going to be tough. There's going to be a lot of pressure in that next upcoming match. But here we do, in fact, have our player ready now for our post-match interview.
First to watch this, I'll do this for a little bit for now.
I'm excited here. Finally, we get to talk to one of the players from Cafe Rose, and it's
what's
No
up,
Binds.
King?
No binds.
No binds. Congratulations, my man, to just open this whole thing up in the middle of the match. I shouted you out. I'm like, this man is getting work done as Venom. Tell me, how do you kind of, honestly, you shocked everybody's expectations taking down the org of FlyQuest, not just winning, but 2-0 and looking dominant. Explain to me, behind the scenes, you're coming to this team new. What is the vibe of Cafe Rose and this new upcoming team?
I mean, vibes are great. We did unfortunately have to lose 2 of our DPS players due to age restrictions, but you know, we picked up 2 great DPS from the Team Extinction, Proboter, Zanji, you know, we instantly clicked with them, vibes were great, you know, we're popping off in scrim, so we had to lock them in instantly, you know. Coming into this match, you know, we're hyped, we're ready, we love being the underdogs. Like, it's such a great feeling when everyone's doubting you. You know, you're looking on Twitter, you're seeing like all the tier lists, like, oh, Cafe Rose, that's it, Cafe Rose,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
we're gonna go crazy. Yeah, no.
I love
Go,
that.
man.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry, cuz I just gotta say, first off, I want to
And
know
my
where you're
ramen
at, man.
sucks,
Like,
bruh.
what basement are you in right now? Are you okay? You safe? Blink if you need
Listen,
help. But
the
I'm
space
also assuming, like, yeah, right. Like, you guys got the strats.
Listen, I'm kind of homeless, but like, you know, we're gonna make it out.
That's funny.
Gonna make it through the Ignite scene, but yeah, no, I mean, strats going into it, you know, just run it down main.
I think his favorite words is as you know.
Only strats we got for real.
Just beat the other team. Do you have a good idea of
My tank's kind of homeless.
respective teams? You do have Swamp Gaming, I believe, coming up.
I want to help him out, win
Have you been able to swim
Ignite.
against all of the teams yet? Like, what's your read? Where do you see you currently standing?
We've been scrimming a lot of the Ignite teams, you know, we've been doing our thing, you know, some teams winning, some teams losing. I think we have a really good chance against older teams, really. Like, I know we're still a big underdog team, but I really think, you know, if we just put our heads down, hustle and grind, you know, get our reps in, we can make stuff happen.
I mean, you certainly are on the right trajectory. What a great statement opening match. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in tomorrow's match.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Pop off, King. That was awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is No Binds, everyone, from Cafe Rose. Make sure to head on socials and share the love with the players. What a fantastic first look at that squad, which, I mean, he said it, right? Like, he loves being the underdog. It's a great position to be in when there is no expectations, no pressure. You can just prove the haters wrong.
Listen,
Guys, like a
this
space
is what
station,
it's all about
bro. It's
today.
like a Faraday cage. Like he's like in one of those like
Guys that are young, they're hungry.
underground CIA bunkers or some shit. No EMF radiation in his house.
They're ready. And it's just a great way to start things off in what is an unpredictable season. I'm telling y'all, not only with this meta, but with roster mania outside of a couple of teams. One thing that I looked for when I was looking at my predictions, and I kind of kept humming, is you can be the hot, heavy, flashy team, but it's more about consistency and being there, done that before. We only have a couple teams returning with squads mainly from what they've had before. And we saw it right then, man. It matters.
Indeed. Now that was just
Clyde down room.
one of overall 5 matches. We're in for a treat today. TSM and SpaceStation Gaming are coming up next on the other side of this.
Like if I knew exactly when it would start, Like I'd play some ranked or some shit.
Good flow, guys. Good stuff.
Oh. Hold on, this music's kind of bumping. I gotta dance. Be right back. Team versus AT? That's not a bad idea. Oh, I gotta do this real quick. Oh, whoa, I can do this? Yo, that's sick. Hold on, hold on. How do I like... Oh, yeah. It's so dumb. Can Ultron do this dance? I think he can. Let's try with I'm sure lagging. There we go. Like hovering above.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Surface? Nah. Nah. Feet cam? Nah. Nah. Insecure, I mean, for me, it's like... I remember seeing something about on TikTok where he was like... He wasn't that big, but he was being recognized in public. And I feel like, for me, it might be worse, because even though, like... I'm not quote-unquote, like, a big creator... Millions of people have seen my stuff before. So like low-key, I'm like more famous than some celebrities, I feel like. Which is like not good for my real life thing, especially like in a big city. Also, by the way, like I don't know if I said this, but a couple months ago, when I was getting popular, one of my friend's little cousin, he asked his teacher, like in a public school, "Oh, do you know the bee-hopping Hulk?" And the teacher responded, "Oh, you mean xotaic?" Like he knew his teacher knew who I was. Like it's like really flattering, but like I feel like it's like I don't want to, you know, I don't want to like step out in public and be like, yeah, what's going on, guys? It's xotaic. Hey, you look familiar. Who are you?
Probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously, have a big departure in
Teachers have. That's what I'm saying, bro. This was months ago, by the way, months ago, when I was at like 30K or 40K followers.
For the team. FlyQuest, they just
Maybe even less.
roster, fellas. I mean, the biggest change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid.
And then on top of that, Tim the Tatman knew who I was like
to that, but definitely some of the more talented
in September last year,
over there with their main,
and that was like a couple months after I started.
And then, you know, looking
It's Aura. I mean, it is Aura, but like.
Looking at Sentinels and what they
I promise, like it's. I don't mean to sound egotistical, but I feel like if I had face revealed and I stepped outside, people would know who I am. I live in a big city. I live in,
that kind of,
you know,
or triple is all together.
Someone is bound to recognize me.
For that team, it's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shiv, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump out to that. I mean, SpaceStation.
When Tim tried to take your Hulk, good
that,
times.
you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know: Blur, Doomed, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, who was, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise.
Fair enough, respect, appreciate that.
Brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time, and some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting.
They had to tell Tim to let him get Hulk.
The team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest.
Are you the guy that humbled KV Lucky? Something like that.
A very good calm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, you know, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, you know, that just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controllers.
It's so funny to watch Necro stream and the chat tells him to cut face.
But being able to do that, I have no idea how.
No, I forgot who it was.
Definitely got the talent there on Nightmare.
But like someone was doing like a, I forgot. I think it was for Valorant or some shit. They did one of those like mid-roll like shows.
You know, just in comparison to a team like TSM.
And like Necros' chat begged him to turn on ads. Or not Valorant. Marvel Rivals. It was like super cringy, and he begged him to turn on ads. It was the funniest shit ever.
A big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunex, and yeah, we lost are all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex.
No, yeah, we lost.
But it's more of a
top 3 team.
And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Sniper Online, WW. Well, can I get this right now? Well, I could buy these skins, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy them. Yo, where's the yeah we lost skins? Don't tell me there's nothing for yeah we lost. Oh, that's so dumb, bro. So dumb. 6,900. You know, I just claimed. I just got 8,000 credits. I'm about to buy it. Not a partner team? Ah, that sucks, bro. Jeff and Deadpool emo. It might be for April Fools.
Hello and welcome.
I gotta watch him shake ass like 8 times. Are we serious?
Match of the day. We started things off with a banger of a series with an upset. Cafe Rose coming on top.
I mean, I could skip it, but I'm not gonna skip it. Okay, you guys gotta watch it.
Are up in flames. Let's see if we can continue on this trajectory. TSM and SpaceStation Gaming are the next match. Now,
this is what people click the stream for.
Rivals for both of these orgs that are very well known in esports. Now, the big question is, who put together a roster that can mingle with the top?
All right, I had enough.
No, absolutely. I just took all my notes, and what I did in the break is just burn them all, because it doesn't matter after Cafe Rose really set the stage and the expectations. But yeah, we have another great match here with TSM, SpaceStation Gaming. I think, for me, this is going to be such a big match to kind of set the stage of who should, and listen, I'm not predicting anything after what just happened, but this is kind of the second, third, fourth spot, and I want to see where these teams stack up. I think there are
Energy shock
in SpaceStation Gaming and the roster that they put together, and TSM being
the
seasoned team that's been in stage 1 and 2. What does that look like? Because if anything has told us from just the history of the one match, is the team with the more kind of synergy and that's been together has the upper leg. Vicky, this is a good one.
Yeah. I think the big question too is, Cozy, if you look at TSM, a lot of people look at these individual players and you look at the history of what they've been able to roll out with, and you look at the meta, is the flexibility there? That was
funny.
The question when we saw a lot of the former players of TSM that, you know, were together on other teams before. But it's about the flexibility going into this current meta. Obviously, map is very, very important too. You take a look at Gale and Guru from that team specifically.
Yo, I need it. How do I equip this?
Strength, especially when it comes to the
Damn it, I gotta go to the hero sprays.
To see rolling out from that team. And then you look at SpaceStation Gaming, a team that I feel like everyone, where do you fit these two teams specifically, right? I'm on the same boat, by the way, where I had SpaceStation in that 4th place spot and TSM more than
Drop should be automatic.
TSM has a lot to prove, especially looking at a lot of the naysayers on the bottom end of things. I'm excited to see how this is going to go down, because it also depends on that back line too and how long they can stay alive with Dive being in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Cozy, you just give me the biggest grin there. I know you had TSM in your top 3. Like, you believe in this team. There's a lot of pre-existing synergy, of course. Former Rad Esports, Solaris, like they've been
playing for the vibes. All right.
Yeah, I think obviously the group they're in does help them a lot.
So dumb.
Listen, when they were Solaris way back in the day, they were looking great back then. Had a tough draw. And this is a team that I think
also a good one.
have the talent, and they've proved to be able to play together. Not to mention, they've added Cal, who is with Envy, which is a great pick, especially with him playing the strategist role.
Let me equip that.
And you have Brady, who is with Curie in stage 2, Luminosity stage 1, and then all across the board, the rest of them have all been together, from Rad to Solaris. They've got the talent. They've been, quote unquote, the stream team is what people like to call them. But now, under TSM, you've got yourself the opportunity to play for an org. For Guru, he says on Twitter, it was his dream, right, org to have, and there it is. He's on the stage to show it. And what a great opponent to show that against in SpaceStation Gaming. This team's got a lot to show.
What the fuck is it?
Yeah, SpaceStation Gaming, Vicky, I gotta get your thoughts here, because a lot of the players that played together before, right? Netcry's Doomed, Nectar, Fidel, they played in the Mega Monthly actually just recently as Intergalactic, and they came last, like far behind fellow NA teams like Lunex, and yeah, we lost.
Yeah, that's why when I was talking about like the backline specifically, I have my eyes on like Fidel and Month specifically too being slotted in here and seeing how like
how this shit works so weird
together in a team where you have
new cat. I can't give the blue credits.
Right? I feel like the focus of this current meta is also like how the Vanguards are able to hold that front line. Of course, I know we saw it in EMEA, but like we could also see the fastball coming out. Maybe it depends on which of these teams feel comfortable rocking that composition. Yep. You have Blur too, right? If you have the Rogue coming out, you could expect these Gambit bans to keep going.
Why is it group by heroes?
Because that's a huge problem to deal with, especially if you have Gambit, Star-Lord, Rogue, or insert Gambit, Rogue, and then Magneto.
Wired. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Vic, let me just point this out. For those that don't know SpaceStation, right, you have Blur, Doomed, and then Fidel, all on Shroud X back in the day in Intergalactic. But Fidel, if you don't remember, he played for Chopper Mag, filled in as a sub, and did awesome. And so he shows me that he can jump into a new team and perform well. And then it's like Scrabble with all these old teams. You have Month with Envy on that back end.
And
this is the missing puzzle piece, Zoe. They have one of who I thought was the best duelist in the America region last year. They have
that got proved.
We like to call him in Nectar. They could do anything. They're a very talented player to put this team all together.
But then, what would you accredit the Mega Monthly performance? Like, that was that was literally just a month ago. Like, where did they fall short, or did they maybe not take it as serious?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I think, you know, getting things together. I don't like to put too much stock into like one tournament, one scrim, but yeah, it's definitely not the opening they want. Maybe it's the ultimate bluff. Maybe this is all planned here.
Animated lords, but that'd be tough.
Season, that's big brain stuff.
Big brain plays. I see. I love that theory. You're an apologist. I'm here for it. I like that. No, yeah. I mean, I'm always falling to recency bias. Like that's just kind of me. So yeah, it's easy to do as well, but I think a lot of teams also probably didn't want to like give away too much. Also, again, the recent patch changes have changed quite a bit for a lot of those teams. So yeah, we'll see what they bring to the table in today's match.
Wait, do I buy this to flex on France?
I hope this is going to be a close one. I hope they can take this to 3 maps. I would love to see them being more evenly stacked.
Level 70 yet?
I want to follow up there too from you. So like we were talking about Nectar, and Nectar was always like that highlight player that you and I saw from like the Sentinel side of things on his former team. And I agree with Stoic here. I feel like also maybe it goes hand in hand though with the fact that the meta has shifted away from what we saw in that month, and Nectar maybe has a lot more time to make those adjustments. So we've already gotten started. It looks like Cozy. Let's dive into the action here.
Oh wow, they didn't ban the Brit.
Americas.
All right, both teams going with a different approach.
Are they saving the Brit?
Get rid of the server admin and Elsa. Gambit on the other side.
There's nowhere they left the Brit open.
So they can have the cards on their side. Believe in the heart of the cards is what they're trying to do.
Let's see, running that game. Hold on.
Looking at what they want to go with next. Elsa being saved. So you have two very good being both banned and saved. This is definitely going to make things interesting.
Oh man, I mean, then you're looking at SpaceStation side. I mean, they don't want to have that Gambit come out. Imagine that here, all the damage output that we could be seeing from TSM side as they go on to ban the
this skin is so tough, bro.
Going on to the next Protect though.
I would be pissed if I didn't have this exact skin.
It's been a really big focus, I think, as a highlight, and I think as people have made their adjustments to having triple ban within the respective rank game, as there's been a really big focus onto that strategist, because as you just saw in our last series, how strong still like the triple strategist is.
No, for sure. And as we look at what they're trying to pull together as their last.
Oh, did he hit the Odell?
Give my tip the cap to TSM. I like that they're going with the Loki save and with the Loki ban instead. With giving the Star Lord up is going to be what was the last.
Oh, he did. What the fuck? Well, this guy's moving. What?
Before it is why it's so important to try to get that order of operations. I definitely think the tank pool was the right call 2 bans ago. But now giving access to what is one of the scariest combo of ults, especially on a map like this in Celestial Husk, is going to be a pretty tough thing to try to defend against here. We'll see as these teams lock in, Vicky. But who do you give the upper hand to for ban and pick?
I mean, seeing the fact that you have Gambit and Starlord, that's the win condition right there for SpaceStation. It's gonna be interesting to see how that's gonna transcend here for both of these teams. Whereas TSM, they don't have the Gambit, right? But you have the Loki, you have the survivability if you end up copying out the Invisible Woman, and that's why
low-key, I like this one better.
Within the moment that SpaceStation see that they wanted to protect the Loki, they would rather get rid of the Cloak and Dagger, whose ultimate lasts a lot longer than that Invisible Boundary, than the Invisible Woman at that point. So they take that off because they're going to make sure that that's not going to last as long.
The game starts right now, bro. They left Elsa open.
Hey, good luck trying
they left Elsa open. Surely they just lose the game now.
On Elsa. I mean, that is all you need right there. I mean, the Galartrox is feared for a reason. I saw the favorite thing I saw the other day was like describe the meta right now, and someone just said Galartrox. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's an
kickers every week and no giveaways. Bro, I've been doing giveaways. You just haven't been seeing.
We've seen a lot on Hawkeye, and he does so much work on that hero. Obviously, Hawkeye taking a lot of nerfs lately. Don't think we're going to see him as much in this scene. But being on Elsa, we're going to see now what they can put together. Guru going to open up with the Strange. Bedtime Story has been playing Star-Lord all the way back in Ignite.
Isn't versus SSG, yeah.
They can do there. And then we've got the Vin.
Are they kidnapping? I think they're kidnapping. Oh, they're not. Never mind.
Trying to take it to the action. Gale not afraid here on the Monster Hunter. That is Elsa.
Toxic Zoe era? I mean, I'm just toxic for sure. I can't be toxic.
That high ground position, trying to enable Gale to have the positional advantage, but SpaceStation playing right below it as a line of sight very nicely too. They're just going to stall out before the point gets unlocked in the next 3 seconds here, but a lot more of that neutral fight that we were able to expect. Gilbert taking a lot of that damage, is able to swing away and pop the extra armor.
Yeah, Fidel, we're gonna keep our eyes on him.
Why it looks so laggy, bro? It's just me?
Get up to that 35% Nectar being that huge anchor for this team. This is someone who's gonna have to step up and get picked in this neutral.
This skin is a recolor. I'm gonna right. It is a recolor.
Oh, but now gonna go ahead. Okay, Nectar is.
Wow, they die immediately.
Instead, needs to get those opening picks, Vic. We got one to start it off.
Again, one of those star players that you have to keep your eyes on now. As they go
Wow,
inside,
they lost
already
first
know about
fight.
The number disadvantage, and they're just going to stall out what they can because they got the point very early on. Nectar popping off of Fidel, getting the follow-up, and it's SpaceStation to have their feet planted on this point first.
I'm just saying, if you had a
Okay, so they're leaning heavy into this Gambit. So the real question is Gambit in team play better than Elsa? Because they just let Elsa go. Like they knew it was gonna happen too.
Your Quill himself. Monk's gonna go ahead, rotate over to the team, push in, and see if they can try to get something early with the aggression now as well. And continue. Fidel's got the Raging Royal, and if they can get a strategist pick with it, it is all but over for the next push for TSM. See how TSM responds. Owl's got to try to keep his eye on Fidel.
They already have this Gambit ult ready. I think it just go early here, no?
That's gonna be their game plan here.
Just staggering, lingering before diving.
Alright, looks like they're already going in.
Forced out the invisible boundary. It still clips
Oh!
point, but with an anti and
Yo!
the feast of the abyss.
I didn't know that killed through support ult. Wow, I didn't know that. He just killed through support ult.
I mean, you talk about the ready, get set, go button.
Alright, Gambit's overpowered. Whatever. I take it back. Gambit's
I don't
overpowered.
even get to press Q. I'm pretty sure he had the copy and then instantly got eaten by the piece.
Yo, that's actually crazy.
As you get with the ready go comp, Blur could not have done that to better perfection. This is a team that he's played with Doom.
He got both supports in that. Holy shit. Nerf Gambit again? No, for real. That explosion. Oh, it was the explosion damage, wasn't it?
Right now, this is just feasting time for both Venom
Oh
and
wow, that's the explosion damage.
My goodness, Vic.
And month 2 going all the way up with the rest of SpaceStation. They're literally hugging them on the other side of the point. But look who's here on the point. Bedtime, sorry, no one's looking at him. TSM keeping this in overtime, but is it going to be too little too late after they lose out on Gru next? Gilbert Nuno is incredibly low. They don't have that strategist to really back them up as they're getting torn apart in the back line. Got to keep your attention.
Wait, I didn't think it would break any damage points, but apparently it did.
To take and shine.
Wow.
I don't think you could do that before, right? Like that wasn't a thing before, but now it is.
Absolutely be a sleeper and be awoken here altogether, and that is a great way to open things up. I mean, the only answer.
We gotta watch that shit back. There's no way.
Just got swallowed up by the symbiote.
Oh, there's no replay. Fuck.
An insane counter on top of just the intense aggression shown at the start. I said Nectar's got to have a great neutral game with those 20%.
They killed before too, really?
More for where you can get those value picks. And
through Invisible? I don't know.
Makes you wonder here how much attention is going to be focused onto Blur. You see Guru going over to Thing. And maybe could disrupt a little bit of the issues that we're seeing here because
nah, they're mental boom, bro. They're mental boom. There's no way.
Has been pressured out by Blur and Nectar. The follow-ups are amazing, and then you have Necrise being on the Emma as well to try to jump and catch.
They have Emma ult for Star-Lord, and they're gonna have Gambit ult before they get support ult.
All right, DSM, let's see what you have in response. And as we just said, having that legendary can definitely.
Bro, this Venom on this map is insane. There's no way TSM doesn't run this.
Great counter to the ult, especially after the buff as well.
Like you can stall infinitely on this map.
Damage mitigation, what this Emma can do. Not seen a lot of Emma over the last day or so, or earlier today on EMEA side as well. We continue as Nectar is now going to try to find the right angle. Nectar continuing to get those health bars down and up. Bedtime Crew's going to go and pop the ult. Happy holidays. It might be March, but we are throwing out the pistols early.
Oh, what a wall from Gilbert Noodle.
With that ult being pressed, so just like that,
that was actually insane.
At least it's one though. SpaceStation trying to scatter around. That's another Vanguard down. There's not enough sustainability as TSM are showing some signs of life. A nice little stall out though before they finally take over the point as Gale showcasing how Elsa's strength is, especially since we're not playing on that most recent nerf onto the Elsa HP. But this is a great sign here for TSM. At least
roll out the Venom rollout on this map. Insane.
That strengthening position on top of Gale and
TSM that just picked up streamers, but they've been.
What their game plan was. Gale has a lot of pressure on him right now because
they've been scrimming though. I think.
Be in this game. Well, guess what? You got to take care of Nectar. You have to do your role and your job. The Glartrox is ready. They found the Venom diving in the back line now. Good job on the spectators with the eagle eye view. to see here as Guru's going to rotate up, point up to 30%. Gale's got the Glartruck. Trying to find the right angle. They do have the Raging Royal. This is what the win con is. Here they go. All
right. Do they just win the fight now?
On the defensive side, Vicky now is Citadel pushing in, trying to find his first pick. Let's rotate over. And just in case.
Wow.
Cal,
Nobody died.
back, does get the defensive ult up though.
Oh, that's really bad, actually.
Never folds, and he puts everything on that Star-Lord ultimate that didn't give him what he wanted because Cal was ready with that.
Wait, nobody has died yet.
Copy onto the invisible boundary, and then Pizza Team Demon just rotates alongside them. SpaceStation force it back.
Nobody has died yet. Someone.
One of these strategists are.
Oh, there we go. Blur. Kill on Gale.
Whammy though over to the right side.
Okay.
Still finds Gale. Cal going down too. That's gonna leave just Pizza Demon by himself.
The whole lobby
And
used
it's a matter
ults,
of
and it
time
took them
before it's
like a
cleanup
minute
of
straight
SpaceStation
for anyone to
take this
die.
point here.
These vanguards are just a symphony hitting every note.
That, oh yeah, look like it.
Are locked in step together, fighting and collapsing on the same target. They just got rid of 3 pieces in just one fall swoop. Guru has Clobber in time. Outside of that, though, not loving the timing of these strategist ults on the side of TSM. You have 70% up, though.
Guru has ult, but I don't think he'll get a chance to ult anyone here.
Try to force out some ults because they should get the retake here as things get a bit more even.
Does the meta, do we hold early here? I feel like nobody plays over there.
Look for here as we see just an absolute infinity war happening in front of our eyes. On our second matchup today, Gilbert Neuter going to lead the charge as Gru. Go ahead and focus in, and there it is. Happy holidays once again. Bedtime story to put an end to the story of the point hold for Space Station, but no connection.
Oh, the way they just played around that out of the line of sight was Chef's kids. It's clobbering time.
That's a bad kill.
Seduction just catches him
And he lives.
in
Wow.
the net. Forced to back away. You see the invisible boundary, and guess who the #1 problem is for TSM? It's been Blur, who has been constantly harassing this backline, disrupting them to split up their attention, and more time is wasting away. Strangling Prison follows up from.
It's not I think I have drops enabled, so I have to watch like the main broadcast. I don't know if I'm allowed to watch like him.
Out of here, and Monk following a little bit behind. Fidel had that Raging Royal flush though to try to get everybody into that position. Star-Lord up above. Isn't going to be able to find the woman.
Oh my gosh, what an amazing ult again from Blur, trying to get that half health in. Nectar is just going to go and collapse on top of it. Nectar and Doom to finish. This has been perfect coordination. One word to sum it up has been harmony between Space Station now. Looking anything but like a new team. Gale.
Oh, he's watching
84. They've got the keys
the actual
to take the
streams.
back. Going to be a tight one. Gale and go and try to dash, get a flip. Gets the pick on Nectar. That's a big one. Open up. Play aggressive. Move in now. We'll see if TSM can take this back.
We're already nearing that 95% in favor for Space Station. Doomed does have that Meteor M as Cal gets the copy. You're going to be able to get the Raging Royal flush over to the other side. That's a big copy, by the way, at that one. Before diving in, this could be the win condition. He needs to avoid the big meatball coming out of the sky. As you can see, Blur trying to get everybody up together. Gets the ante put onto him, forcing him to back away. Overtime ticket away as TSM do boot Space Station out, and they take the real estate for free.
Yeah, but Vicky, Vidal and Mont are so close to have ults together, and TSM is going to be in a world of hurt, especially when Bedtime Stories goes down with 8.
Oh no, they get this. They get this. That's it. It's over.
They don't have much to respond to this as it is, but it's Space Station being relentlessly aggressive. Nectar's going to go ahead and throw on the M ult. All eyes on the thighs now as they continue to farm each one off. Time is ticking up. They at least have the point ready. A little bit on the Gambit ult early, but this might be it.
I mean, if anything, you're going to have to expect TSM to try to portal in because Guru comes right back around.
Oh, I don't know if they have time for TP.
He's got to do it quickly, but he won't have all his members back. As
That's
Bedtime
it.
Story,
That's
the
it.
last one out. Nobody there left to contest. Hopefully, they didn't end up burning that.
Were the Ignite drops? I think, I forgot what they are exactly, but I got approved for them.
I mean, yeah, that was for everything. I mean, it's almost felt like that they had another chance to try to get that back, and it kind of felt like the ults were going that rotation. Bedtime Stories fallen early. I mean, the word was aggression, but the song was, as I said, coordination. They were able to play so
I think you get a Gambit spray, Gambit nameplate,
Fidel, who we highlighted early,
and there's more stuff coming out later.
In his region, stepped up so much to the plate and did so today as
Hold
well,
on, Carrie.
leading that MVP charge.
We're watching the Ignite games.
Look at this. Not only were they able to let him get away with it,
Bro, they had control the entire time.
Blur trying to negate that backline from the
They
other
let
side.
Elsa go and they couldn't do anything about it. That's crazy.
You can see Cal over on that white box. That is not what we saw out on our screen. It was that Loki, and that was even with Cal too, Cozy, getting the copy onto the Gambit at the very end. But it's kind of like you said, right? They utilized so much, and unfortunately, those ultimates were so close together. And with the current recent nerf onto ultimate charge across the board, that's been like a very bold thing that we haven't really highlighted. And these changes influence comps like that when you try to prolong more of these ultimates, especially when you try to go out with the Loki ult too.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to let the stats speak too much for themselves, but a bit of a Vanguard diff there, right? 5 and 6 on the eliminations loss side on Guru and Gilbert compared to what Blur and Dude did together. I mean, just
imagine that Caster said that in my game. I'll be so fucking upset.
What the triple Vanguard lineup can do, especially at high level play. You know, shout out to Guang Guang and Ji.
TSM used to lock in on gambled my entire house. GG.
We can just see how effective it is at top level play. Also need to see.
It'll stop Hog. No, on God, they should have.
These are two, great strategists put together on a team that has clicked in the past, but we need to see them do a bit better there. Seems like, Vicky, to me, they were warming up a bit on that first map, coming together a bit closer. The game plan was behind Gale, and it was unable to hit all together.
I agree. And
back.
Being a really big problem too. The wind condition. If you look at SpaceStation.
Nah, that Venomal. If I got hit with that, sheesh.
You push Nectar forward. Blur waits.
I'm excited to watch Yaoi lost. Yeah, me too, bro.
Strategist ultimate, or is able to get that Feast of the Abyss online to then get that anti-heal, so that way they can actually delete the strategist through those ultimates that were already wasted here for that first map. And we know too, Cozy, domination is incredibly strong, but we got to see what we're going to be moving on to next to see how that's going to flow.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the opposite.
Belt ass, I hope, bro.
I had both the teams, I believe, ranked at 5 on
both of the whole goats going at it.
Because they both had
like we need those games.
To see how they were together, and what FlyQuest was missing in that first map, they had a bit more, Zoe, as they were able to climb together in that harmony. It was fun to watch.
It really was. It really was. I think, yeah, big takeaway I just had from watching this first map was that SSG, as you already pointed out during the cast, just very well coordinated. They're synced up. The synergy is clearly there. They're all on the same page. They've been dictating the tempo of this match, and there was just so much pressure on that backline. Like, what do you want to do moving forward to stop Blur and Nectar getting away with this?
Yeah, I mean, Vicky, for me, if you're going to try to do the triple Vanguard thing, you have to have such a strong dominant.
Have you seen it before and they spanked them? No, I believe that. But this is in the old patch too. The new patch kind of like enables Yaoi lost even more.
There often. So, that is the strategy going in now that the cards are revealed quite literally in Gambit, but also in their team comp. We'll see how TSM adjusts.
Thanks, I hated it.
Yep. That's literally why you get to see the Gambit constantly just off the table, right? Like, the fact that you can see the Gambit go through. Also, in the pick and ban phase, we got to see some bait and punishes too, right? You see the Protect on the Loki. What do you want to do? You want to ban out the Cloak and Dagger, so that way you don't have to deal with extra elongated ultimates. Plus, that would have actually shut down what Blur's goal would have been there too, right? Because he wants to try to go in for the anti. You have to catch a Cloak and Dagger at the very end if they haven't burned away their dismiss. And then in that case, that's why they were able to note that exactly what that game plan was going to be.
Ban the Venom.
No, they are.
Zoe, ban the Venom.
I'm pretty sure.
You've got to take care of what was the biggest problem. There were times where it's like, oh, invisible boundary up, no worries. And then you would have the clash of Magneto and Doomed and Blur jumping in there as the Venom. Those are some of the best Beasts of the Abyss I've seen in a hot minute, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, Blur on the Venom definitely like the biggest pain point, especially for that backline. As a strategist player myself, I felt that one. That one hurts. Going 17-0 as well, just being untouched, unbothered, moisturized in Blur's lane. He was living the life. So definitely adjustments that need to come in heading into this second map. I'm very interested to see where they're taking us, and here it is. Loser picks, of course.
Central Park. All right, Vic. I mean, are you surprised at all? I know we find New York a lot, obviously, to be a map that people depend on, whether it be Midtown or here. I would say, I don't know if I had on my bingo card that Central Park, and then it was Araco on the last one, as like the adjustment map, the get right map. But TSM, obviously, they know what they like.
Elsa, I feel like the 250 shit doesn't matter for Elsa. She gets so much overshield, it kind of doesn't matter at all.
The coach and all.
So, Giga busted.
Lock together more, and this is a bit better of a map that they can find that success.
Yeah, because if you take a look at like what we saw from the stats, obviously Gale was on fire, right? Like, even though it showed that he went 6 and 2, he literally put down like less than like 18k damage on that dot, and that further like highlights, okay, well, you're gonna be able to build into these strat ults a lot easier, but is this gonna be the change up that you need? Are you gonna have to enable Gale a lot more often, and then try to go back on the pick and bans where I think TSM kind of fell short on?
Yo, she kind of speaks like I remix.
Listen, these are teams,
is that fucked up to say that?
And this is a team full of pros, right? They just weren't all together on one team. I want to give a shout out to Month as well on Envy. I think this is a player that I wanted to see develop a lot in the offseason, and obviously showing great here got to cast some, grassroots stuff and see them evolve as a player. Obviously got to meet them over in China and Guangzhou and see what they could do for Envy when they got all the way up to second. So coming into this new team,
The goal whips out Rogue.
Part of this role with Fidel.
Are we gonna even see? I feel like Rogue plays too slow in this meta.
Do you think either teams
For her to be
will
running anywhere.
switching things up, or do you think like we're just going to be kind of leaning towards that triple Vanguard for SSG and the more 2-2-2 style from TSM?
Vic, I think they're going to let the Elsa through again. Why not? I mean, I think they were fine with how that worked out last time.
Yeah, I think if their focus is going to be very similar to what we saw in our last series in the pick and bans, I think if anything, just make sure that you do not enable the Elsa, especially if we see that even coming out. I don't think they're even afraid of that. On the other hand, I am expecting.
Oh, is it the Venom? No. Venom's been working out well for him, so I don't see him
see how
switching.
that works out because we know that these players are also flexible. We've seen that before, right, Cozy?
Yeah, for sure. On Central Park, it'll be interesting to see what route they choose, especially on the sense of Gale and Guru. I want to see who they end up selecting on this map, because in the past, I know Gale did prefer a lot of Hawkeye on this map. Even at times Moon Knight Storm has made its interest.
If the qualifying teams got first, second, and third, the ones invited and did it?
A different ball game for them as we find ourselves in just a complete new meta altogether. And that's what I think makes this so exciting. Bedtime Story, I think, took the right approaches as well. Like, to me, it almost came off as a little bit of those.
But, like, I feel like a team like We Lost,
right? And it felt like
they qualified and they, like, dominated. So I think they could, though.
Outside of just a couple of the ultimates. So it's fairly.
Like, I think it's possible, like, actually possible.
And then try to get some things rolled together here on Central Park, the map you pick.
Like, they didn't just beat all the teams, they destroyed all the teams.
Yeah,
so
by the way,
I don't know.
We saw,
People are downplaying him, but I feel like you could.
When you're going into your own games and you get to see like somebody try to diddle you and they just try to find you and isolate you and try to beat you in the ditto, I feel like we saw that a few times too in that first map.
We really did. Yeah, I think maybe.
And Cavalry's can do the same.
First of all, it's predetermined map, right? So
I mean, they seem kind of slow at the beginning, but they just came back. Like, I don't know how they did it, but I don't know what they changed,
kind of feeling it out.
but they locked the fuck in.
What the opposition has in store for them, because I think a lot of the teams, obviously, if they know.
I mean, they're obviously like a really strong triple team. So
scrim them, so you might not actually get.
Not unlikely.
Maybe you're not as prepared as you would be if there was more footage on those teams in this new meta.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Central Park is ready. The teams know exactly what they want to do, and we'll see now if we get another 2-0 and what some would say they expected, others would have, their belief in TSM, cough, cough, myself, at least in this point. And this is what I wanted to see, though, is how it all comes together as one. They've been here before, though. Plenty of these teams, especially TSM, has had their backs against the wall. Been told the team that can't do it, right? But SpaceStation, wow, what you can do for your org to say, hey, we're here.
I believe in Gale. I mean, they left Elsa wide open for him.
It looks like our teams are ready.
Okay,
as well.
so they saved Elsa this time. Wow.
Second map in our group stages, guys. As we take a look,
they banged Gambit, saved Elsa. Wow.
Play out in our first series between our two teams in Group A, and we talked about it before, Cozy. We mentioned the pick and ban phase may have been where the TSM team.
We'll see if Nectar's Elsa is any better.
Off the table and said, "All right, we ain't gonna have that." But guess what? That opens up for the Protect next.
They're running dive. Okay, Venom. Yeah. There we go.
Get to protect the Elsa.
The Venom Daredevil with Elsa. Right, I think that's GG.
And Banda definitely will change how this already opens up with the protection on Elsa on their side as well. They're like, okay, you.
It might be over. I'm not gonna lie. It might be over.
The server admin this time, and we'll show what you can do with the Monster Hunter herself. The Vanguard protects on.
So Gambit's off the field.
This is just now gonna offer a completely.
But SpaceStation has Elsa.
Game that we just saw from Domination. There's the Elsa pick, the Elsa ban. So the strategy that we saw on the opposite side from TSM last going to light.
Overshield out, yeah.
Ban it's a very important ban if you were TSM here, looking at what the strength was of SpaceStation, which we've highlighted was the Venom. A bit early here to probably ban that Venom. They're going to go with the Deadpool Vanguard instead.
Okay. Already expecting that from SpaceStation side, something that TSM get to protect from themselves. We get to see their next protect here. What are you going to try to lean into, right? Because you won't have the Elsa on your side, which was what was allowing you to pop off originally, right, Cozy? Because we got to see that from Gale already specifically, and you won't have that damage.
Is Elsa really that insane? No, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That character is like
Thanos
reincarnated.
Yeah, Mantis Protect is big here. I actually like the change that they're going to try to roll with, especially with the Mantis ban. Got to try to find where they can, get themselves.
Probably the most individual value you can achieve on a character. Like outside of like Gambit, but that's because you have a team wiping ultimate.
I'm not too worried about him on the hit scan side of things. I mean, we've seen Punisher in the past and more. Invis Woman going to be saved there from SpaceStation. So for our last ban, looking at what you have available, Loki's no longer an option for Cal, so we'll have to
So
adjust.
TSM's playing
But this is
triple.
exactly what I was hoping. Get that inverse Loki ban on their side is what they're looking like they're going to lock in. We have two very different team comps up together. TSM going to be more in the most likely triple strat approach.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Or per group to qualify. Actually, I have no clue how this works. Okay, so if anyone knows, how does the preseason work compared to like the rest of the season?
We were expecting.
All I know is that they're gonna be in like a round robin. They're gonna face everyone at least once.
In our first map, and this is the adjustments that you need to make, especially in a best of 3 here. 2 out of 3 situation where TSM find themselves at a loss. SpaceStation already putting themselves in the driver's seat, and we get to see the Angela, maybe not from the side I was expecting, Cozy, but from Neckrise, who also has a sick Angela.
And Cal on the Adam Warlock, good old nod back to the Envy days. He did play plenty of Adam, and obviously duelist for that team, and so I was hoping that that's the route they went. Pizza Demon over on the Cloak and Dagger. That is where you're going to find the success. And we just saw, hey, you leave Adam Warlock available to one team. If they know exactly how to rotate and use the best res to their advantage, it is very tough to beat a team not once but twice, especially at this level of play, Vic.
2 groups from each team will qualify? Okay. So I'm assuming it's like based on like a point thing.
Just day number 1 in America.
The top 4 points will qualify.
Fan faces always influence
that type of thing.
Based on which team is going to be starting on what side as we move on to Convergence. Central Park getting these different looks too of these different maps.
SpaceStation looking to run like a full dive here.
Daredevil having the Elsa, the Venom, and Neckrest. I mean, this is the dive.
TSM running like a bunker with triple support, it looks like.
And Mutt is going to lead with the cute baby, but
I mean, if they 3-2 on their backline correctly, they just beat them every time, no?
They're trying to take here. Once again, Blur just going right into the mess of things. Like Venom and the Symbiote want to do best, pleasing the Lord Noel himself. Climbing right out, 40% up and ready. The time store is rotating over. Oh, what a huge!
Oh, they got a kill on Fidel, unfortunately. It's fine.
Otherwise, the aggressive early
play for old charge, I think.
Domed him in the head like back to back. Actually, oh no, that's my health pack. Unfortunate for the Angela to back away before being able to boost at least in some months. Strat ultimate for trying to dive back in, but the problem still remains. It looks like Cozy where Blur has been the issue here. He keeps disrupting this backline, and not only that, you have to worry about Doom being on the Daredevil on top of Neckrise trying to shish kebab you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that pickoff also just stops a lot of the momentum that they had in the
Point base, so Gale and Bucky against the comp, but maybe I'm wrong. I feel like a coordinated dive against that might be too much for him.
But if you can get those key picks, it's going to allow you to survive something like Pizza Demon.
Oh, they're holding pretty well here, actually.
Crash again, and right now TSM is definitely finding themselves here in New York under the reign of Dracula, trying to get themselves back into this thing.
I don't think they've gotten a dive off. Like, they just keep dying.
With that combo, and look at every strategist ready to go nearly, with Cal coming last, but that's important. This is going to be up to the wire here if they're able to hold on.
I don't know. They have Glarchox and Jeffel here. Will be enough? I don't know.
Try to go in for the dive. 1-2.
Good dive. Good dive. Can we do anything? Yep, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the team's gone.
In the chessboard, and that's going to be Neckrise.
I'm telling you that 3-2-1 on their backline, the most overpowered thing ever.
Used up 2 of those, or whether one of those.
Did they use it? No, they only use Venom. That's it.
And it happened like at the perfect time, Vicky, because they had their, oh my god, the portal with the
that's not good, bro.
5% or so from just having the full the gameplay just completely happened to their liking with the strategy.
Oh my.
But SpaceStation didn't give them an inch to breathe, and that's what you want to do with this comp. But perfect ult tracking and or just hits to get this thing rolling. SpaceStation still has everything too big.
Dude, that physically hurt me to watch right there. That was so unfortunate right there, too. Getting a bad spawn and, like, them capitalizing it waste so much time, and it's so important, right?
Just so good we're seeing Adam using top-level play. No, in the first game, their Adam actually just hard carried.
It's fine, though. Great timing.
Well, he didn't get a single kill? Oh, my. They're on triple, and they're using ults. Oh, he's gone.
Looking down her help out, but at least Cal does have the passive. That's going to be the most important thing for TSM, because if he can get away with it, which he can't.
But why did okay.
Oh my goodness, absolute lunchtime month. Hello, did anyone notice the big ol' just 3-piece that just happened off the map from them? Full reset. At first I'm like, oh wait, okay, are they just adjusting to get back together as a team? Nope, it's gonna be Month throwing them off quickly with the spit out. Cal does have that res still. They did use both the other strategists ult to your point, so they don't have a lot of a defensive effort. Doom gonna have the devil out. Right now, a little bit of a neutral game. Cal, I would say, in the TSM team have a bit of an advantage with this resurrection. We'll see if he gets caught out of place, though, and out of pocket. Doom gonna go ahead, dive in, has the devils. ready to be let out. Here
Oh.
comes Vicky, finds one with bedtime.
Born again, will it be enough?
Look for success, but good bubble.
Where do you even know? I don't think it's enough.
And
The
is
match
the
is just
board
get it
again
regardless.
lasting long enough to avoid letting the devil out, because guess what?
Maybe it
Blur
will
is
be.
still in the fray, and we are in the feast of the
Oh, we
abyss.
got canceled. We got
Unleashed.
canceled, and he
Smart boy
dies,
does not,
too.
because he gets punished immediately afterwards.
Maybe
I
they hold
love the
this.
positioning that we're currently seeing from
Hold
Gale,
on,
who
they
is
hold
currently
this. Oh,
damaged
no way.
by that Mantis. You see different positioning held by Cal to also harass them.
Yeah,
They hold them
the
back
Adam
now.
res,
TSM finally
kind of
gets
insane.
free.
I've said this for this team time and time again, whether it's in Ignite or other tournaments, Gale is such the glue that holds this team together, especially with the damage boost stuff. You're giving this man everything you need. Didn't work on the else on the last map, but have it here on this one with a good rotate. Now looking Pizza Demon and Bedtime Story getting close to the Soul Resurgence. They need to hold on though. This is where they kind of broke on the last first point. Can they get these points up? Guru's going to get Nectar out. That's going to give them the time they need to get these other strategists.
I mean, if he's fully upgraded.
If you're a TSM fan, get this thing going a bit more. There's the cooperative.
Oh, he survives? No way he survives.
It was only
There's no
up to
way.
Blur, and he's still alive. He's still being a menace because Month is right there. He sees the reset. You currently have the Ensong Infernal on some
Yo,
Month, who have actually
I feel like the
avoided being
Venom
focused
Jeff team
here.
up is
Three
low-key
positions right
underrated.
behind the rest of SpaceStation.
It doesn't
Blur
it-
goes
it
down.
heals them
By the way,
and-
another
and
piece of the abyss. You would think
it
it's
slows everybody else down,
here,
no?
How he's been feasting like it's a buffet. He moves back, but the Glartrox
He's off map.
And Gale then gets a follow-up. I mean, negating those two ultimates that were used from Space Station.
The perfect answer. The Glartrox and
Thankful
the
so dope.
PvP
Yeah, I think he's fully
one of
upgraded by
those
now.
Alone should be able to get a couple wipes, but no, it's going to be them only using the Soul Resurgence, keeping the team up, and this is it. 1 minute 24 seconds. Have
people?
the
Oh,
Eternal
okay,
Bond
okay.
ready. Cal should be close to follow up there. Look out for Munt though. We'll see how this It's Jeff is going to play the biggest part of this matchup and what could be
Venom
a
Jeff?
to a 2-0, and he's looking for. He's hungry. He's hungry, Vicky. He's ready for lunch.
Wait, isn't that the
Everybody's
Venom
hungry.
or the Jeff Deadpool?
But Monk does get stunned temporarily. Still alive for now. Getting pocketed by Fidel.
I don't think he gets the visual counter there.
To the other side. Nectar just looking for the hunt before diving in. And it's going to be Guru. Tries to
Hello,
find the
Guru.
isolation onto the Jeff originally.
He lives,
I love the heal that we currently see from Necrise. Cloak and Dagger here from Pizza Demon is going to have the Eternal Bond to paint the floor purple before backing away. But the way
Paint
that
the
Space
floor
Station's playing
purple.
this, they're just backing away here instead. They just saw that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond and said, okay, fine, you can have this space before we try to recontest from a different angle.
Yeah, Cal ready to go too, and you can see him playing way back.
He's looking for a res here.
In the castle.
Is this worth the play?
Resurrection rolling for the team. Doom gonna go ahead and get picked up
Born again?
on the bedtime story. Cal gonna bring him right back, and here they go. Win again, fight again. Necrise finds.
Oh,
Gale
he gets
Monto.
eaten off the map.
Hungry, as we said, finds 2, and it's the strats.
Oh, that's
My
big,
God,
that's
it's
big.
Disgusting.
Born
couldn't he
again
have-
into gone again? Unfortunate. Thanks to the It's Jeff from Month, and now Space
Oh,
Station
wow.
get that second checkpoint. It's
That's an
also
unfortunate
a
res,
amount of time
I
to
think.
control a lot of this extra space. If you really get them seeing set up by that bridge.
It feels like Space Station has a strategy right now, and TSM, they're figuring out what theirs is as the match plays on. And again,
Okay.
the loud symbiotic shenanigans with the Venom and the Jeff is just such a tough thing to go up against. Gale trying to get some pickoffs early, has the in-song.
Re-res,
Also
yeah.
got the clover in time, but good luck as the Glartrox on this stage of the field is super tough to deal with, at least trying to keep out.
I mean, that's still pretty good ult. They dropped a lot of time for them.
To worry about here too on this extra side. You can see the way that TSM are just trying to play a little bit split, trying to give them their attention to make sure that they have heal for that backline. That's why you see Cal made that swap over to that Luna, trying to get a freeze if they can. Bedtime Story swapping over to the No More. They've isolated that Blur. Has been a problem here. But you
this
gotta
might be
look right
big.
in front of you. You're
Hold
talking
on,
about
yeah,
the
yeah, they
Apex
got it,
Predator is out, and he sees himself at the very top of the food chain as Space Station clear even more space up ahead. As Blur has a piece of the abyss.
Down goes the front line, and what are you going to be able to come back with? Cal is a mile away from the ult. Bedtime Stories falls again. Pizza Demon maybe can get back, but it's Jeff falls as well. And this is going to be the push all the way to the middle of this castle. First point going to be a 3-0. 1.75 on the clock. Nectar finds more. Nectar tries to join, and there it is. 3-0.
Bro, he's bug abusing, bro. He's doing the tech.
Against the wall. Space Station quite literally blasting off in front of our eyes as a new team.
He's doing the Angela tech.
Dude, if you're like TSM having to like track Space Station and the different angles that they're taking, you would get whiplash because you got the Angela flying over to your backline, waiting to dive in together with Blur, and then they were having to worry about the dive opposition from Space Station. They made the adjustments.
What am I supposed to
very
root for? I
quickly,
mean,
cozy. But on
TSM's running that
side,
end,
they
that
were like those 2 to 3 fights.
that
they
Adam.
made changes, but maybe a little too late because those 4 staggers were pretty rough too.
Dare I say welcome to orbit? I mean, can I
Welcome to orbit.
Look at what this is able to be done as a team put together, and really.
Who's the control player? I think it's
that they don't only have the talent.
Nightcrawlers
they are
or
able to
Blur? I'm not too
combine
sure.
what
I
is
forget.
Not only meta strats, but I like the strategy in general. For this
Whoa,
team
whoa, whoa!
coming
Are they
together as
running
one.
triple tank here
If
on
you're
defense?
TSM, you've got to look at what you can do defensively or offensively.
Triple
here
tank,
to try to put
Invis,
them a little bit
and
more
Jeffrey.
on their, I want to say going to their backup plan, but I feel like SpaceStation, they haven't answered everything.
They're ready for it here. It's difficult.
Okay,
I
what
mean,
does
Cal,
what
after
does
being on the Jeff,
Magneto do in triple
means
tank
that
though?
when they see Fidel using the invisible boundary and everyone wants to get healed up right back
I mean, he's a
together,
frontline
they're gonna expect
shield, I
to see
guess,
from
but
their
I feel
side
like-
of things. And
I don't
kinda
know.
taking a note here from what we already saw from Month as now SpaceStation gets set up.
What's his back? Yeah, but they're running
Blur
Elsa,
getting
which
ready
you
too,
know.
but Blur's been a big highlight now as he's
Bubble Boy?
seen
Yeah, but they did nerf the teammate bubble.
Okay, so here we go, Blur. Eyes on Blur, who saw plenty of the Venom side.
So are they just gonna? I guess I'm assuming they're just cycling frontline. But if they're on dive, oh, they're on dive. Yeah. Okay, so maybe it's not even.
Match him with the shark. Up is Gilbert trying to take a page out of Blur's note on the first map. It's a little bit of something going. Just trying to get those cooldowns.
I'm assuming they're just rotating
for their
cooldowns.
team, and we saw plenty of bedtime story on Psylocke with those early buffs. We'll see if he can take full advantage. Angela's gonna go and get a quick hit on there as Necrise now has a bit of the advantage on the height.
Still being that mosquito that they're trying to swat away, though. Taking a lot of that damage in this.
Oh, he's
game
trapped here,
with
right?
running into the full
Oh.
Vanguard lineup from SpaceStation.
Yo, that's crazy,
And
he
you
got out.
Month Fidel who are keeping everyone alive, but look at this communication. They back
So bro's
away
coming, man.
before
What pros
they
play
try to
Hulk?
recontest here. They're the ones with
So
the
we
kill.
have
We gotta
Monster,
keep trying to see which of these ultimates are online,
and
but
then
it's
we
SpaceStation
have,
having the tank pool to be able to dive right back
fuck, what's his name?
together. But Necrise
Guru's off the
to
map.
Side says, "What are you waving at? You down there, back in the spawn room game."
we have Cart
after
Lover.
getting that environmental KO.
Yeah, we saw
Any team play Hulk?
She got used to be that much more precise.
They
when you
played
get those
the game
pickoffs
before.
as Angela, and he is showing that it
They
did
played him
not
for a life,
all
only to
affect
touch
her
point,
team.
nothing-
At least
nothing
on his
else.
side of things. Now Guru.
Mace not
is gonna
the
look to try to get
Mace
back
not the Hulk
together
player.
with his team, and this Elsa pick is just doing way more for SpaceStation in terms of space making and picks happening. Now Month playing a bit back here, 92%, knows he's close to lunchtime. Amplifier up, this is going to be the moment they have to take here, Vicky. As the damage to Amplified is pure blindness as they're in the invisible boundary. Fidel trying to find some room.
Oh.
It's going to be, I mean, no, you can run, but you can't hide.
Ayuda, man. Ayuda, man.
No way, they saved him.
He said, "Get down, Mr. President." He saves the day. He gets him back up. And he got the double jump too, right? But they were able to find that pick up to Jeff. And that's so unfortunate.
More
because
Adam
look
than
how
Hulk
close
is sad
TSM
day.
was getting to that second point. And then the immediate turnaround. Necrise has been on fire. So Blur leaves some room too. As I've also moved in here. This Vanguard lineup from SpaceStation is impeccable.
One Wing Angel getting it done all at once here. Nectar is just waiting for that Galartrox as well. Might look for the combo. Gale does have the legendary, and we've got the dance.
I mean, SpaceStation just overall is like a stronger team. I don't know.
To not be able to find that value early here as Psylocke and getting pressured down to take their strategist's attention. Now Guru going to go ahead and try to get something going for the team. Galartrox is out and up. Finds
Ooh, what?
one.
Ooh. I don't know about that.
From it, though, and this is where
Oh, they're pressing Q. They're all pressing Q.
if you're a TSM, meteor goes down, connect.
He got two?
Goes two with the
How'd he kill two?
Vic.
I didn't see anyone on my screen. What the fuck? How did he kill two?
One, by the way. Like, again, Doom now moves up. Necrise still has that ultimate ready to go. Angela's been
Oh,
such a
we're
problem.
back.
If Aerith saw this, she'd be having a little bit of PTSD, as you had mentioned. The One Winged Angel coming out to play, but TSM do have two ultimates. The only thing is, though, here, Cozy, they don't really have anything to really follow up. It would have to be Gilbert Noodle that opens it up to allow Gale to pop off of an anti from that piece of the abyss.
Yeah, forced out Gale, just gonna go in and throw up the legendary from the back, see what they can find. And this is kind of what we've seen from him. Gilbert Noodle does get two in the back. It's both strategists, so this is gonna be their time to take point one. This fight is gonna continue.
Looks like they got it.
That's all you need to keep your opportunity alive for your first appearance in the preseason of year.
But did they swap up? Yeah, they do.
Great option coverage too, knowing that everyone.
Oh,
wanted to
they're back
hide
on.
away
They're back
from
on dive here. I think they're just gonna permit out their back
inside
line.
that hallway, so you get the piece of the abyss to clean up the rest of that fight. SpaceStation though already back up, trying to hold this choke. And remember when we saw TSM originally on the defense, they were stuck over some big staggered KOs, and Necrise still holding onto the ult before Gilbert Noodle tried to dive in. He sent it down on the spear, but no
Wait,
follow-up.
who do we
as
get?
everyone was kind of outside of that tank pool bubble, but
Oh, they killed someone.
still gets called out.
Yeah, there's actually a big pick there from Guru to be able to help out and trading the duelist front, but with the res that has him back to 6. 65, such an advantage here at this level play. Why Rocket gets that love. Al now playing the whole wheel strategist at this point, it feels like, and going to throw out that ult early. Guru pushing in the aggression of Polo. We'll see if they continue forcing the ult from Fidel. This gives them not only the space, but also the ult advantage moving in, Vicky. Like what I'm seeing from TSM here. Nectar, though, close to the Glartrox. Look out for this rotate. See if we can get eyes on him to throw out the monster.
Pizza Demon there too to try to save the day. Does have that itch def ready, but SpaceStation have a lot of along the sider too, as TSM are down a minute less than 55 seconds. And I like the kills too, because you currently see them just going to be able to follow up with that team up from the Venom too. You try to go in for the Feast of the Abyss if you're Blur, but fails to land on its mark here instead. TSM having to dive down. The BRB brings back Pizza Demon at the very least, and now you get to have that Sia from Cal just trying to get these follow-ups. He's not going to get caught by the itch def. Instead, he tries to clear the points, and you have Bedtime Story
Oh,
as the
damn.
insurance policy to find 3.
That is the TSM that we expected to see a little bit. They looked way more harmonized on this, and like they had a plan against what might be
dive.
thrown at them. Definitely a lot of work being done by that res piece.
I mean, TSM kind of found their steam here. I feel like they can take it regardless.
So now with 2 minutes 41
You can go either way now,
26
unless
seconds left for
SpaceStation
So
locks
they're
in.
on track, TSM is. They used a lot, obviously, but needed to. Gilbert going to be close and can combine with Gale. They did that just enough to get .1, Vicky. Let's see if they use that as their option here.
I offered to join tournament, but I rejected.
Good month, by the way.
They don't wanna play?
To the white box. A Bedtime Story is the next victim here. Necrise tries to move all the way up. No Heaven's
These
Retribution. We're holding on to. They're coming in clutch. It's so big here. That's why we see that rock.
It's fine.
Too, right? They wanted to see if they could try to
I got offered to play in a couple tourneys and I said no to.
Invisible Woman from SpaceStation side, and now you have the
Too many tournaments.
from Gale, just putting in so much of the pressure. Everybody from SpaceStation though, they're out of his line of sight. They walk away. Just wait for it to end.
Yeah, we all know Venom. I mean, he just keeps feasting. It is very hard to take that man down. They full committed on it. Dude going to go ahead and find a quick hit on Cal. Finally getting rid of the raccoon and going to continue to find what was left from it now. And there's Guru trying to throw up his best.
Oh,
Dude
damn.
goes down from it. Bedtime Story starting to heat up a little bit here on Psylocke in the neutral. I'm going to go ahead and try to hunt for Angela and the Yokai next. Finds more, 42%. Vicky, Pizza Demon needs to get this ult as quick as possible on this next rotation. Nectar getting close to the Glartrox. Does find the best of Bedtime Stories. That slows them down. Minute 27 in counting.
Wow. Talking about these BRBs, look at this. Bedtime Story is right back as a problem. And Bedtime Story, as you mentioned, maybe taking a little bit of time to warm up here. But popping off on this side lock. You see the dive there from the Venom, and that's why these swaps have been so crucial too, because
I was joking, but
okay, they haven't been able to take care of Cal, so they're gonna need to get more of this follow-up, the synergy going in this communication. Gale tries to go in for the peel, help out the back line as Blur is forced to back.
We're looking tourneys. I mean, I love to play.
Doom dives in on top of Cal and finds the
I rejected some before because I had just too many tourneys back to back.
Do not let the lawyer get too close to you. Objection. Blur finds one.
Oh, damn.
Another. 47 seconds left to reset.
I mean, they have a clear ult advantage here. I don't know if they can push this.
Perfectly there without a QB impressed, right? So you've got not only the Angela coming up shortly, and
I feel like if Bedtime Story doesn't kill like 3 here, they might lose.
Keep the demon ready for lunch. See if he can find the best. Bedtime Story as well has this dance of the butterfly. We'll see if he can get good rotation in the back and see get Fidel out early. Will spell success, but Doom gonna get Cal. That's 2 for the price of 1 with that respawn. Guru gets doomed in return for the overextension. Doesn't matter though.
Zora.
Pizza out of here with the ult. That's huge.
Puts the extra pepper.
He needs to kill 3 here.
That too. Being able to get that follow-up is amazing. TSM down that 1 extra member, and that's why they made that swap. Now Cal is forced to get off the rocket, goes over to the Luna, no BRB, and now we're gonna be able to play Patty Cake right next to the invisible.
Oh, I think it's over. Yeah, it's over, bro.
Bedtime Story, and TSM has that BRB. Now this time from Pizza Demon. Says, all right, don't worry, Cal. I got you if you don't want it.
Glartrox?
Is it gonna be enough to deal with this Daredevil?
Absolutely. June continues to find these early and often picks. Necrise finds another, and this is going to be what could be the
Gets one.
song of the early start.
Will be enough.
of TSM, the space station.
Nah, I don't think so.
Thanos, as we call them, is snapping, finding one
Thanos.
after the other. Gilbert Noodle's going to do the desperation abysmal, trying to find something of the Abyss Feast. Nothing with it, staying alive long enough, but not going to happen. With the portal coming out, hold on. They're going to find the top here as Bedtime Story.
Is there a tournament coming up that you're in? Nah, nah, there isn't.
Over to the quick Wolverine, going to go and get, sadly off the map.
No way! Coming out of the portal like that just to deal with that is crazy, but that's what you have to deal with when you're here on this bridge with the environmental chaos. Pizza Demon does have that BRB, brings back Gale right afterwards. If Gale could also go for something crazy, it could be great. But somebody needs to look at this Daredevil who is harassing everybody. They hold them back, and TSM don't get to the finish line.
3.
Houston, we have a problem, and it's Space Station coming to the America scene. What an absolute great start performance from them. TSM has to go back to some of their drawing board of strategy, and it is at the hands here of the MVP, Nectar, getting all that value out of Elsa and what she bring to the table. But it wasn't just that.
I mean, they started doing better towards the end, but, you know, it wasn't enough.
On map 1. Singing in harmony and nailing every single note. Taking a look here across the board. Anything you want to highlight outside of the obvious?
It's going to the moon, I guess. I don't know. But you get to see Nectar, who not only popped off, but literally went down twice. Neck rise? Huge problem on the Angela. Then you could see the adjustments that they made, and it was very quick and calculated, right?
Fellas, I'll be right back.
Take a look at TSM. You're wondering, were these
get some water, bathroom, that type of stuff.
To try to get this
good opportunity to get some food yourself, get some snacks between games. I'll be right back.
Saw that Cal kept getting a lot more out of these BRBs. You called that out amazingly, Cozy. So they swap off. Cal getting maybe a little tilted here. Says, all right, Pizza Demon, let's try this. We will run out with the Animal Crossing backline. Pizza Demon was schmoving a little bit. Still got harassed by Doom, though. And it split a lot of that team focus fire up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just survivability across the board, absolutely crazy in terms of Space Station. They use Doomed aggressively where they can because, they were able to get the trades off it. Only 2 eliminations for Nectar is absolutely wild. Like a 22.0 KD. Are you kidding me? Absolutely perfect numbers. And that's what I thought their ticket was. We talked about them. I did with the other casters before, and I was like, you know what? If Nectar continues to do what we saw them do with Sentinels, this team can clearly, blast off to space, and we just saw that. So great opening from them as an org, and really no notes. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Honestly, seeing the way that second series already played out. Remember, it is 2 out of 3, right? So it's very quick to see a lot of these teams get that momentum. As Zoe, now you coming into the fray, you get to see how everything got to play out in that Central Park. What are your thoughts there after seeing the pick and ban phase change up exactly how you wanted?
I mean, clearly the teams have the right read here, right? I'm just very, very, very impressed with the cohesion from SSG. I think this is such a statement piece, and that's exactly what we need to see from them heading into tomorrow's match, which is going to be against Liquid Citadel, the top dog of their group, right? But if they can rock up with this kind of coordination, with this kind of pacing, and with just this kind of dominance, I don't know, that might be a lot closer than some people might expect.
For me, it's why I'm a fan of best of 5 a lot of the time, Rick, because it allows you to get this breathing room. But in this quick round robin best of 3 format, like we've seen it. We saw it with EMEA before and right here, right now. Like the team that's winning that Dom, it's so hard to quickly adjust your game plan, your mental, and then just try to flip it right back to them. 2-0s are a plenty right now because of this quick pace, adjustment to the meta and the teams around them.
Yeah, I mean, but the adjustments were made, right? Just for TSM, especially like in the game itself, like those kind of adjustments always came just a little too late in the map, a little too late in the series where, at that point, SSG was already like snowballing so heavily.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely
listen, Vicky, what was the player that stood out the most for you from this SSG team?
I mean, Nectar, right? You talked about it already before, because the thing is that you're so busy trying to focus on making sure that you're peeling for your backline. Guess who's just getting away with getting these free KOs? Looking down the lane where Elsa perched high on her tree, it's gonna be Nectar being able to pop off basically for free, uncontested.
Yeah, they had an incredible game, but also Necrise. That Angela was such a massive issue for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the patch notes and people were like, is Angela, never dead, but different for sure. And how are those changes going to affect the pro scene especially? Because we've seen tons of pros obviously love Angela and what they offer in the nicheness of the Vanguard category. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of how they utilize the hero to the best success that they could. Looking back at what they could do better, I don't even know if I could say much. I mean, obviously the game plan I think is a lot of what Nectar did on Star-Lord on the first map, Elsa on the other. So look at him as their main look at them as their main point. But Nectar, they're tough to stop. We saw it with Sentinels, back last year.
Yeah, and you know what I also just saw, guys? I mean, like, you talked about the changes that we were expecting. Angela, how now she gets a little bit more fluidity. Daredevil nerf where? Like, we get to still see like Daredevil just popping off and still harassing so much of this backline, but it's also about wasting time, right? Splitting that focus and trying to enable your other teammates to get into a better position, which was just basically like butter on toast when you have to look behind you and look at the Daredevil, but then guess what? An Elsa is able to get so much piercing damage. We saw a little bit of that movement too from Nectar earlier.
Yeah, I think honestly with the changes and like the uncertainty in the meta, like those pick and ban phases are so crucial. They're going to be so interesting as the teams have to adapt map to map when they really see how much stronger some of those heroes still are despite the perceived nerfs. Also, we had White Fox appearance. Moth played White Fox. Initial thoughts here and how that slotted in?
Yeah, before, if you guys don't know, you're just coming in watching, this is not the patch where White Fox got the buff. This is kind of previous before that. So it was fun to see the quick change of like the dive nature of what they were trying to do to close up the point. That's probably why you see a quick adjustment there and how tight the corridors were for them. And speaking of White Fox as the new strategist, that's for TSM what I need to see cleaned up. The strategist play in general. I mean, it feels like we're back in the mid-season finals, guys. Jeff is just on top of the meta right now in this dive comp. Something that might seem puzzling to see as a ban, but I think is an important ban. I mean, it could definitely just really help the team. I mean, Cal, they were cooking with Adam in those Born Agains, but then they always had the answer. Month would just eat them up.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're trying to get ready for our interview, and here they are, Nectar joining us for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. What a dominant first showing. What did prep look like heading into this match? How did you feel you're going to stack up against TSM?
Well, I think going into the match we were pretty confident. You know, I think all six of us, even though we were on like different teams and like part of different cores, I think we're all really capable players, and you know, I think we really put in the time and the effort this week, especially to prepare for the match.
Hey, Nectar, good to see you again, man. You know, I've been waiting to be able to talk to you, and we're back. It felt like it just, you know, came so quickly, you too. And so, you know, obviously got to spend a lot of time with you in China and I mean, all over. And I got to ask you, I mean, you were with Sentinels, right? Now you come here, you have a team of Intergalactic coming together, you know, Shroud X before that. You get Month from Envy. It's a little bit of like everyone from everywhere. What is the identity of this team? How did it come together? How is the team, you know, and the vibes as one?
Yeah, well, to be honest, like Month has been like my best friend basically for like probably like the past like majority of the last 10 years. So it's been nice to actually like finally be able to like play on a partner team with him, especially this night. So, and I think him and I really play well together. So that's helped us a lot. And I think just in general, when I was traveling in the off season, I really like the core. I like their ideas of the game, and I really believe that, you know, that we'd be capable of, you know, winning and doing pretty well.
Awesome.
Austin, thank you so much, Nectar. I mean, you were popping off, right, in that last previous series. We just saw the stats across the board. You guys were able to make that really quick adjustment. I love how you guys went over to the Daredevil to then focus down on the Rocket because that BRB was getting a lot of value. Looking forward, though, into day number 2, your next opponents are on the complete other side of a lot of people's predictions. And it's going to be against Team Liquid Citadel, I believe, for the very end of day number 2. Just looking at the way that you were able to pop off today, I mean, how are you feeling you guys are going to do in the current meta against a team that's as strong as Team Liquid Citadel?
I feel like the fact that, especially Doomed and I, we're very flexible, and you know, we're both like willing to play whatever we need for the comp to work. I think that's a big strength that we have. So we'll just have to see. Prepare well, try hard. Same thing as usual.
Well, Nectar, listen, I said on a cast, I was looking at the team and I was like, hey, they've got a pretty cool team, but Nectar, I mean, we called you Thanos, man. And it's like having you here is fun to put the team all together. Give my big shout out to your Vanguards, though. I thought they played tremendous this last match too and just had perfect flow and comms. So again, just big congrats to you and excited to see what else you guys have in this Group B.
All right, thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Cozy.
Appreciate it.
Great to hear from Nectar after they, together with their team, just got their first W on the board. Hopefully many more to come. And quite frankly, they looked so cohesive. Like, given the fact that they are just kind of thrown together like that, there's so many different players coming from different teams with different identities. So sometimes that can you know, kind of result in a clash because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. But for this one, it's been working out. They are eating. So let's see what treats they have for us in their upcoming match tomorrow. They will be going up against, Liquid Citadel. How do you guys feel they're going to stack up against them? Not having seen Citadel in action just yet, or Liquid Citadel rather.
All right, we're back.
Liquid is a very good team. So, you know, to not take away from what I was very impressed with SSG. I think it's really cool that month and Nectar closed, Nectar popping off. That's what Roster Mania is so cool about, is to have these big changes. Liquid is a whole nother beast. If you look at not only what they, you know, got from America, but also over from EMEA, that entire team is stacked. And that will be the true litmus test, right, for SSG. Because if they can, you know, show a strong performance, win or lose, but strong performance, then wow, the America scene is just...
Play on previous patch, really?
Fun, to be honest.
Alright.
It is indeed. Now, that was just match 2 of 5. And next up, we're going to have Sentinels taking on Swamp Gaming after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax.
Right. Who will? Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
What's the sound of it? What does it sound like?
And stay down.
Double KO! That's 3!
Coming through.
Wow, 4 in a row!
We're gonna do what we have to do.
5! That's amazing! 6 in a row! Way to go!
And stay down. Let's dance. Enemy ahead.
Double KO!
Engage.
That's 3!
We're gonna do what we have to do.
Wow, 4 in a row!
Any particular Fortnite emote you want the Hulk to do?
Sorry, soldier.
You know, I have like Fortnite and the Hulk emote, and sometimes I'll just get emotes
And stay down.
just for video, but I don't know. Electric swing. What the fuck is that?
Oh, the Hulk has movement.
You know the party emote?
You're relieved of your catch.
The one that Goku does? They have some goofy stuff, W.
That's 3!
Direct hit.
I mean, if I saw it, I probably would know.
Wow, 4 in a row!
Hoping for some words of wisdom from King Hulk. So how do you stop getting taken advantage of? Okay. Maybe I can demonstrate a little.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, so what most people do, they'll be in a fight in front of a team of like full CC abilities. They'll ult right in front of them and then get hit with 4 CCs in a row and then die immediately, right? That's not what you want to do. What you want to do is be in comms and say, yo guys, I'm gonna ult, push up when I ult, okay? And then you're gonna dive bomb behind them. Well, I don't have ult, hold up. So you're gonna dive bomb behind them. Hey team, push up with me. You're gonna be far away from them, but that's okay. Because your goal is just to bait some attention away, and then when they're not looking, you go in. And then you go, no, do your thing. And sometimes you can't even like go for the juggle, you just have to play out, go for the right clicks. Like sometimes you just have to remain mobile. Like for your right click. Are we back?
Obviously, 100 Thieves is
I'm gonna hit him. What was that?
all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together.
We'll jump out to that. What we can see here. Everything, and then SJ, who's at a very similar duelist. Brand new roster coming in, but how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, that just that. But being able to do that, I have no idea how you're able to play at this level. So definitely.
From last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year.
I was chosen by Bast.
Lunex,
Let me show you why.
All the teams from the MRC. Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel rivals and anything can happen. And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team. Even though they qualified the MRC, they are dive heavy and the Ignite preseason.
back one and all to day one of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason in the Americas. Zoe here, joined by Vicky and Cozy, and we're about to set the stage for map number 3, Sentinels going up against Swamp Gaming. Now, Cozy, you have this one as your match of the day. Let's walk me through it. Why do you think this is going to be the Giga Banger?
Well, for starters, the day didn't go anything of what I thought it was going to be, but it still is the match of the day, in my opinion. I think when you looked at Group A and the Group of Death, that 1 through 3 spot for a lot of people had 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Swamp Gaming as those 3. We've heard a lot of things about Swamp Gaming being this not up and coming team. I would say the team that's doing well kind of in scrims and behind the scenes, but we know the storied past of Sentinels, 100 Thieves, and Sentinels. They're kind of back to their old form. Obviously, they don't have all the OG members, but you have Rymazing, Kurova back with Crimzo, and so will the kind of consistency win this one, or the hot and on fire Swamp Gaming? This one's going to tell us a lot about the Americas scene.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to like looking at my predictions, the number 2 and number 3 spot.
You love Yunza? I mean, I knew him from Overwatch, but I don't know if he plays Rivals.
To placing where Sentinels and Swamp Gaming was, and this was the series.
Isn't he just like a normal ass player in Rivals, like nothing crazy?
Telling us where these top end teams are going to be staying. Are they the scrim bucks that you can't cash in when tournament day matters? Or is it going to be like the old former team kind of getting that reunion that Cozy was just mentioning from Sentinels, going to be able to find that form? I honestly personally feel like currently when I look at the pieces of Sentinels, they have that synergy, Zoe, but it's like, is the meta going to really benefit them is the real big question mark for me.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had to go kind of back to the drawing board because a lot of stuff that they played last year it's not really going to work this time around. They also really fell short at the end of 2025. So, they didn't make the grand final. A lot of people are then, of course, immediately questioning, like, the consistency. Like, are they really that good? Yes, they kicked things off, like, winning it all in stage 1. But then it was kind of downhill from there. Now, of course, Sen fans always stand, right? So, like, Sen City is always going to be behind them. So they will always pick them as the favorite, like, no matter where the meta is and how well or bad they're doing.
Rob Moore definitely knows.
I don't know how the Black Panther players do this shit.
A great team. I mean, but the GOAT, Aramori, the GOAT being gone, and a huge piece of that team, kind of the ult caller, ult tracker, and perfect timing as we look at the Sentinels team. Player I want to highlight, a lot of big shoes to fill. I've got 2 for you. Flamey, first of all, is going to be stepping into that role. Flamey, funny enough, came from Intergalactic and Shroud X, where we just saw all that success from SpaceStation. So that's the strategist back from them joining Sentinels. Obviously, we know Crimson does so well as that coach and player. Dongmin is so interesting of a pick here for me as that second Vanguard. I mean, Vicky, we've seen his storied past where there's been great moments and also some letdown. So I want to see what Dogman we've got now and what he's kind of gone up to be. And then you sure as well. Team Carry was where they were last with stage 2, seen him in MRC. Good duelist player to complement Rymazing, who might be the jack of all trades. I think Rymazing is a great complement duelist to any duelist that he has on his team. And he picked Iron Man for a reason. This was his first love, and he's looking back a little bit.
It's one conversation I will never forget having with Sentinels when we were Sentinels is what I mean. I mean, formerly Dark Zero over in the back room here, Cozy, in Championship, was Rymazing saying, what can I do to like force out the Iron Man? I would do anything. I love playing Iron Man, but it's extra funny too because it's true. Rymazing's like a professional ditto. He could slot in to whatever you tell him to do, whether it be triple strategist, but now we take a look at Swamp Gaming and you talk about, all right, are the scrim bucks actually going to catch out right now? I really like this look from this team. First off, you have an amazing foundation already from a roster that has a lot of synergy together, but you look at that backline, and Day specifically is an insane Daredevil. The coach of Swamp Gaming was talking to me. He was telling me, like, easily, hands down, Days is probably going to be looked
Days,
at
okay.
You can't target ban our Vanguards. Our Vanguards are just so flexible, but Days, of anything, being that problem, be the Daredevil that they want to focus on. He said that he thinks that Days is the best Daredevil right now in the region. For Valentina Eve, though, being integrated here into this team is also a very big foundation to the Strat backline who know how to hold their own in a composition where you could sometimes expect a dive.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, of course, they do have the same coach with Fox, right? So there is also that. I think adjusting as a team to a new coach, that can really like flip things upside down. For them to have that pre-existing synergy, not just from Team Nemesis, but also from Rad Esports, not from Rad Esports, that's Forky Dog. But for them to have like that pre-existing synergy. I think this is really going to come into play. I also was just so excited to see Valentina finding a new home, right?
Yeah.
Because we see her along Chime, and who else was on that team? Stinker, Chuckles, like on Dreamland. So it's great to see her back in the mix and back in action. I think they're going to make a really competent backline.
Valentina is an awesome addition. I mean, coming from Dreamland, and it's fun to see her outside of that team. You know, she played with a
I don't know how the Black Panthers do this shit. It's so hard.
Demon as well, a ladder demon. If you
Turn my mouse.
seen so much from what they're able to put together. And then, yeah, outside of that in Forky, you've got what was Team Nemesis, you know, and some of the core back in the day. And so the reason I bring them up is because Vicky and I, we had the luxury. It always kind of seemed like we were casting their biggest games. And they do so well in these matches, I feel like, that build up to the biggest spotlight. But I need to see them in the biggest of moments. And I feel like this is one of them. To prove yourself in this new scene, that's why I'm so excited to see these two Titans clash.
Yeah, I'm honestly
I hope
like
for a really close match. Vicky, if I'd ask you for a scoreline here, like, can they take it to map 3? Are we going to see one today?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a good one, guys. Get ready, strap them. Hopefully I don't just caster curse that. Of course, you just saw it too, a little preview on your screen. You know, it always happens, so it always ends up going on, and I know Cozy and I always have to apologize to the players because it wasn't us, but we are expecting a banger of a match for our very third game of the day in Americas, because now you have a team that had that cohesion, and then you look at a team who not only have brought these really strong backliners that you guys were just talking about, but you take a look at like the Scrim Bucks, again, taking that with a grain of salt. Just the fact that they haven't lost, specifically Swamp Gaming, have not lost a scrim on this patch, even against some of the biggest Titans in the region. Like, they have been able to really pop off against 100 Thieves. I believe just yesterday they had Scrim 2 against 100 Thieves, and they didn't lose a single game. So we got to see how that transitions, where it counts going into this series in our tournament.
Indeed, and as we talked about the meta here, right, Vicky, you said that the current meta might not really favor what we know from Sentinels. What adjustments do you expect to see from the individual players here, Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they
my arm hurts. I can't do so more.
Bringing in Crimzo with, you know, old friends, the original kind of OG Titans of the America region. I don't think we're going to see much Korova on Adam Warlock, as much as we love to tote it up and ready to see it, especially on Domination. That's not sneaking through the cracks, right? I know Swamp Gaming knows what they're doing. I'm a competitive guy. I had Swamp Gaming as my third and Sentinels as my second, but it was back and forth, and I'm going to find out and get humbled here potentially as they close in. But yeah, we've got a good one, Zoe. All right, Vicky, are you ready? We've got ourselves the matchup, Sentinels, Swamp Gaming. Here we go on the pick and ban phase. So important, and we know who's leading the helm over there with Crimzo making the picks as the coach and Melophobia on the opposition. Reed Richards, he waves to us down below. Gambit Elsa, we've seen this before, going to be our opening bans with the save going to Elsa. Melophobia.
Elsa, I'm assuming
they... Depends on how you want to really utilize, like...
Okay, ban out their triple support and then save Gambit, no?
Already noted. That's why it's the first thing off the table while the second ban goes forward to...
Oh, no, they don't. Interesting.
Their Mantis here, Cozy, they want to get that damage boost to help enable Korova, or rather, Yusher and Rymazing.
Yeah, with the Mantis save and pick like
wow, they're not banning...
That Rymazing has this incredible flexibility. He's going to go over...
Gambit? Okay, well, they ban Gambit for sure.
Yusher having to carry a large load for the DPS department. Korova, he's begging for that Atom ban because then it opens up other options. But if it is left available, the Golden God, and dare I say the Living Tribunal,
Kevin Rose the Goats?
You know what's up there.
I don't know how they brought that shit back.
Be making an appearance potentially, but the ban on Gambit is going to come from
they were losing badly, and then they just like became Thanos out of nowhere. I don't know.
Mantis, but I think that's the game plan all along. They don't want the Gambit. They're going to play the game that they want to play.
So Sentinels is just not going to run Gambit at all. It looks like
the last ban. Everybody's
they have the opportunities to save Gambit, but I guess we're not doing that.
And I think that's a big thing to shut down Sentinels, especially again, Mantis, where you've got to play perfect.
Wow.
There's the Daredevil save though, Vic.
Yeah, because you were talking about it in one of our earlier series, Cozy, that having Adam on Dom.
Just like then, so nobody. No, I know.
When it comes to looking at Korova, how many?
I was looking at
seems like the embodiment of Adam, right?
Their team, the Venom, uncontested.
You can work off of. And
Adam
Jeff Man being the
went crazy.
That Sentinels puts down onto Swamp Gaming. Now we get to see everybody lock in, but guess what? They let the devil out of jail, and Daze is able to flex right back over onto that role. Again, they're feeling very confident just after talking to them alone and seeing how Sentinels is going to try to bring out their best.
We got the best triple support comp in the game versus
for the
best
team,
DPS in the
specifically
game.
Sentinels, to really figure out what those weak spots were compared to what we
Yeah,
saw.
the Namor was going
For
crazy.
sure, and with our Morial, I mean, all
He has some
eyes on
clutch-ass
Fumei.
kills in the
What a
end over
great
there.
addition, because I think Fumei is a.
He said Day, yeah. They have a. I think Day got signed as a
Loki especially. We
content
saw
creator, not a player.
The intergalactic squad. So now here, and with Kuroba not having Adam, first of all, he's used to it. All right, the man is used to this guy being banned, and even when Adam was out of the meta, was able to flex over, play plenty of Sue. So that's what we're going to see here. Yusher, this is where we've got to see kind of the battle of Yusher versus Mello. You've got a lot of poke points here, and we're going to see who can get the best of these sight lines. Because if Yusher is able to get those important picks early, I believe with the triple strat, they can handle what Daze will bring in. Daze being this new Daredevil too, I love, because I mean I always just think of him as the Wolverine pick.
He's letting instead of the claws out, he's just letting the dive in instead. And he's
The
got
devil
the devil in literally.
Okay,
right?
Swamp. Okay, looks like a heavy dive
But
comp.
then you also allow Mello to pop off. I think it's really important to highlight like how strong this backline from Swamp Gaming is, to the point where Sentinels had to ban out 4 strategists just onto Swamp Gaming alone. Let's see. If
Oh, I didn't
that's
realize they
though,
did.
after we
They
see
did ban out a bunch of
this play
supports.
out.
Yeah, Valentina's like, I don't need the buff here for the white box. We're going to have it a part of the game plan to go with Daze. We expect there to be a heavy aggression from this team early in our first look at 2 Titans clashing. Once again, point opens up in 2-1, and here we go, folks. Strap up, put the seatbelt on. This is going to be a good one. Dogman loves his Magneto. Played him early in stage 1 and 2. Back here for the Sentinels, doing it again. Here's man going to go ahead and show
Imagine when they actually had Thanos. No, that'd be hilarious.
So on Captain America. On the side of Swamp Gaming, Daze on the quick dive. They're going in quick on the target. They find their
Oh, already with a kill.
of the pie. That's going to be Yusha going down first.
Actual being able to isolate him in the perfect angle before diving over to the other side. Crimson's right
We're
there.
both out already.
Daze is taking a good amount of chunk damage, but Scatter together with that tank ultimate is going to be able to bring everybody together. Look at him. Dogman finds one pick, but it's fine. Swamp Gaming have the advantage.
That's a funny picture.
Yeah, Yusha's going to be the first
Oh,
pick
wow.
to go. This is going to be a long road for Sentinels because they need to make up for the last
What's the upgrade
advantage here on this squad. But Fumei up to 70% at least gives him a chance.
Oh, he upgraded his gun first. Interesting.
On this point, as we always see in Wakanda, this is definitely one that.
Why is every Rebel stream doing this? I think we get
within this game.
we get drops.
This man gonna go ahead and go rotate around to find Crimso on the Angela. Interesting pick here.
So if you watch, you get drops.
For the Angela on this map in particular.
I was going to ask you too. I mean, could it be the verticality that we have with the repositioning? Maybe the also like quick awareness of being able to peel if they can. Right, amazing with a great pick of a Forky Dog is going to be the green light button. Flemay is going to give you have the god of
He wanted to
vision
watch me play.
to get the copy from Rymazing into the Soul Resurgence. Dartrox is out and about from Mello, and Kraz has been able to isolate Korova, who was so close to having that ultimate.
Yeah, that's a massive pick. But Yusha does find 2, and that is what they need exactly as Kurova goes down early, trying to get another pick here on.
Want to watch real rivals? This is real rivals. This is like the best of the best, no?
With freedom never dying, finds himself
Crazy man.
with the melee. That's the most un-Steve Rogers.
I mean, this guy's making
taking out 3 heroes.
Captain America look really good.
Not gonna get the slam dunk.
Their dive is really good, though.
Outfit there, honestly, doesn't need it at this point here because he brings and rallies everybody together with the freedom charge too, and they held it down because Valentina was also able to get that ultimate online. A nice look at what White Fox could do before the both, but letting the devil out meets it's the green light button, and Rymazing was ready with the Soul Resurgence. They try to back away, and Yusher with the damage
got the
boost
kills.
is gonna melt
Wow.
down through both of the strategists of Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, man, this is, I mean, Yusha's playing the role that they need to. Very interesting comp with the third now, going for 4. Can he find it? Now, this is exactly what they need, though, for this team. And, you know, it's a very untraditional comp. If you're coming here looking at it, especially as a casual, you're like, what is this team makeup? But it's the plan that they had set in motion. Yusha getting the best from the neutral game.
Okay, if you're like a Hulk and Jor, I recommend watching tomorrow.
Push in here on Swamp as they come out of this spawn.
YWO versus Nightmare. They both have some, arguably 2 of the best Hulk players in the world.
And it's fun to see Kurova.
You can make a case for both of them being rank 1. So if you were to watch a game, it would be tomorrow. Nightmare versus we lost.
Originally from Swamp Gaming brought them to that 93%. Dogman, can he hit the
Ooh, he get the
and it's a little bit of deja vu, but it's
Reflect.
fine. Just enough of that damage, though, is a nail in the coffin to at least find Daze, but Kratz is going to be able to get that trade off with Yusher, who was unable to get the
It was
reset
insane.
up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yusher.
Nice Daze counter there. He was able to do with the batons, but no, the quick neutral finish was all he needed instead. Now, Fumei trying to keep their team up, forced to put lanterns out, keep eyes on that cooldown, looking for the copy, trying to look at which one he wants to go with. Gonna go with the Soul Resurgent once again, push on the aggression now. The team with the Swamp Gaming halfway to the point. Flamay pushes.
That was actually a crazy hold. That was really good trick of discipline.
Nothing from it.
He waited for ult and then he went after.
Part to sustain here, Vic.
But then you have Kraz, who's still in your face. Captain America is here to lead the way, harassing the backline again. They need some help because
Wow, this guy makes it look insane.
This just leaves the Invisible Woman to try to survive.
Wow, holy, maybe Cap isn't
got
gonna
in time and has a freedom charge, leaving a pathway of some extra health as Swamp Gaming flip it back in their favor, and it doesn't look like Sentinels can touch unless Dogman puts down that portal in time.
They were able to get the overtime 6 and
oh no, bro.
The quick Melophobia on the Monster Hunter herself, finding Usher, so the damage is out. They gotta just stay alive at this point. Valentina gonna go in the 9 tails ready. Quickly going.
Oh no, it's over. It's over.
It's gonna be Daystone. Why this pit was so important for this team. Aggression was on the maximum from the start, showing who the true Steve Rogers is right now as the first Avenger. Is Crazeman, who's so far my MVP in this matchup. Wow, what a showing.
And
yeah, this guy's insane in Daredevil.
Let everybody know there's nothing they could do after they burned out the portal. Just a little bit, get yourself feeling, and keep it going as we get into that second round.
All right, well, this is what we thought we would see. Swamp Gaming pedal to the metal, and this is what we've heard from this team coming together as one. Sentinels looking to get back on track, but a lot of this, in my opinion, was won in that pick ban phase, really favoring Swamp and what they want to play. Sentinels, they picked this early, right? They had the Manta save and ban. This is what they chose to go with. And there's a couple battles that could have gone, obviously, one small difference. But, man, there's just so much getting thrown at them, Vic, between Daze and Craze. And then on top of that, you got Mellow, just constant there on the Elsa.
That's what, like, this is something that Swamp Gaming was expecting almost, like, looking at Sentinels specifically, calling them, you know, they were expecting the triple strategist, and Swamp Gaming were able to answer that so well with Kraz harassing that backline. I mean, if I was one of those strategists, I would literally be crying, and it's 3 of them that they got to work with as we get a nice little cinematic pan view of our teams rolling out of the spawn room gates to be able to contest down in the
hell yeah.
And I think that's why the team comp in general, why...
Okay, both teams use all their ults like last fight.
But we'll see if it comes fully to what they planned here on Warrior Falls. We're going to go to try to keep up Crimson once again. Because again, if you look at what they had to lead the charge...
Wait. How did they kill that?
The train of Elsa finding 1, 2, scattered to the 3, 4 for Forky. They all just vanished. Did they get snapped? What just happened?
What happened? That's what I'm saying. What happened?
That was just a straight neutral, but also you look at what's
they wanted a neutral, which is insane.
We need to pinpoint when you are running the triple strategist, especially now with the ult Nurse Cozy, it takes a lot longer to build up those ultimates, and they didn't have any defensive ultimates to withstand the onslaught of damage that they were met on the other side of Mellow's weapon.
Yeah, they're just playing the dive comp perfectly right now, right? I mean, no, they don't need to worry about any front line when there's something always in the back line as we're happening right now. Quick ult on Magneto. Down goes Dogman. They found the front line in the danger. Forky in that exclamation point, now throwing in.
Pressing W is too OP in this patch.
Now with a quick swap over use, you're going to have to go on the bit of the anti-dive safety, but it's always better to be on the dive side, Vic.
Better to not have to worry about that on your side is Crimzo. Already incredibly close. I have Retribution here. Mellow, too, could unleash the Glartrox. And Flamay does have that God of Mischief to at least keep them in this fight.
Move that character on God.
That ultimate online even faster, too, so that way they don't get distinct in terms of how long they want to keep the survivability.
I mean, they have Glartrox. Ooh, that's a bad pick.
To have to deal with Grass and Daze on the Daredevil, so they made that swap over to that No More.
They have legitimately 6 ults.
Making a quick swap change is important. They have every Q ready, but 60% and up. They really got to win this fight. Not committing everything all at once, but with Yusha getting that opening pick on Valentina, that's definitely going to open the floor, especially if you look at the ult charge. That was a big pick at the right time. The show is started from Luna. Soul Resurgence going to match now as quickly Yusha.
Oh, they survived. They survived. I was about to say.
Can he land it? Throws it down. Punches it down.
Good kill.
Scattergone.
Got him on the forehead right there, too. Forky Dog is going to be able to get some help together with Mellow, who's in the
Wait,
back
they use 4
no.
They use 4 ults. They still haven't got point. Okay, they just got it.
That way they could get that Soul Resurgence, and they
this is really good for Swamp Gaming.
Favor for the first time of the second round.
Solo DPS Namor. I mean, it worked first game.
So at least having Kuroba and the Whale is always going to help them a little bit. At least get this thing back up to 60 and beyond, but they've got a long way to go here. Down a first point here with 88% on the second. Flamay for their opportunity on where to set up as they're going to look to the top ramp. This is where we're going to see Swamp dive in.
You see the Zaza reference in game? W devs, yeah. I bought the sticker for that. Oh my! I got burned immediately.
Out from the box.
Oh, Dave falling low though as he lets the double out, forcing out Korova in the invisible boundary. And before, we're seeing Sentinels just build up even more of that space. Scatter gets into
See, like, pressing W this patch is so overpowered. He just went backline and pressed Q.
Sentinels after they lost out on Flamage, so no lamps here to help them out too. And Remezi only has so much of those sleeper darts too. Daze then comes in, gets 2 following up, and it's another wipe here from Swamp Gaming before they retake the point.
Flame's gonna hear what are you waving at in your, absolute nightmares. And Loki just such a good target to put that on, because when the clones miss, it just hurts the Loki as well, and it's just so tough on that back line. Forky absolutely with a 360.
That's really bad.
My gosh, the sniper here with the Luna, and there comes the portal. This is going to be our first desperation play from Sentinels now as they come out. Dogman does find the pick on Dave.
Oh no, it's over. Oh my God, it's over.
Quickly with the flurry, that's a big, that's a big monster.
We let that hero go through ban phase. That's bad, bro.
To our first map of the series.
That was so,
this girl killed Kennedy.
It happened in slow freaking motion. The Glartrox is starving, and he got a 3-piece there. What a death sentence. That was a fun one, Vicky. And what we thought we could see from this powerful team in the dive at the helm.
So
honestly,
Captain America.
When I saw that huge stagger, Cozy, I knew it was
Captain
very
America's back.
difficult to make a comeback from that. But I saw
11 finals on Captain America. This guy knows something we don't.
Big and the shish kebab with the Apex Predator finding all 3 of those players at the very end here. Of course, we got to talk about Kraz though, because you have a dive composition with Daredevil and Cap, who are just terrorizing your triple strategists who can't really find themselves rotating. Yes, we saw Sons of Life, we saw Crimson try to back them up, but I feel like even with Dogman, landing that bit of damage with the Meteor M in that first round, then finding another player over on that second round, wasn't able to really find these isolated picks onto Forky Dog and Valentina because I had to burn that instead.
Yeah, we also saw just obviously what the ban does when you don't have the access to Vanguard Deadpool, right? Crimzo on the Angela, obviously, they have a reason to the madness, but it just didn't feel like the pick. I mean, you can just look at the numbers right here, obviously, right? And just see the impact, both damage block and damage out-wise compared to what Craze and Scatter did in the opposite.
We see Vaz in game. I want to see what this cap is doing. I can look. It's possible.
Go, match for match, blow for blow. It was the comp for me that just felt completely one-sided, especially. And you can only do so much to hold back just, flood waiting to just burst out.
Oh, we can. Okay.
Because I feel like, if anything, you're going into this next map and you're thinking, okay, it's 2 out of 3. Right now, Swamp Gaming is sitting in the driver's seat. Who is the biggest problem here? Because we pinpointed already Nectar,
that's not it.
And being able to see, rather on the other side, looking at what the Elsa was able to do as a problem, but then being able to have a Daredevil out to play, I mean, it's also splitting your attention where the Elsa's just getting away being on the top.
What the fuck?
Yeah, honestly, Scatter Genji Vampole, that's been looking clean. Like, if that doesn't...
I think we gotta wait until the game ends.
The next map, then I don't know what should be. Cozy, something you mentioned halfway, or like actually at the very end of the first map, heading into the second map. The Crimson Angela, you weren't really sold on that in general for their team comp. Why is that?
Well, first of all, you had Dogman as kind of that anchor with the Magneto to help out with what the dive was.
Carbon crazy, yeah.
To me, it
was
just
crazy.
felt like the comp couldn't rely around that Angela. And I kind of think, Vicky, you were onto it a bit where you're like, okay, the Angela can get back quick to trouble if needed. But that never really happened to success, and the burst down was just happening each and every time. The damage output as well, especially with the other options available. To me, again, Crimson, my goat, my guy, when I look at certain players, I'm like, I know what they're going to play. I feel confident with it. Didn't see Cap. Obviously, Deadpool Vanguard was off the table, and I'm sure that's a big comfort pick. It didn't feel like it meshed with the triple strategist push that they were trying to make happen, especially once Namor was picked.
Yeah, if there's a game to watch, I think it's that.
Speaking of strategists, so banning out 4 strategists.
Yep.
Not the play here. I don't know. Maybe that actually came back to haunt him.
I just want to follow up from that too, yeah, because I was gonna say I was talking about the Elsa, Mello just getting away while Daze and Cap is just harassing your backline makes you wonder, okay, well we put so much focus on making sure the strategist can't find that foundation. We're talking about a strat line that has a lot of flexibility, which is what we've always seen from Valentina and Forky Dog too individually. We highlighted them for a reason, and you could try to focus them, but guess what? Then you have to look on the other side of the problem, and with Mello literally going down one time, the survivability was there for Mello to just get away with harassing them with so much damage. Literally from the very beginning of that second round, we saw that opening from Mello.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if you just look at too, just a lot of that comp in general with the Loki and the option to really copy the Mantis, it just felt all like reactionary. And I just, man, right now in this dive heavy and thriving meta, it did not feel like from the moment this kind of started, you know, we've seen what Right Amazing does on Mantis, and I think he does play a great Mantis, but that role has to be very heavy in the DPS, you know, department. And just wasn't there. Yusha was there a little bit on the DPS side, obviously on the first hit, but had to kind of slowly adjust to protect the team with Namor.
Yeah, but the Vanguards also just went down really quickly, right? So like in that scenario, like the 3 strategists will be competing for that heal.
Tomorrow's games are...
Ults will not come online quick enough, so it kind of just like snowballed out of their favor, if you will. Meanwhile, Swamp Gaming just looking really, really, really clean. Let's see if they can translate that onto our second map.
Yeah.
5 p.m. best of 3. It's gonna be Nightmare versus Yeah, we lost.
Now we move on to Convoy. I want to follow up from Soe's point because she makes a great point. It's true. We didn't get to see those strat ultimates online quick enough from Sentinels, and it goes back to what we were talking about before. You have the ultimate charger that hit everybody, but you also are splitting that charge across 3 different strategists that are delaying what 2 strategists brought out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like some game plans go very well against certain teams, right? Rye on Mantis, awesome stuff. Let's go and tuck that one away for now and try to swap things up, because I know what Rye can play and the ability he brings in the duelist position. And so right now, at least in that pick ban or against Swamp Gaming, I think you have to kind of change your identity there with a quick triple strat and go back to the traditional 2-2-2, especially at the helm of what
One match I really want to see. No, I'm gonna like analyze the fuck out of that game.
Do you feel like there's priority of one particular band? Because I mean, there's a lot to chew off of. Just they won in many ways, I felt like.
I would say don't let the devil out.
Yeah, I don't. It's difficult, right? Like when the whole game plan falls apart, then like what really, like, can you really focus on what your opposition did, or should you just like kind of focus on your own game plan and what you want to play? I think the Scatter Genji Vanpool was incredible, dominating. Like I'd probably take that out of the mix.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the Mantis ban is fine, you know, for sure. If that's the game to play. And there's always, you know, when you let something in, there's going to be another strategy with it. But then test that against them. See if they can then bring that Mantis lineup, but at least get rid of the Deadpool Vanguard is what I would like to see, at least in this next hit. Obviously, the Gambit being, you know, left on the table on one end. Elsa being picked, then banned right away. Maybe they swap that up and try to, you know, ban the Elsa to start as well, because they had so many different ways to beat you, and giving that Elsa available is just another. I mean, we just saw it just won by itself at the end of that overtime with one press of the Q.
Then you move on to like outside the pick and ban phase as well, Cozy, and you're thinking, okay, well, Crimzo, I'm not too sure how that's going to work out if you're going to be on the Angela. You go 6 and 5, it's very unfortunate, but you can see that the peel was there despite them not running the triple strategist. As we move on to our next
True Frozen.
Do indeed. Match point for Swamp Gaming. Can they bring it home? Let's find out.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, will we get our first 2-1
All right, here we go.
The day 1-1. We got to start there, and we find out in Midtown in New York Convoy. Right away, Elsa being banned from the top and Gambit to follow, so we can expect more of the same. They did swap how the first protect happens.
Are they banning their Elsa?
Ban coming out from Swamp Gaming is going to be to the low.
Oh, they don't. Interesting.
Which we obviously saw Flamay play as best as they could on that last hit there. Elsa going to be saved yet again. Don't blame them on that front. This is where you want to see,
they do.
The tank pool ban. If they go with Mantis again, they're going to stick with their game plan, is what it tells me. And they're deciding. They're talking right now, Vic.
I don't know, man. If they let that dive go again, I think they just lose the game.
I always see Sentinels, Cozy, and I'm always assuming that it's going to be like the triple strategist lineup that they're going to roll out with. It's almost guaranteed looking at the they see it, and they do. They heard us through the grapevine. They knew already. They took the notes. They take out the Vanpool off the table. It was a huge problem. Love how Soe was able to call that out too.
Whereas Dave's not a player for them. He's like a content creator for them.
And he was able to also kind of be the exit person to catch anybody who's trying to get away from Kraz and Daze.
Yeah, this at least slows them down.
Yeah, they're saving the dive, bro.
plenty more where that came from. Scatter has a whole arsenal of the dive vanguards ready. The Luna being floated, that's definitely not going to be it. Potentially, we'll see if that's what
Are they
end up
banning
going
Luna?
with.
No way.
Valentina, obviously, very great strategist that can adapt to just about anything. That's why they kind of went heavy on the bans earlier on that. But White Fox ended up being played just well. Love this pick. All right, this is what they dive is their identity right now. Vicky, get rid of one of the other big Vanguard threats.
Noting too, like what Sentinels is
What the
expecting
fuck?
Swamp Gaming
Rogue?
to roll out with because of the flexibility that the Vanguards have. But is it going to be enough? Is the question, because they could play a lot more than just the
I
Venom.
know what
So
Red
we
Amazing
can see
has been practicing.
who else could
Yeah.
pull out, because they could, I
Well,
could
they
expect
saved
the
Rogue.
but they protect the Rogue, which means we get the married couple team up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Rogue is such a different hero when Gambit is available. Kurova going to go ahead and show off that animated border or animated icon right off the rip. That means Crimzo will be on the southern BA. No, Amazing. Hello, this is what I love. The new scene. I've not got to see Rye play the Vanguard much.
Are they holding first?
Just about anything.
Might be the only way.
Obviously, such a great duelist, but fun does now
Team up, yeah. Apparently, the team up is just that good.
Vanguard, Vicky.
He does it all. Again, we wouldn't call him at the beginning like a professional Ditto that could slot in. Crimzo just lingering to see what he's going to really play out with, because if you do want to go thing, you saw that they protected Daredevil. They have to stop Daze from being able to have...
Pretend with Jeff, Gambit, yeah, it might be over.
And since they didn't ban out the Daredevil...
Then again, they do have that heavy dive.
So we saw from game number 1, Daze rolling out here on the Daredevil, Valentina showing that flexibility that you mentioned.
Yeah, right away, I already like the Gambit with the... with Yusher here. I think that's going to give them a bit more life. Crimson on the thing going to Groot was definitely something I wanted to see, especially for this first opening. Already liking this lineup, triple Vanguard on the Sentinel side. So funny to see the evolution of meta, right? Used to be a lot of triple Vanguard holds on defense. Now we've got the offense approach coming. Plumé on the sharp.
Again with the cap. I'm actually really interested in this cap gameplay.
Open up, Vicky. Let's see what we can do on offense here if your Sentinels to respond.
Yeah, because you know what? You don't even just have the married couple team up. You've
Can
got
I
the extra damage with the team.
Can I watch it from his POV?
Love to see it because it's the win condition that Sentinels are going to lean into, showcasing that they don't need to be the ones on that triple strat lineup. You talked about seeing more from Amazing, being able to have that flexibility on that Vanguard now. As Kurova's trying to get isolated here, Crimzo's going to be able to back them up, putting down these walls, but they have to look behind them to make sure that their backline isn't getting damaged.
All right, now good rotation. You get pressure early on. Really marching this cart right down the street here. Crazy Man going to be up top trying to get a dive.
I think it's after it's finished, you can watch it.
Where he's going to dive. Goes in on Kurova. Amazing is low and is going to get out to the Rogue. I can't feel you is what Gambit is saying on the other side of things. You're going to find the best of Crazy Man, and that's a huge pick on the sustain now, pushing forward. Crimzo, 67 and climbing. Look for that Raging Royal as well with Kurova. Everyone doing a good job just staying alive here with their rotations, Vic.
This guy dropped 2 memes in one sentence. It's insane.
Playing the neutral to see who can boost up those ultimates, and it is Plumé who does have that invisible boundary first, but Forky Dog is right behind him. Look for Mellow though, and to Mellow seeing everybody
already
inside that room.
Already?
Green light to take control over this fight and wipe out Sentinels completely.
That is disgusting.
Monster, it's Glortrox. Yeah, I mean, like I hear it in my sleep at this point. Absolutely devastating, and it's why, and obviously outside of just the crazy neutral, the server admin in Elsa is always going to be picked when can. Now we've got the Ninetales ready to, pun intended. Ninetales.
Oh, they banned Elsa. I think they banned
from Valentina. See if Kurova's going to
ban Gambit first.
I think they're going to use this as the defensive approach. Look for this 2 to be pressed any minute now, and there it is. Here we go. Kurova throwing in with Crimzo. They throw everything out at once.
What the fuck was that? Oh, he got someone. How did he get them?
Okay.
I don't think he got
He
that.
jumped in from the heavens, came down, crashing down on their forehead, and guess what? The field was
I'm
right there
confused.
to help
Okay,
out.
whatever.
At least one of the backliners being Kurova. Plumé did go down a little bit earlier after that. Gomoto that we saw, and Valentina is showing who's got the claws, but you can't really get away here as Mello goes down next, just trying to be able to teleport right forward, and Scatter goes down as well. So it's gonna be a little bit of a reset as these staggers do come out.
Here's for the best. I also gets played during Ignite. It's the only way to see the shit. Not for real, bro.
Textbooks. We're looking a lot better here if you're a Sentinels fan because you're able to reset. You sure? May still have something up their sleeve. Didn't love that Agamotto from Scatter, but still was able to get.
Okay, so far I think okay. Let me check the other games actually.
Crazed, exactly what you're looking for the dive front. Here comes the portal and the pure aggression. Gonna lead the charge right.
Any Hulk? No Hulk.
Once again,
Any Hulk?
slams down the fifth Crimzo to try to break this up a bit as Plumé throws up the boundary. The Roman Coliseum ready to be fought in as Craze goes and tries to find their target. Dive back in as the in song, no connection.
Huh. They trying to boot them out from going down that middle, but they really need to get that follow-up because now Daze is letting the devil out and you don't have a reset. She tries to back away in time, like the way that Sentinels are just trying to peel away, but Daze is unleashing everything while Mello tries to cut out their exit opportunity. Scatter follows up, takes advantage, and now Swamp Gaming win another team fight.
It's like +5 for style points right there as the Glartrox has him in the mouth and Scatter with the pop of the AoE.
How are they playing this is my question. Like, how are they not able to make any progress?
The Raging Royal, they don't have much to push forward.
Like, they went Thing to try counter the dive. I don't think it's gonna work.
You should be able to win this with the 30 seconds with what is available. Kurova has it now. Press the Q if the ult tracking's ready.
They went Thing Emma.
Did a lot of that for the team in the past. How well they at it now. So I'm gonna go to keep them up, and there it is.
Gambit, okay. Do anything with this?
Pushed in and healthy. Look towards what Scatter can do on the Agamotto.
I think it's a wasted ult. Oh, they got one. Never mind.
Mello, that's a big pick, Vic.
They're looking behind him though. The Eye of Agamotto comes in. He tries to
Wait, what the fuck?
Kurova.
Wait, what was he hoping to accomplish?
A matter of time with these ultimates. You have the survivability now from Porky Dog, but is it going to be enough? Because Valentina's also very close to the ult, but gets clobbered immediately. The protection is just what they had. Swamp Gaming stay alive for now. Overtime. Now they can deal with Flamay. If they can find Flamay in the back, and they do, they break down the invisible boundary, and that's the win condition now off the table.
That deletes the invisible boundary just like that.
Wow, they're winning?
Try to get what Valentina was. Gonna obviously hold this defense high, and wow, what an amazing hold.
Yo, Crazy Man, whatever his name is, this guy is like really good at Captain America. I don't know.
Was trying everything he could to get her out of the fight and could not finish. Now, this is a map that we do see some .1 holds, so anything can happen at this point. I mean, hey, Caster Curse.
These guys had Gambit open. It doesn't matter because the other team had Else open. Oh, this guy's on Hulk.
Your Sentinels to hold on.
Ulk. Do it, bro. Do it.
Bucks are paying off overtime here, Cozy. The Kumiho has been unleashed, and the flexibility from Valentina, seeing the way that they had so much impact off the Apex Predator. Glartrox was eating double after that round.
Yeah, again, I mean, this team, Sentinels, is
oh, this guy's on the big green.
Conventional stuff, right? With them being the leaders of the kind of triple res comp back in the day. Now you've got Amazing on Rogue, and this is the gameplay. Once you go into the pick,
I'm doing some trolling. Also, DD not banned.
This is what they're gonna stick with.
Yeah, I mean, they try to make Gambit work, but I don't think Gambit's like worth saving anymore.
The counters that came, but this is crazy. I mean, to watch. This is a lot of fun.
I hope like after these games, people realize Gambit's like not crazy.
Showcase the flexibility and the importance.
This is the only way people will like stop banning it.
Specifically when it comes to the Vanguards in this current meta, I don't really see a lot of the Americas running the fastball special, but if there is a team that has been doing it consistently in scrims, it's been Swamp Gaming, and they're rolling out with it, fully expecting to see Crimzo and the Emma, but how is that going to work out if you get choked?
Why do they do that?
As they're looking to see if they can maybe knock somebody out in the air, but if anything, they could also make a quick swap up if they don't see the composition that they were expecting from Sentinels.
Yeah, Daze has evolved as a player a lot. I always thought of him as a...
oh no, the Hulk is dead. The Hulk is dead.
Way longer to get that starting spot.
Yo, he's gonna swap Hulk right now. Watch. He dies within the first 10 seconds. He's gonna swap Hulk.
To push forward. There's the Wolverine. They want to continue to feast. I do like this defensive setup they've got. It's gonna work for them.
And he's on thing. GG. Current state of Hulk in pro play. Ain't no way.
2%. Glartrox is hungry and waiting, building up slowly. There's the punch, down goes Daze, and that second life passive to follow. It's a good opening start from Sentinels, Vic.
Definitely agree here too, because you see a lot of that damage output. If no one's going to take care of Dogman, who has so much of that beam charged up as it gets reset with Swamp Gaming now resetting themselves, they need to have a lot more of that.
Just Cap Hook don't got the skill. If you say so, bro.
What Swamp Gaming are lingering on.
Pro players.
You see Porky Dog open up the floor though. The DDR, as you've called it before, Cozy, and Flameta maxed out with the invisible boundary. Invisible boundary not lasting very long though before they try to back away, counting down the time left for the Lunar ultimate, and Amazing takes the opportunity to try to close in that gap.
Yeah, Amazing gonna go to use that team up to their advantage shortly off the.
Oh, that broke immediately.
With the diving and try to find the
Wait, can they hold this? I think they can hold this.
31 seconds. There goes a couple.
Wait a minute, they're holding this shit.
Scatter and good rotation on the ultimate side. Dogman obviously has the ult there. They've used a lot to kind of get this position, but they haven't even touched this carpet.
Really hasn't moved much. around a few inches here from the starting point of those spawn room gates. Days, though, trying to get something.
Uh-oh.
He finds the Emma. It's
Oh,
up
big
with
kill.
Kidnap. He found the ultimate here. Forky Dog follows up to find that Emma. No sign of seduction in this fight. Whereas Swamp Gaming, they have everything. It's clobbering time.
I'll be over
Finds
here.
the isolation onto Luna. Valentina sharpening up her claws alongside Days here too on the Wolverine. I mean, the kitties really are coming out.
I think in the right context,
Fox with the 3-piece just like that.
White Fox is really good.
This is what, listen, Nemesis signed, we're going to echo this. They signed these 2 strategists to go on with their team, right? Not Nemesis, Swamp Gaming, former Nemesis.
Wow, what a shift.
2 additional strategists, and we are seeing that come to light as they now just completely take care of the portal to stop another push, and this is now desperation mode for Sentinels.
he might be over here.
Special no longer needed here. You got Kraz on thing instead. Flamme does have that invisible boundary, but someone's got to recontest right now. They're about to push it over to the finish line.
Ooh,
no,
it's over.
Kurama being the only one there. Can't get there in time. Swamp Gaming dominating first series here against Sentinels in this first day.
We said we were going to find out a lot about the America scene, and this is exactly why. What an absolute performance in showing from Swamp Gaming, led from Forky Dog and Valentina in the back line.
I mean, it started off like really strong for them, but they just got ran over.
We are seeing a team that is now becoming quick favorites in front of your eyes, and wow, another 2-0. Vic, I'm blown away.
Can we talk about like 27.6k? Yes, Flamme did the same thing as well, but the damage output being very spread out within Swamp Gaming.
Wait, do I got time to play another game?
6 finals for Mello, who only went down twice. Same thing for Scatter. They focus so hard on banning out the Van pool that now you have to consider just the flexibility that this Vanguard lineup of Swamp Gaming has. And you even look at the
845.
inside, Flamme was doing amazing too. I mean, you have 27.8k healing on the board, but it's really difficult when it comes to trying to play out maybe a different
got time to play or no?
composition that you're not really used to going into against Swamp Gaming, who were expecting maybe if they're not going to run out with a triple strategist lineup, they felt way more confident in the double strategist lineup instead.
I just didn't like the team comps from Sentinels. I mean, it's pretty as easy as that. I mean,
and the bans.
both sides on both. Like, I kind of just had that, okay, you know, kind of question mark like both times from when they were locked in. And this is a team that can adjust well and they'll put in the practice, but definitely a showing that I know they wish they, you know, they'll get back and open up here in year.
I'm just gonna queue.
For Swamp Gaming side, Valentina has always just led such an incredible teams in rank, and you know, obviously what she did in Dream.
I'm really this running. I'm just gonna play real quick.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Who is annoying here? Groot? I'm gonna cut the Groot ban. Wow, they banned supports only. We banned
You'll need a
DPS and tank.
top-notch team to win this one.
Alright, I know my whole thing is like press W and feed, but like I think I'll try to play a little bit more passive. Or at the very least, try to path like around and play with my team.
1, go! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That artificial limb of yours fascinates me. But it seems to be doing the trick so far. The way it extends reminds me of the tentacles of the most ferocious creatures. Well, I got a lot more arms than I do, but hopefully one will be enough.
The battle starts in 5.
Alright, alright. Finish on the road.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm beginning to think we should have stayed. It seems we have company. Protection is always welcome.
What?
Cover me.
Put a target on him.
Nice work, Namor. Clearly you need some help.
Nice.
Anyone willing to help?
Oh, what the? Hello? No, I was about to say if that killed me, I'd have been so pissed. Oh.
This is real firepower!
Namor has gone. The tide will cease. Shields up! I'm hit! Cover me! I am ready to put on a show!
I'm all after this. Oh shit. Little one. Oh. The fuck is a Luna? Yo, if I didn't miss that Luna, I think we would've won. It's not bad. My back hurts so badly that it feels like the Hulk and Thing is giving me back shots. I'm sorry you feel that way, bro.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Maybe do some stretching or something.
Winter Soldier reporting for duty.
Better stop that vehicle.
What, did I not bubble that guy? Whoa.
Let the devil out!
Oh, damn. Feels like xotaic playing Monster Hulk specifically. Alright, alright.
I'm
They've made it halfway. Stop them. Someone attention, please. Extra shielding.
Oh shit. I'm about to kill them.
This is real firepower!
Oh, I'm dead.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I might have got our, I might have fucked him up.
Let's try this again.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Preseason stuff done? Nah, it's still going on. Wait for next game to happen.
I'm hit. Cover me.
Oh, the whole cat's movement.
Should I be chasing that guy? I have no clue. Oh shit.
Shields up. I'm hit. Cover me.
I'm an easy target.
I am ready to put on a show. It's hard to do anything.
Oh, I'm fucking stuck. Oh my god.
He stopped them in their tracks.
What the hell can I do with Spidey-Man? Should I be hard at him when I get another strong dive player on my team? I think you should, yeah. Play to your strength. Especially now, in this season. You're stronger in neutral than you are during ult. Although Spider-Man might be a little bit more tough. A Daredevil become more ideal.
Don't give them another inch. Only 60 seconds left.
Should get out of here.
Double KO.
And this is why. Look behind you.
Down to 30 seconds.
I can take it.
Hang on for just a while. He stopped them in their tracks. Final 10 seconds.
They TP? Yeah, they do.
Damage sustained. Needs assistance. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No, are you kidding me? That's actually so unlucky. I right clicked and the fucking window popped out first.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Double KO.
One that, yeah, so I'm giving.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up.
It looks like we have a little bit of time before it starts up again.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Science solves problems.
seconds.
What do you think about Venom in Season 7? I think he's worth learning. Like a dive heavier comp, so or a team.
Together, Tony.
Season, I mean. And a lot of times, Venom is like better than Hulk in some situations.
I'm Hulk.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Hulk is a bigger hero than Banner. Enemies ahead! Hey, come on, Hairball!
Just walk on the mirror, I think. Team? Team?
Hulk hurting. And I'm seeing a 6.
Okay, I think we're just gonna force the Iron Man here.
Really could have used a mind blade. Feeling fantastic.
The whole soldier shit.
I'm Hulk.
Venom or Cap? I mean, I think they're both really good options. Like, if I had a rotation of tanks, it'd probably be Venom, Cap, Hulk. Like, none of them are bad. And we just saw Swamp Gaming do really good with them. Oh, sheesh. Ooh, I'm dead.
Better than my mutant power. I'm Hulk.
I think if you have the mechanics for it, Venom is like really good. Like sometimes I feel like you can solo carry on him. Can this guy use mine?
Judge, jury, executioner! This is real firepower!
Oh, we're holding this. Okay. I don't know, bro. I feel like we should have had that first fight. We were up on him immediately.
Double KO! Only 60 seconds left. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Got eyes on some bogeys.
Ooh, I'm dead. Why do you like Punk Hulk more than any other skin? I mean, I just use it. It's just my skin. It's a pay-to-lose skin, but you know, I'll lose regardless. So might as well have it on. I don't know if there's a single game or... Actually, maybe that's not true.
Shields up! Disappear!
By the eye of Agamotto!
This is real firepower!
Hulk grateful!
What do you mean free scroll wheel? Like the infinity scroll? You don't need that.
Get that vehicle moving again! Only 60 seconds left.
No! How did I hit?
Back in the hunt. Down to 30 seconds.
I should have hit on the fucking invis. Oh, we're losing.
This is real firepower!
Oh, are you? Alright.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That's actually just unlucky. Spark Chief. I think Spark Chief's gonna play Hulk.
Yeah, and this is going to be such a great resource, honestly, for Polly and Spark Chief. Like, they have similar hero pools, but now they also have the guidance of Coach Gator, who has years and years and years of competitive experience in that particular role.
If I if I could draft a team myself, I would almost come up with this exact team. Like, that's how stacked they are across each role. I mean, Paulie's one of my favorite vanguards across the game. Speedery from the Envy side and Nero were, in my opinion, like the two strongest players there to put them over on this team with Energy and Cooper. Fly's strongest members with Spark Chief as well. And then you got the family dynamic with Paulie and Pokey. Pokey there, you know, coming in when needed. I mean, it's such a fun team put together as one. And yeah, Gator, I mean, he's been with Speedery, Nero before and knows how to coach teams at the highest level.
Yeah, you literally get like FlyQuest, and then you get Envy, and then you find homes for both these teams, and this is how what you created, right? And then you look at the other side, and Cozy, you were just talking about it. We saw Lunex just the other week, a team that made it over to the grand finals, trying to figure out their own footing. Has there been enough time, though, in this meta to then rework what they had to do? Because that was a, what was 24-minute or so final game that they do not want to repeat against a titan of a team.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, like, they are the heavy underdog in this matchup, like, absolutely. But albeit a new team, they do have individual players that had a lot of experience last year already, right? On YFD, Intergalactic, busy at work. So last year, spread through America Stage 1 and 2. They were all over the place. They did gain experience.
Just bro, I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue what was going on in that game. I'm just in between cast and games here.
Those teams did struggle in the stages, but they have the pro experience at the very least. Not to mention, probably one of my favorite duos of as of late, especially.
Your thoughts on the buffs? Pretty good.
Iffy and Tones. Tones is
I think I need some. I need more time on the hero.
Absolutely top, level for the Southern Brawler. And so, for me at least, Vicky, I was.
There's a walkouts to bhop and having trouble getting the hang of it. I'm not sure if we can get it done on console. It can be done on console. The timing is a lot harder though.
Oh, this is gonna be insane.
So
I feel like that's been the topic, right? Like,
I can't really help you besides like
and what we could see
saying come to
PC.
PC.
Phase plays out, and we are moving over to Krakoa, our first domination map of our 4th series of the day.
Been interesting. I wonder how Lunex is going to approach that. I mean, we heard it earlier, right, from Cafe Rose. Like, No pressure, being the underdog, actually the perfect place to be. They thrive in those situations. Do you feel like it's going to be the same for the Lunex players?
For sure. I mean, listen, when you have nothing to lose, go out there and just have a good time. Like, if you already said you're going to lose, why even show up? No, you show up because of what we just saw from Cafe Rose, right? I mean, when your back's against the wall, you have just enough support to come out swinging. And that's why I love underdog stories. Now, I said I would eat your headphones if Cafe Rose won. Well, I don't even know what to offer at this point with Liquid because they're so stacked. But Lunex, go out there, be the team that we've continued to see them to be.
Welcome back.
And again, anything can happen, especially...
Going towards animated Hulk level 33 currently. Nice, nice.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle for our underdogs. A great first look at this super team. Our expectation for...
Yeah, the bhop is like a little weird. It's not necessarily...
So that can, of course, also
useful
pressure onto
outside of coming back to point faster.
Yeah, I agree too, because you talk about like players that have already had experience. They understand what.
The only tip I can give you on console is to maybe get a controller with paddles on the back.
Right?
I've heard that helps, but I can't confirm that.
Time to make that adaptation, but you take this here and you try to see, okay, well, where is our strength here? You were talking about the Vanguard lineup. I know Logan is also a very great strategist too. Seeing how that's going to work out with their back line against a team that could really dismantle them, with Dive being the big highlight of the current meta composition.
And Logan actually playing against his teammate there. Aren't he and Spark, Spark Chief and him are on Northwood University, aren't they? I believe they are.
I believe so, yeah. And
yeah.
You know, for me, what's cool is I feel like this team and the heartbeat behind Lunex, if you don't know them, I think a lot of people are familiar with the players of Liquid and like what makes that team up. Look to Regis. If Regis gets access to Elsa, like we just saw on this side of Swamp Gaming, then this thing can get crazy pretty fast.
All right, let's see if the Titans can roll out of the gate strong, or Lunex is going to make an upset.
Alrighty, Vicky. And listen, Vic, we saw this with Cafe Rose and their ticket to success. They had the Gambit, and they used
Spark
the
Chief
Gambit
on
that because they practice it.
On that
and
Penny
whenever
Parker.
You've got a little bit of chaos, you might as well go all in. And just like that, they're not going to be able to. It's bad.
We'll go for this game. I'm not too sure.
All right, remember what we heard in some of our interviews
of their
right?
players,
Like
to be honest.
Problem, well,
it looks like Citadel is the one that has the dive heavy team, so
will not be able
I'm
to
favoring them.
that.
I think
the Mantis next because they don't want to damage Busa Elsa to just get away with whatever she can get away with from the high ground, especially since we are going to Krakoa. So you have a lot more of that high to low ground disparity, a lot of different off angles. Seeing what this next protect is going to be, the first protect for Liquid Citadel is going to be the Gambit. So that's definitely the one upper hand here, that you have a much more flexibility in running. If you want to do Gambit, Rogue, Magneto, what are you going to ban next? Because you kind of force the rock, paper, scissors of, okay, we see Gambit. Do we want to ban out the Rogue or Magneto? Or Star-Lord?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's a great point. I think Star-Lord and or Loki should be the next. Probably Loki to be the next up. It has to be the priority ban here for them, and they can get away with Star-Lord later on. Having the Elsa, though, I said that would be a big ticket for them with Regis that they can follow. So Loki's going to be banned. You just cannot... I mean, it would just be over before it started, right? You can't give double the fold against that team. So we'll see that get banned out as I'm completely out of my mind, and it goes to Rogue. Okay, well... at this point, you save Star-Lord, you save Loki? This is already interesting. Okay, it's Daredevil. I quit. This should be a fun one.
The Daredevil is saved.
You think that players that get hit out of exile should take extra damage from the attack? I mean, that would be pretty nice.
Let out way too many times within this first day of Americas as they hover over the...
Not too sure how it would work, though.
Okay, well, that means that...
Like, they take increased damage?
Side, you still have the Gambit, it looks like maybe here...
Like a Terror Cape or something?
The Gambit saved here, but they had to use up that one bandit on the Rogue, which means you only have so much to work with before...
Wow, they use...
No, this is saying, hey, we know how good...
They use 3 of their bans on tanks. Wow, that's interesting.
I mean, obviously, the cap is all there for Paulie. I always want to see it. It's like Kurova's Adam. Like, I'm dying to see it. We never get to see it. And so we're seeing a lot of target player-specific bans on that team. That's why it's a bit out of the norm. But then what you do is you open up any option for this team, and look how perfectly open the dive is. Energy on the Star-Lord with the Gambit, paired up with Speedery on the Devil, Venom in the animated glory coming from Spark Chief. It's gonna... Paulie's like the only one that probably not getting to play what he wants to here, because if they had Cap, it would be it.
That's why you see him going over to the Magneto. If they're going to be able to rock out...
They're letting Gambit Loki? I think they saved Gambit.
You just want to swap it, and I'll be able to take the Gambit instead. leaning into this win condition.
But the dive might be too strong for them to run it anyways. I'm not too sure.
You add into the extra damage that Pauly's about to do thanks to the team up, as doesn't even look like that's what they're going to be leaning into. I'm wondering, they want to get that Strat ultimate online very quickly, rotate through that, and they could even make the swap if they wanted to. Okay, no, that's not what we're going to be leaning into.
I'm hoping we see some Hulk here, bro. I don't know.
Available with the Rage and Royal Flush double combo.
Yeah, two things to look out for you, Lunex, right? It's going to be the dive on Silent Blaze and keeping up and getting the 2-for-1 and trying to get out the res before it can happen. And then the other is going to be on Ritas and all that pressure. He's got to really bring a lot if it's going to give this team any bit of a chance. We've seen an upset today to kick off the day. We're in the 4th match. Gates are open. The Hellfire Gala's getting ready as we speak, as we find ourselves in Krakoa, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
My first personal favorite maps, Cozy, as we get things set up. Another diverse look at a lot of our beautiful maps and within Marvel Rivals. But it was the portal play already from Tico to get Lunex set up first. I do like this, but Spark Chief being a little displaced notices, okay, they wanted to contest us on the bridge. Now they're already on the point with the aggression in terms of the positioning. You can currently see Ippy too, just lingering up on top, has a lot more of those pillars to work around.
Yeah, Cooper, one of the best strategists, if not the best in this game right now. It's so fun to watch what they can do on the hero of Loki. Now,
early pick on them.
It's going to be a big pick early now to set up the success against this heavy dive that will come. Tones trying to find their first target against Energy there as Star-Lord. Logan.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They're allowed to just put W on the enemy team.
Safe and ready. Spark Chief goes down, and there it is. Lunex is going to get the first cap, like we all expected, like we all wrote down.
If they didn't die there, I'm not too sure if they could have done anything with that. The Loki Gambit is really strong, but
to open up our first day here, Logan being able to get that first pick too. Also, before they were able to get that follow-up, look at this ultimate economy with Logan and closer
Cooper
to
with 0% ult charge. How? Oh, never mind. It didn't update. Never mind. I take it back.
Gambit still here, looking like he's already close to 80%.
I was about to say, how do you have 0%?
Yeah, only 20% and up, right? So
there's a glitch.
Quickly with this comp, Spark Chief going to the Groot to change some things up here. Now quickly as you have the Speedery diving in, will he have his team join him? Nothing yet. Gonna allow the other teams to get things sucked up. This is a
Glarshot, fag Glarshot.
That's gonna be a quick into Speedery, and it's gonna be Pauly finding himself out of this as the Gambit ult goes on live from Cooper.
What, did the Gambit ult save them?
Able to flip the monster on its heels, Vic.
Might not matter though, because they're dying.
All the way to the top before finding that dive onto the back line. Just a Magneto with his extra shoes really tied up, and the Eye of Agamotto comes in, finds 3. Huge. Needs the follow-up though.
Okay, they're just using every ult.
That's a Rage and Royal Flush. Beerberg is going to be able to actually help them out from the back line, but then you have a huge anti up to Tico and Ippy.
Okay, they do have point now. They might be in a better position here just because they have that point. They don't have to move around and everything.
It is Liquid Citadel who have way more bodies here. Nice trades, but Silent Blaze is still alive from Lunex.
The fact that they have the point is the only good thing going.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
If they didn't have the point here and they did all the resources they had, it was going to be really rough, sledding to just have this sustain fest on. Vic, that's what gave this fight in this map a chance for them as they continue to push on now as the time ticks up. The Devils let up on Speedery. He continues to find success. Energy going to capitalize with it, and there it is, yet another stagger. So if you are Lunex, reset fully here. Come back together. The point is, at this point, lost. Get back together and don't let any more staggers happen, but they can't get away. Tones goes down as well, and now another.
Definitely agree, because then now you had the solid opportunity just for Liquid Citadel to increase their aggression here on the point. They're nearing 60% now as Energy's coming right back around. Lunex, though, have to look to utilize Ritas and that Apex.
I'm not sure.
He's got that heavy retribution.
I'm not sure the triple tank will get it done here.
Absolutely. Now, as they have fully reset, Cooper on the Loki is a problem. I do report absolutely putting the god in the god of mischief here. And
you gonna copy that?
Throw down the end song as well, hunting the Angela in the sky.
First Gambit ult, gonna walk on that.
Hold them in full.
Oh my.
Cooper throws out the full aggression.
Wow, they have to back up immediately.
Can he find one success? They're pushing him back to spawn.
Oh, they find Tico at least. I was going to say, that was like a 5-man anti right there that we saw from Nero. No follow-up until the very end to find the Doctor Strange. Heaven's Retribution, though.
Oh, that is bad. That was a terrible ult.
Follow-up here as Energy takes to the sky with a quick reset just to make sure they see where everyone from Lunex is coming. But with Ippy not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering even more overtime ticking away in favor for Liquid
Yeah, I don't know.
Speedery finds not 1, but 2.
A little bumpy start at first, but things starting to click now. Radis is going to get energy out of here. Iffy.
Maybe he's off to full dive. I'm not too sure.
Tico with the portal, but not going to be enough time to get things rolling for the team. Vic, yeah, I got to just say, when they got the point cap back, when they started throwing all the ults out at once and the Q explosions happened, that's really what allowed them to keep the momentum on. And then, as we know, the stagger fest happened.
Yeah, and they kept trying to force it.
I mean,
right?
they
Lunex just
left
keep
double
trying to step
gambit, which is
back
kind of
in and
crazy.
out, and it was unfortunate. You called it. They had to reset a lot earlier before trying to force more of these just raw staggered ultimates too.
We got a match Loki Gambit. They can't though because the bans are one-sided.
And listen, I'm just gonna say, outside of Necrorize and what we saw them do in Angela, right now
They banned the enemy team's Gambit.
We're back over here. Let's see if we can probably pull something else out. If he did play a lot of Angela in the
So looking like Citadel got this first round in the bag.
Cooking with the Vanguard Deadpool, that's where they have a little bit of their advantage, if you will, against them.
Shockter's still talking.
The Glartrox is ready to go and roll.
I just sent my brother out for some drinks. I'm
I mean,
get some of that.
We said right away, Vicky. We were like, okay, they got to ban the Loki here. How many times did the double Rage and Roll
Normally mute at this point. I'm trying better to be more talkative and shit.
In that last hit.
And it's like breaking your neck, having to look up at Polly, just like staggering down on your head.
Getting lit? No, okay. When I mean drinks, I mean like coconut water.
You have to worry about from Nero, who's about to have the Rage
A gallon of regular water. I mean like some real shit, not like not alcohol.
Also has a good amount of that damage output with the C available. Rage and Royal Flush is going to come out first.
You keep showing up my Insta feed. Yo, I hope you're liking and reposting and commenting and shit.
Yeah, here comes
appreciate that. That was pickleback time, bro. I can't forget that Drake, bro.
Team alive from the back end. Just like that, Spark's just going to go in and throw down the crew hug, and the big purple meteor lands up, down, Polly throws, and Redis
with the kill.
From the ult of the Glartrox, both strategists.
They still might lose this point. I don't know. Oh, never mind. They don't.
No one's looking at Redis because Redis is getting away with all this damage output from the sidelines. Yes, you were able to clear up your backside. Polly was in Timbo too, and now sees that the rest of the team is gone.
Angela animation cancel silently removed. I think. Good, bro. Good.
Over from Lunex and finally took the point first.
Yeah, quite literally using the advantages we just pointed out to their advantage.
I regret commenting on your Minecraft video. People keep liking my comment and it's pain. You get notifications?
But now they can set up, and I think they're this.
I have only my comment notifications on.
Like they have.
And if people send me like videos.
Go with the Agamotto early. Hit one that I liked earlier, one I wish they had back, and here's the devil being let out shortly from.
Actually, that's why I only get comments notifications if the account has like above like a certain number of like followers.
Back around and look at Tico, who tries to get a little sneaky. I have a photo.
Oh, big ult.
On the other side of the shield, but it's fine because the backline's okay.
Oh, they saved him with Gambit.
Form of the God of Mischief. They've lost out on the group here. They have
it was like I'm normal.
Looking right behind them, no anti to follow up as they've isolated Energy, who doesn't have a.
That's why you discriminate my comments. No, I do see the comments. Like for the first hour, I'll check on the video, see how it's doing. I'll read all the comments. If it's like afterwards, I might not. Depends on if the video did well or not. If the video did well, then I probably won't get through everything. But if it's like a normal video, I'll go through all of it.
Lunex, the back-to-back, another stagger fast though, Speedery. Left one, trying to run away. Aliula may need some help. Gets to the safety of his team as the Daredevil does.
There's a big answer comment.
74% right now.
Hey, bro, I'm just trying to make it, bro.
This second point for Lunex.
With that being said, TikTok is unique where
with the Glartrox alone,
like any of the interactions will help. It doesn't matter if they're big accounts or small accounts. Without deciding I turned on myself, it's just on.
And they have one trade-off, but the rest happens big, and it's not going to be enough. Looks like Liquid should be able to take this.
To use at least the Phoenix Ultimate to take care of the
I respond to a lot of people.
Unstoppable.
I respond to like in every video.
Whose head is next on the stake though?
Just to take I love you. Do you love me?
Heaven's Retribution this time.
Yeah, man, I love you a lot.
They try to isolate Speedery. May need some help because they've lost out on Logan earlier on. Lunex back to 99%. It's Liquid's time to shine. They try to retake it silently, as now Redis and Silent will be able to try to come back to recontest, but they don't want to side like
I mean, it's surprising they don't take it now, but if they don't take it here,
yes.
might be over.
They're in NV now on the ground, showing what they can do on the Devil, who wasn't even, barely available for them back in last year's Ignite. Tone's gonna go to throw.
Yeah, that was not gonna do anything, I think.
Fully has to hold this thing if they don't want to drop even a point, which I know is their expectation against this team. Lunex, though,
might be over, to be honest.
Is getting it done. Throwing out the unicorn. I choose you, as Tones says it best. Good rotations. Devil out behind though.
Devil out.
Rotation they have to do themselves.
Oh.
That's the trailer for season 3. Season 4.
It's the dunk on the head. The dunk real quick. Let the devil wear. I mean, he's back over at the spawn room gates. Redis is on fire this game. Cooper got a mission into the Rage.
Another Gambit ult.
We see them trying to dive in. They got the big jump. Smart Chief takes so much damage. He's still alive. And now Redis sends everybody
No,
no. Why they are at the top of the
yo, Cole with the 5 gifted. Yo, W call, bro. W kill.
Constant royal flushes has been
Appreciate it a lot.
The hold here from Lunex, 99% to the 63 now.
I love you more. Big green door. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W5 gifted. W5 gifted.
Up to C shortly on the ult, and there it is, 99 and ticking down.
The lights will remain on. The door will be continue to be opened.
Doesn't matter as the big C is in the way. This is going to be their last fight for the chance to hold them. Lunex, do you have it? Yes, you do.
Oh, they got it. Wow.
The shield onto the Sia too, just in case, just to make sure it's a bold statement too. We got a banger on our hands as Lunex.
Remember when Zoe used to be doorkeeper of Cell and perma-stuck in GM? I'm doing that right now, actually. I'd gift more, but I'm broke, bro. You need to focus on yourself, bro. I am just a floating head on the internet. You need to like. You gotta eat before I gotta eat. You know what I mean?
In the answer, and if you're Liquid right now, you're doing the right coordination. It's about getting the right targets at the right time. Iffy with that massive pick early on speed.
Like, I appreciate all the gifts, but like everything I'm doing is like
pretty close. But obviously you've got the Agamotto that should get them.
Like I'm growing myself steadily
against what Energy has on their side. So I actually like Lunex here potentially. 0.1.
I'm gonna appreciate it.
This is just getting away, literally, with anything, right? Like no one from Liquid
so
has
okay, that's
been able
good.
to pinpoint Redis. It looks like Redis is in Cirque du Soleil, and he's just been dancing around all these different ropes, playing on the outskirts of that last round's point. Let's see how they can do, because now you have a lot more verticality. You have the ability to.
I mean, they have the ult economy
open sightlines
for Lunex.
Contest a lot of these strategists that want to back away, maybe even go to the health pack that's over to the right side of the cliff.
It's just so cool.
Just remember me when you're famous, bro. I've been grinding for the last how many months now? So in 3 months, it'll be my 1-year anniversary of posting every day. July 1st, we'll make 365 days straight of posting every day. Hopefully I can continue, but you know, we'll see how it is.
Paulie now going to go ahead and try to get some sustain on this point, not giving it to him right away. Tone's already with that ult now. Pressure on Max.
Where's the Invisible? The Invisible is still alive!
Holy patty cake.
Has the invisible boundary.
Oh my god, they live.
Hitting Ghost while Paulie is able to find Iffy, who was trying to harass their backline.
Grinding hard, yeah, bro.
Lunex to now allow themselves to
their feet on the point. I think I have to focus more on YouTube a little bit more though. That's the main platform I'm like making any type of money on.
One of the big things you guys have to highlight is yes, one of the big things about Tank Pool is the snowballing that can be done in Domination. Already upgraded to the max. Those golden deagles ready.
Our streamer tournament, voice actor charity streams, yeah, bro.
Lunex. There's the Gambit ult.
I think that I hit someone, but there were no.
They have to get themselves this point back if they want Liquid not to get upset here. Peter is just climbing the trees. Who said Rocket's mobility is dead? Look at that. Look at that.
YouTube videos? Yeah, my last one was 2 weeks ago.
He's dipping and diving. Liquid Citadel retake this point, and they have some ultimate.
Who's YouTube editor? Me. I did hit up an editor for a video.
Low-key pick. They really didn't feel like they needed to utilize those lamps instead. They just need help with appealing.
So the next video will be by him.
My eyes though are currently on Redis, who has been a problem.
Yeah, they definitely have to find the Redis right now if they want to continue. Nero now out of the Loki out of the Gambit. Cooper's gonna take over the Gambit. Nero over to the Invis with the.
I was looking at some of the like YouTubers just to like analyze and shit. I want to do less of like the full games and more of like the storytelling type videos. I don't know how to explain it. Like if you've ever seen Arge, the Hanzo player, or the Hawkeye player, I think he does a really good job with his YouTube videos.
Can he find his mark? A selling place finally does get called out, which means there is
got partners, so Twitch is gonna help you. No, I mean, so from what I understand, there is no benefit unless you have above
Lunex may not
300
be
subs,
sustainability because
and
guess
at
what? The
that
damage
point,
output has been there, but now
your
Speedrun
sub
gets
split is
to
better.
walk up for free. 60%
But as it is right now, it's just like a blue check mark.
Yeah, Tico's gonna go and do a legendary.
No
Regis
way.
finds Speedery. Wow.
Obviously, like,
he left-
you know, it's like a good aura
he let
thing.
Regis go right, and I thought
Oh, bat.
Speedery's target rotation was
Ooh,
actually very good
ooh,
there.
I don't know about that, bro.
He left him alive, and
Spark Chief, I don't know about that.
He wants it himself, and the points take back. I mean, that's how crazy this hero can be, and especially at the hands of talented
Yeah, like,
players
a
that
lot of
we
things, like-
see right in front of our eyes.
Like, especially now as a creator, I don't even watch, like, videos for, like, enjoyment. I mean, I will, of course. But a lot of times, if I watch a video, it'll be for, like, to analyze what they're doing and see how I can do it, too.
The Galactic Legend, but may not even need it depending if the invisible boundary comes out. As it does.
How many more do you need to get 300? I can pay on Friday. Okay.
Right afterwards, and that's going to be the team takeover for.
Let's just not answer that.
Yeah,
Call.
the biggest thing there is they were able to pop Logan's visible boundary as well, and I thought that was actually a good.
Like, I know you're eating, but you gotta eat good. Eat good yourself before you feed others, I think.
As well over to the boundary.
The only people you should be putting above yourself is like, maybe your family. Definitely not a streamer.
Winner's gonna take this first map. Will we get an upset, Vic? It's coming down to the wire. If you at 98%.
That goes for everyone. Be good to your parents and stuff like that.
This is the most hype game we've gotten all day here. Tones moving up. They bursted his bubble though. Iffies though coming in from the other side. Heaven's Retribution ready to go. As Liquid Citadel are nearing 99%. They got to recontest here on the point. Big ante onto Logan. We see a follow-up as energy.
Fucking got
Who
clipped.
finds Tones? No ultimate available for the Van Pool here. And with overtime ticking away, Lunex get a little bit more
That shit on, bruh.
Iffy gets taken out. The BRB comes in in place, but is it going to be enough? As Molly gets the back-to-back. Regis cannot do more to Liquid Citadel. They defend their throne to take game number 1.
Vicky! That was so close. That was
Too close.
definitely towards the end. I mean, listen, I thought, obviously, first of all, shout out to Paulie putting it into his own hands at the end there, getting 3 on the neutral. Kind of disgusting.
What if it's an ASMR VTuber? I mean, that's just, that might just be a you thing. I don't know. If that's what you like, then that's what you like.
What they did at the end each time.
That was a really close game.
But no was unable to get, sneak a game out from them. But Lunex said, we will be anything but an easy match here. Taking a look at the stats, you said you can't wait to see Regis. There it is, 18 finals on the opposition. Cooper farms MVPs like nobody else.
I mean, this is, wow. We go from the other side, too. Like, Cooper being able to get away with the Rage and Royal Flush. Look at the strat difference, too, right? You have 32k, 33 for Nero alone. You're able to get these follow-ups a lot better and enable Speedery. Energy, too, with the Star-Lord Galactic Legend in combination to that Rage and Royal Flush. Just allowed them to stall for as long as
Lunex
possible.
not gonna ban Gambit? No, for sure.
Regis repositioning like we saw.
I mean, they got them off the Gambit low-key.
It was incredibly close for that first map.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think there's definitely a lot that they can clean up here. We're kind of seeing this team come together in front of our eyes. And I think adjust to the bans. You know, the bans were, I think, a bit trickier than we all thought there, especially on Liquid's side. Really, Tank Pool allowed Tones to do what they do best. I mean, look at those stats on this side. Absolutely was a monster on what they pulled together for Lunex. But yeah, altogether, I think that was what we expected in some cases. But for Speedery, I think on the Devil, that's what really allowed them to kind of kick open the gates and get picks when needed.
Yeah, and then you take a look at Spark Chief too. You talk about maybe like some of the weaker holes in this foundation for Liquid. I feel like we've seen Spark Chief pop off way more, right? You want to be able to get way more done with the ante that's provided from the Beast of the Abyss. And unfortunately, they had all eyes on it. I think Regis was a big problem in preventing Spark Chief from being able to get that game going, which is, I think, something that they're going to note going into game number 2. So I don't think we're going to see the Elsa. At least Liquid.
I mean, they did save the Gambit over banning also, and it worked out for them.
Was over. Like, I thought
granted, it was a really close game, but
3-2 Liquid Citadel. Right?
Maybe that's the meta.
King Gambit both going through, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, like, gotta just give Cooper the Loki. Why not? You're sure? Why not? Like, take the L, I guess. But they played it so much closer. Like, there were so many layers to this, and I do love how they adjusted. And like, yeah, round 1, like they just kind of staggered in, but that could also have been their map. Like, they had a really strong start on each of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. To point out a couple things that you just said. First of all, yeah, it was the Battle of the Vanguards that I pointed out early in the show that I was like, I'm interested to see what that looks like. And they kind of targeted those Vanguards and made Paulie and Spark Chief uncomfortable. And it kind of happened. I mean, Paulie and the Magneto, we didn't get as much results from that, especially on the first map. And Spark Chief, we just, mentioned about. I think talking about it, Lunex, though, handled the Loki Gambit better than I've seen most teams do. That is a very tough, constant source of communication that you have to have to not miss a beat, and it was hide the Redis, and here's the Glartrox, and constantly to continue to match that. And they almost had that again if they would have pulled that off at the end. This could be
in my Diamond lobbies came into GM, and that's me with Celestial, but instead of throwers, it's me the one throwing.
Logan needed in that first game was detrimental. Like Logan went down how many times? Like 11 or so on the Invisiwoman. You were getting antied through your own invisible boundary. Maybe that's why you didn't have that impact as well as the strat healing that we really needed to see. And that was all thanks to the fact that even though Spark Chief wasn't enabled as much, he still was able to get the follow. Polly was like the second highest damage that we saw overall for that team, in combination to Energy, who had over 20k damage done too. So that was another like highlight, and that goes hand in hand with the Gambit team up that you're giving to Magneto to deal the extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, also just looking at the team in general, we talked about that as we were setting up the match, right? Their Vanguards have very overlapping hero pools. So if you're focusing on Vanguards in your bans, you're actually taking out 2 players. So this could become a problem later down the line.
Yeah, listen, you know, you look at all sports besides esports, and there's games where like the underdog almost wins, and you're like, you know what? You wish they had that game to sneak out a win, because now the problem is I can almost guarantee Elsa's gonna. There's no way Elsa's gonna make it through this next ban phase. I think that's gonna be the first ban out the gate, and that was a big ticket to allow them to kind of get, you know, their rhythm rolling, if you will. But they do get to pick the match.
He told Buff Dog to work harder. He's a fellow blue collar guy. Bro does zero work.
They'd be able to kind of adjust and maybe get the second to get the best of 3.
Based on what we've seen now on map 1, what mode do you think that
gets paid to chat Discord all morning? W.
Yeah, Lunex. So Lunex loves their New York. They do a lot of Midtown, a ton of Midtown, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see Midtown from them. And again, watched a lot of this team over the last like month. A team that I didn't know. You know, I knew the players, but as a team didn't know they existed almost. And then to see how much they've come